You are Locked On Guardians, your daily podcast on the Cleveland Guardians. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Hello, and welcome to a live stream MLB Draft Edition, something we did here a year ago and something I've been doing at Locked On for 5 years. We will have you for all of the picks, because it is a long day. There might be points where one of us hops in, hops out, takes a moment to stretch our legs, but we appreciate each and every one of you being here to join us to talk draft and have some fun. We're going to give you the information that we know. We're going to tell you things we find out. We're going to be texting and digging throughout, and it gives you a chance to ask information and get an answer. I guarantee you we are going to have a better handle on this draft than the main table for the MLB broadcast. Their secondary table with Carlos, Lance, and Jim Callis, that's a goated table. Put in Mayo, it's fine. That should be their A team, but it's not, and it makes no sense. So join us here. You're going to get more out of the draft than you would from their A table with Harold Reynolds, who said like Hunter Dozier was going to be a near Hall of Famer. So
just getting all the birthday shout outs.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Yes. My daughter is a little annoyed with me because we're going to celebrate my birthday on Monday because I just don't have time today or tomorrow. So there's going to be no birthday celebrations, nothing set up. We're just going to wait because, this is once a year and now it's here and we're going to have fun. We're going to talk. We're going to go deep. So I think what we should lead off with just two bits of info. One, I currently you can go and look at, well, it'd be hard because we're streaming. So maybe don't go watch my mock draft, but it does look like my first pick's probably going to be right. Early reports are it is going to be Rock Chalowski at 1. The other thing we have to talk about, and you and I have been debating this off air, is late last night, actually, when I was recording the mock draft, it was reported that the Pittsburgh Pirates traded the 34th overall pick, I want to say, to Chicago White Sox. Now, that's huge because Pittsburgh had the largest draft pool of money in this draft class. And that pick went from... that dropped them from first highest pool of money to the sixth highest pool of money, and it put the White Sox at the top. The White Sox have a lot of guys they're kind of targeting. I've talked about their connection to Landon Thome. Talking with a very well-respected Sox source today, said he thinks they might be trying to push Thome down, that Thome might be willing to go to the second or third round for them, that this could be about Slidham, the Illinois pitcher who is shooting right now, biggest helium over the last two weeks. Jack Slidham is an Illinois pitcher. So he is in that range. Supposedly they're also very in on Dominic Santorelli. There's also been some talk of a few of the college pitchers, but it's very interesting from the perspective of one, Brandon Eishart has not been very good. He's been okay, and he's got a 0 WAR and his savant page isn't all that interesting, but he has lots of team control, and he's the secondary piece in that trade. They got Jacob Gonzalez, who has some really great numbers in AAA this year, and until this year was a much maligned prospect and a much maligned pick for the White Sox. Pittsburgh's desperate. Connor Griffin's probably done for most of the year. They don't really have a great shortstop replacement. Gonzalez is a gamble on AAA stats for a guy who doesn't really play a good shortstop. So it's really weird from that perspective. They might end up with a guy who's going to be bad offensively and defensively. And they gave up a 34th overall pick, which even with Gonzalez's bounce back this year, he wasn't top 10, I think, on Baseball America or MLB for the Chicago Whites prospects. It is a good pool, but it's telling when you can trade the 34th overall pick for a guy who's been a 0 WAR reliever, who's like the 4th best reliever on a team, and a prospect who was outside of their top 10. Yeah, he can contribute now. And then you also get back a reliever. They also get Jaden Woods as a really interesting arm. I really like Jaden Woods a lot. So they got a nice prospect back in that trade. So I think it shows that like these draft picks, I think, are still kind of undervalued around Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I was surprised by that trade. I know you said it was coming, but I was kind of surprised just at the return. I thought there'd be a little less even than that. Just it was multiple players.
I thought they'd get like Newcomb and Gonzalez, but maybe I'm just not giving Gonzalez enough credit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Newcomb's probably better than Eishart too.
Yes, yeah, that's why I thought they'd get a little
maybe
more. And I said I like Jaden Woods was a really like a poppy guy in his draft class when he was at Georgia. A lot of people thought he was kind of a little bit undervalued. Pittsburgh's actually done a really good job with pitcher development. I'm trying to remember what year Woods was when I pull it up. That was 2023. He's still an interesting lefty. He has not been great in the minors, but he's up to AAA. There's a non-zero chance Jaden Woods ends up a better lefty reliever over the next 2 years than Brandon Eisert.
So I got a comment here. We'll take comments throughout the day. We'll keep if you have any comments or questions, we'll keep taking them throughout the draft when we can. We can cut in. So college pitcher and prep bat at 19 does not match up with what you're expecting. I think it could go a lot of ways. I think if Cam Flukie is there at 19, he's a slam dunk. I think it could go a lot of ways. I really want to see them go college pitcher at 19. And I think, I know you want Logan Hughes. I think we both are resigned to the fact they won't do it.
I mean, nobody likes him as much as I do. Like, let's just be honest about that. Like, I gave him to the Mets in my mock.
Yeah, I just don't think they will go that route at 19. Then he won't be available at 59, rightfully so. I would go college pitching at 19 personally, or prep bat, unless like I know people are saying like Sawyer Stroh-Snyder, and if someone says Justin LeBron, or if Justin LeBron gets down there, I'm gonna. It's
Justin LeBron doesn't bother me as much as you, because I can see the logic. Like I see the logic in
here. Just really gives me a lot of pause.
They
have not taken those kind of guys in the last couple of years. Like he's a hacker, and
I mean he had a 19.4% chase, so his chase rate wasn't bad. His exit velo was good, and he comes from a crap developmental program. Like he wasn't getting the proper help. Like again, we talk about tools and traits. He's a tools and traits guy. I don't think he gets there. I don't. I have him at 34, 19. Which is probably too low, but it's because I don't think he can. I don't think he's a shortstop. I think he might end up more of a center fielder or a second baseman. But I understand the process with him. This won't be quite the sad face of a year ago with Jace Lavalette, who, by the way, for everyone who got so mad at us for Jace Lavalette and our take, he just got the lowest grade of a first round from Baseball America and the lowest graded first rounder a year later from TJ Stats. So yeah,
unfortunate but true. Yeah, I just saw him the other day, and he had an absolute moonshot. Like he had a home run that went off the scoreboard in Lake County. He can do that, but yeah, he struck out 3 other times after that, and he plays a great outfield. He's a good defender, but I just don't know if he can overcome the strikeouts, man. Like
it's Brett Phillips at best case.
Yeah.
It's just that situation where it's just tough. I agree. I love a lot of college pitchers in this class. I'm not going to be upset if it's Coons. I wouldn't be upset if it's Townsend. I wouldn't be upset if it's Ray. I wouldn't be upset if it's Peterson, though. I don't think he's going to get there. I got to be real honest. So I think those guys.
I can't imagine Peterson gets there either.
Sorry, I'm corrected. Emily, whose question you just took, point out was Sean Gamble got an F. Sean Gamble's been rough. But I'll say this. They might have gotten an F for Gamble, but I'm pretty sure they should get an A for Josh Hammond. So they took 2 big gambles. No pun intended there. And one of them worked out really well, and one of them did not.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think when you're looking at what they've done, it's interesting because they have not drafted. Oh, and then Arthur let me know there's actually a third one. So I'm sorry, third worst grade. But still, the point still stands that he was there. But looking at this class, it's interesting because when they took Daniel Espino, that was the first time with their top overall pick they had taken a prep arm since Dan Denham in 2001. Well, I got to take a second. Thank you, Feeling Dangerous. That's very kind. Thank you all for wishing us a happy birthday. And we love doing the coverage. It's fun. I look forward to it. I hope it doesn't come across as, hey, I'm giving up my birthday as a chore. I enjoy this. But they haven't taken a prep pitcher since Espino, and before that, we can get into the debate of a Brady Aiken. They took Ralphie, but really over the last 5 years, they've taken maybe 1-2 prep hitters a year. If they take him early. And then, they haven't taken a college arm since Gavin Williams. So they've kind of moved through outside of prep pitcher. It's like back-to-back years with the prep hitter, but the prep hitter class isn't great. That's where we kind of, and with their own struggles with pitcher development, I do kind of feel like I would be shocked if they took a prep barb. That would probably leave me the most disappointed. That's where you would see me as annoyed as I was as a year ago with Chase Lavalette, would be if they took a prep barb. College pitcher, there's going to be great choices, and I do like a lot of the prep hitters. So I think those two classes are the ones I would like to see there. I see a mention of Liam Peterson. I think so. Peterson is a guy I moved all over my board because the production is terrible, but he has the size, he has the pitches. I looked at advanced numbers. I look at people who have data and stuff, and they give him high stuff plus rankings. So I think at the end of the day with Liam Peterson, you're looking at him and thinking, you know what, Florida has been a disaster zone of pitcher development. It's just been awful. Like, no one gets out of Florida alive. Every single guy has seen a tumble in their draft eligible year over the last decade. And I think you're betting on the stuff and the traits. And again, I don't think Liam Peterson's going to get to Cleveland. I started out kind of lower on him than the field, and I just kept moving him up. They did fire their pitching coach, but I mean, this goes beyond that pitching coach. He hasn't even been there for all of the failures. If I can go back to the Alex Faedos and the Logan Shores, the Logan Shore in his draft year did live up to the hype. It just didn't end up working out. But, Puck and, the list is never ending. It's every single pitcher has had a bad draft year. And we're yet to see any of those guys transition, even with their good traits, though, and be strong major leaguers. We're yet to see that breakthrough. I mean, Puck is worked out as a reliever, but for the most part, every other guy who has been a high Florida draft pick, Waldrop just keeps getting hurt, or maybe it'd be him. But yeah, that would be that. So if you missed my tweet, sorry, I'm talking all the time.
You're on your own from that, Jeff. I need to excuse myself before the draft starts.
Yep, fair enough. Justin had a bad fish pie, and that can destroy a team. You can get the reference below. I went through using Baseball Reference, and I just clicked every single year, and then I made it search by you can then pick a column or category, a college or high school. So I went through and I clicked on every single high school draft eligible pitcher from 1965 through 2025. And I took all of those guys and every single player, and I looked, okay, they signed them. What's their WAR? They signed them. What's their WAR? CC Sabathia and Dennis Eckersley, two greatest pitchers by WAR in Cleveland Guardians draft history. Number 3 is Larry Anderson with an E, who they traded for 2-0 prospects and essentially let go. Number 4 is Chris Archer, who they traded when he was 20 years old, so they didn't really develop him. Number 5 is Tristan McKenzie, has the 5th best WAR in the 60 years of Guardians pitching. So that is why I am nervous about prep pitching. I don't think to Cleveland, no. I think most people think he's going in the 30s. Tampa is the spot. I don't think he's an overager. I could say I'm wrong. I believe he's going to be 19 and he's right-handed. And this team has not drafted a right-handed prep. Last right-handed prep player they drafted was Carson Tucker. Before that, it was Clint Frazier. And they've only ever spent 4 first-round picks in the 60 years of this franchise on right-handed college hitters. And I know everyone wants right-handed power in this and that. But most of the league is still like you face right-handed pitching 80% of the time. So I don't think Taj Marchand is the pick there. Could be wrong, and I wouldn't hate it if he was the pick. I wish I had an easy answer, and I'm sure I wish Florida had an easy answer about what they're doing wrong. For a long time, they would have guys just throw fastballs like 90% of the time. Did not have them work on, did not develop their secondary pitches. They just thought that, all you need is a fastball. So their secondary pitches were underdeveloped and arms were getting sore. I hope I'm wrong. Liam Doyle's fun. And, I appreciate you, Big V. You've been one of our everydayers in the comments and everything else. I think the Cardinals, I gave him Mason Edwards, though, in my last mock because I was not a Sherpa fan. I wasn't a Doyle fan. So I'm like, hey, let's just keep taking all the lefties I don't like. And then, but I mean, I'm curious to see how Doyle goes. I liked other guys at that point in the draft. All picks. We're going to talk about everything that happens because I love all things the draft. I'll reference my big board. Let's see. Let me see if I can do something. I will try to drop in the chat here if anyone wants it. I made just a list version of my big board. Let's see, anyone with the
Give
link?
it to me, Jeff, and I'll put it in here.
Okay, viewer. Okay, so I'm gonna copy the link and send this to private chat to Justin. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet version, and then here is the one with all of my analysis. I'm sending both to Justin. He's going to put in there. I have a big board. I make one every year. This one is 76 picks long because I hit like 72, and I'm like, oh, well, it'd be kind of fun and perverse to do on the 250th anniversary to go 76 deep. So I did that, and then I also have 9 additional spots. Hey, buddy, what do you need?
This is not necessarily true. That's later in the draft they do that, but if you look at the last couple of years, Chase DeLauder, Jace Lavalette, Nolan Schubart, all those guys are massive. I actually just got to talk to Nolan Schubart the other day, and he is a giant human being with giant hands. Aaron Walton's a huge dude too, so that's not necessarily true anymore. Oh, hey, what's going on, bud?
So
he just
wants a green.
Yep.
So the Guardians have, they still take those guys, but it's not necessarily their guy they always take anymore. At least not in the first round. That's not what they do in the first. Like Carson Tucker was kind of the last first round pick they did that with. It was 2020, so it was a mess. So, this is a good question. Asking about a pure reliever. I actually just wrote somebody up this morning, Jeff.
Yes.
A college reliever that I really like. Let me go to my list. Was it? No, it wasn't Josh McDavid. Who was it? I did it yesterday. Ben Davis from Mississippi State. And then Hudson Calhoun. So those are 2 guys to keep an eye on. Those are all day 2 stuff. All right, I'll hold it down while Jeff's gone. The early report is that Rock Chalowski is indeed going to go to the White Sox, number 1 overall. I never really bought the hype that they were going to take Grady Emerson, number 1 overall. I think you can make an argument for Von Lackey. Nothing wrong with Grady Emerson, but I never bought the hype that they were going to go after anybody else other than Rock Chalowski. And not that there's anything wrong with Grady Emerson, or obviously not Rock Chalowski or Von Lackey either, but I just never bought that was ever going to happen. So this makes too much sense, not to pass up on the best player in the draft.
Sorry, my son wanted to come down and do a podcast on pickles. He was trying to move him along. I don't think, we don't really see those relief types that move quickly anymore. No one who could help this year. I feel like that just kind of, and honestly, the history of those players is back when that was a more common thing. It was a pretty low conversion rate. The big leagues are harder than anyone else than people anticipate.
By the way, I don't know if you saw this, Jeff, but Jeff Passan said the first overall pick will be Rock Chalowski.
Okay, which is what I thought.
Yeah, I would have been surprised in another if it was anything else, truthfully. Boy, I can't fit your entire big board here. There's too many.
So before my kid decided that you need to come down and talk about the importance of pickles. Just kind of going through the big boards. I have the list version for people who want to look at it, and then I'll just drop in the chat, for anyone who missed it. Here is mine where I wrote up 76 profiles, as well as some more other fun players. Anyone, some of the local kids I tried to get in. So just kind of looking at a lot of stuff. I see someone mentioning Cal Randall, big fastball, but he's just kind of a one pitch guy right now. It's so hard to get to the big leagues. And, I think of Drew Storen was probably the last high pick reliever. And then, I think of always like the guys like Josh Fields and Ryan Wagner where it just didn't work out. But yeah, so it always kind of made sense to go with Rock. He's a solid shortstop. The tools are very easy. It's going to translate. I've talked about so many times in the past that, that the success rate isn't just higher for college players. The chance of stardom is higher for college players. So I think they made the right selection here. I think Von Lackey would have also been acceptable. And Grady Emerson, I would have said, I get it, but I wouldn't have loved it.
I didn't think it made sense to go to Grady Emerson. I thought that was the best.
There's just people are trying to say the risk is being underestimated with Emerson. Like we've had so many can't miss kids who miss. Like the risk is much lower with a college player. To answer the question you put up for me, it's Logan Hughes. Logan Hughes is, you look at that. I mean, I put Logan Hughes 10th on my board. And it's fun. Like if you have access, go read Keith Law's big board on Logan Hughes. Go read Kylie McDaniel's big board on Logan Hughes. Go read anyone's profile on Logan Hughes. Like I sent you one from an internet site, like we've been debating, like how useful the information is from. And their write-up is absolutely like every write-up, it's like plus hit, plus power. Safe, like very good chance. And then they give him like a second round grade. And I'm just like, why? Like if you're that confident he's going to hit, then why is he consistently underrated like that? So my Devin Taylor is definitely Logan Hughes. Is it Tegan Kuhns for you? Would that be your guy?
I don't know if it's Tegan Kuhns. Oh, Rochlowski is crying. Good for him.
No, I'm glad. Show emotion. It's a big moment.
So that's some pure emotion. You gotta love that. Gotta love that. I don't know if mine is Tegan Kuhns. I mean, I do really like him. I mean, I guess I can't say Cam Fluky because like Cam Fluky probably should go higher. He might be there. So maybe it's Tegan Kuhns for sure. This is another player I considered the other day, Jeff, that I'm coming around a lot more on at 19 that won't be there later in the draft is Ty Head. I don't think
I liked him throughout.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be upset with him at 19. I think I call him a 4.5 tool player. Like the power is not great, but man, he plays a great center field. He walks. I think he'll get. He already does really good with the pop to the pull side. So like he's going to get to some power. He's going to steal bases. He might be a tweener there, but like I wouldn't necessarily mind going under slot with Ty Head at 19 and then trying to go over slot at 59 for somebody else. If you're wondering, by the way,
because
Nolan Schubart told me the other day that he is trying to convince the Guardians to draft Colin Ritchie, in case you were curious.
I've seen a few places that talked about him. I think because he fits the new approach.
Yeah, I think he's a better athlete because I enjoyed really talking to Nolan Schubart, a nice guy and everything. He's not a good defender. No,
Richie hits the smack out of the ball. I don't know why smack out of the ball. That's a bit awkward. He crushes baseballs. He also expands a lot. I think he expands. I'm just gonna double check that. He expands a little bit in the acceptable range for them, and then he has some weak zone contact, just general contact, which is something that isn't the biggest. If I'm looking at like the available batted ball data that was put out there, which was essentially chase, contact, and 90th percentile exit velocity, the least important one of those to me is contact. I want a guy who doesn't chase, and I want a guy who hits the ball hard. And if you look at Aaron Judge, you look at Schwarber, you look at Ohtani, you look at Nick Kurtz, all of those guys, some of the best hitters in baseball, they strike out, but they don't chase, and they miss in the zone. But sometimes they overswing, and sometimes they, that's how you got to get to them. But when they make contact, they do damage.
Yeah. Did you see this morning too about James Clark?
Yeah, they pulled his name out.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of guys who have, and I think I think I'm not going to sit here and be this person like it's NIL money, but it is, right? Like you can, if James Clark has seen his stock steadily fall throughout the spring, he's a second round pick. If he's only feeling like he's getting $1 million, $1.5 million, maybe Duke can give him a little bit more than that. And he's a super bright kid who was committed to Princeton. Both him and his brother, he's a twin, were committed to Princeton. They switched to Duke in January. He gets to go to a program that has a long history of players underachieving and lost their coach a year ago to Virginia. We love Brian Sikowski, who's there now, one of the best.
Apparently, we're not watching. We're watching on mute. Apparently, Rob Manfred mispronounced his name, Rock Chalowski's name.
Who did?
Rob Manfred mispronounced Rock Chalowski's name.
I mean, it's that thing too. Like, how have you not reviewed these names? I mispronounce names. I get it, but like, I'm also not the face of a network or of a $1 billion organization. Okay, so far I am 2 for 2. The Giants, as I've said, are the fulcrum of this whole draft.
The Rays
just took Emerson as expected.
Yeah.
Now I find this funny. I had a comment on this. I mentioned this in my mock. So the Rays have been looking for catchers for forever.
I'm surprised they didn't take Lackey.
I'm not, because they've actually done better of late with their prep arms. You think of like Brendan Taylor, I think was like the last college pick. The Daniel Pierce they took a year ago has also really not been great. I was not much of a Pierce fan. And they have needed a catcher. They have tried so many different things. Ever since they skipped on Buster Posey, they have had an inability, Tim Beckham for Posey. And they have good shortstops in their system. Their best catching prospect, I believe, is Nathan Fluwelling, who I liked a lot in his draft year. I was the high man on in his draft year. But it's still an organization that is needed and been hunting for catching for 20 years now and doesn't have it. And they're drafting a shortstop for the third year in a row from the prep ranks instead. So I think, like I said, to me, a lot of people put Lackey third behind the two shortstops. I have Emerson third. Like I to me, this is a B pick just because I think that Lackey fits so well, like on multiple levels, and it's harder to find a catcher and a shortstop. I like
Lackey
more than you.
You like Dietz a lot more than me?
I believe so.
Yeah, Dietz. I just think the injury history scares me, the lack of track record, and I just think there are other better college pitchers to take in the first round. Like he's not going to get to 59. I wouldn't take him at 19. So, I'm not a big fan. Like I think I like him overall, but if you're asking me if I like him at 19, I don't like him at 19.
Yeah, I'm 22, so that's like in that range, but I would probably prefer a bunch of other arms to him. I got a tweet from it, and I know someone mentioned also in chat earlier, maybe it got talked about when my son was coming in. But I don't think Landon Tomey is someone they'll even consider. Now, I think I have him in that range, but first off, he is, I mean, that'd be a little high for him. Like, I mean, I'm the high man on Tomey, and I still have him at 31. Yeah, like he's not a top 30 guy. And they tend to avoid the sons of former players because it's an added pressure. And by all accounts, he wants to go to the White Sox where his dad is involved in the organization. So I don't think he would I think he is. I think they're setting up for him to be a White Sox. And, his former high school teammate, Jaden Fauske, who they scouted heavily and drafted a year ago, is with the White Sox. The White Sox set up a barrier around the state of Illinois. They try to get everyone. And because of, Landon's situation, he might be willing to slide a bit if it allows them to get a few other guys. So I don't think Landon Tomey is a fit. I love Keith Law and his ability to like take crazy stands, but I'm not trusting him on anything.
He already got the first pick wrong. He went and said Grady Emerson.
Did it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I never thought it was going to be Emerson. I always thought it was all along. It was a great situation. And by the way, Emerson and Chalowski have the same agent. And this just allowed that agent to kind of play those two sides. I guarantee you that both Chalowski and Emerson get. I guarantee Chalowski is over 10 million, and I wouldn't be surprised if Emerson is either, or is as well. Like those two are going to get the highest bonus ever was 9.5 million. These guys are both going to get
first
10.
Overall pick is 11. The first overall pick slot is 11.
Yeah,
and the White Sox have the biggest bonus pool ever.
I mean, they might give him the full slot. The full slot has not been given to a first overall pick since Spencer Torkelson.
Weird year, yeah.
I don't know. It was a hard to evaluate year and this and that, but like my goodness, I don't know. I was an Austin Martin guy. Not that that has worked out any better. But yeah, former Guardians draft pick, by the way, Austin Martin. But yeah, it's just this situation now where we're, this is kind of what was expected. Von Lackey, the first 3 picks should be easy, right?
It
And
is
then you
Lackey
have the
or the
Giants.
Twins. That's what I saw Joe Doyle saying that.
What?
I saw Joe Doyle saying Lackey to the Twins.
Yeah.
Is what it should be.
So that's it. So they're going to go. So we got this question here. Where would Grady Emerson have ranked? He would have been the first player a year ago on my board, probably. No, I'd have had him second to Kate Anderson. I would have still had Anderson 1, but he would have been ahead of any of the other players. Chalowski as a sophomore would have been the number 1 player in last year's class. Von Lackey would not have been. He had a big jump up, but Chalowski would have been number 1 last year. Emerson would have been 2, maybe 3 for me. I got to look at my board, but he wouldn't have passed Kate Anderson for everything Kate Anderson is doing now, and showing exactly why he was my number 1. No, he might have been my number 2 pitcher. I got to go back and look. Actually, I might have, stood my ground a little too long on Jamie Arnold. I can't remember how it worked out in the end. But either way, he would have been right up there after those 2 guys. Tell me positionally, I think you're probably going to hope he goes to second base. He doesn't really have the foot speed for short. His arm is not super strong. So I think, I would try to send Tommy out as a second baseman. So Twins make the easy selection, right? Like it's a 3-player draft. The Twins go ahead, jump in.
And I'd be surprised the Giants. Well, I don't know. I would think the Giants would go Jackson Flora. But
the debate right now is Booth versus Lombard.
Really? I like Booth. I like Booth a lot. He's a good player.
Yeah, my general understanding, like I said, with everything that happened, just to go back to the money thing, is that Chalowski was always going to cost north of $10 million. Like he was going to set, because last year's draft class was not a great class at the top, so we didn't see a big jump in bonuses. Like the highest bonus tied what Condon and Burns had got the previous year. So with Rock being a start to finish top player, big baseball family, just the player that he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets close to full slot. Jackson, Florida, the Giants. That is surprising. Okay. Yeah. It's surprising, but it's not. So,
so a lot of smoke that it was going to be somebody else.
Throughout the process, they've been linked to the high school hitters, and both have their flaws. But a year ago, the Giants were highly conservative in the draft. The Giants were a team. Let me pull up my tendency data. I don't think they drafted and I talked about this in my mock, they didn't take a prep player until the 9th round. They were highly conservative under Posey last year. They went with college player after college player after college player. If you're going for a college player, then Jackson Flora is the player. And to me, I thought there was a clear top 3. You had Jackson Flora at 4, and then you had your next tier. So I think this is the right choice. I think this is, draft grades are dumb, but it's like, to me, it's like A, B, A, and this is an A based on what's available. I think this is a good pick. I know the Giants have had their struggles offensively, but let's also be honest, they've just had their struggles with everything. And Jackson Flora is 100% the right pick at the selection of them. And so my mock's already blown up, which, I don't care about those things as much as I used to. Like I would have tried to get one done in the morning today. If this was the olden days of me doing mocks, instead I just did the one last night and called it an evening. But I think this is a good pick by the Giants. It's a smart pick. What's interesting with this pick though, the one thing that wasn't making sense to me, and I'm sorry, I'll let Justin speak, is the whole time was like, hey, they're going to take Jacob Lombard, who's a shortstop. And then at 30, they're going to take another shortstop. And you always take best player available. But if you have 2 high pick guys, you're paying a lot, and they both want to play shortstop, that can be an issue. Like you only worry about things like that when, it's a spot where someone wants the thing. Like you can only play so many guys, right? They're even in a split time role, it's hard to find full time for both of them. And so when I look at that idea of taking 2 shortstops, I thought could have caused some issues. My other curiosity though is, I don't know if Justin remembers this, I almost had I had a mock that I ended up not going with, where I had Jackson Flora going 30th, or not Jackson Flora, Jacob Lombard. Because there's a lot of concerns with his contact, with this and that the Giants could offer him a giant amount of money to have him slide down the board.
Yeah, I don't really like Jacob Lombard either, but I also didn't like George Lombard either, and I still I'm not a big believer in him as a prospect. So that was a very easy, I don't want to say easy, but it's kind of chalky, right? The top 3 we knew was going to go in a certain order, and then 4, could have gone a couple different ways, but the top 4 players went top 4. I think that's I think the top 4 players went 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, those are the top 4. I mean, my only knock on Flores, he just doesn't have a diverse pitch mix. Like he's going to have to add some pitches, which I mean, almost every pitcher does. But it's just he's kind of a 2-pitch guy right now. The great, fastball slider combos is fantastic. The change is a work in progress. So yeah, I kind of think that. No, like I said, I think this is. I have much maligned Buster Posey for his choices, but I think this is a good one. And, again, I think where that organization and team is, like, I think the Patrick Bailey trade was a good trade. I know Tugboat's struggling a little in AAA, and the 30th overall pick isn't worth as much this year. But by the time Patrick Bailey was good, I don't think the Giants, by the time Patrick Bailey got to the end of that contract, I don't think Giants are going to be good for much of it. So I think it was smart for them to go out. And, I've always said the more picks you have, the bigger the pool, the exponential value you get because you can manipulate the draft. And I'm very curious to see. They're the only team with 2 picks in the top 30. That used to be Cleveland. Now it's the Giants. But the difference is the Giants have a top 4 pick. Like, how can they manipulate this draft? Because, I mean, Flores is going to cost decent money, but he's not costing full slot. He's not costing all of this. So what can they do with the combined money at 30 and the money left over from this pick? Who can they float to 30 is now one of the interesting questions of the draft for me.
What's funny, Jeff, is I think you and I don't have my big board posted on here, but I'm looking at it on my other screen, and I think we had the same top 5. Did you have Flora 4 and Burris 5?
Yes.
I had the same top 5 as you. Okay. Yeah.
And then I have Tyler Bell 6.
I had him 7. I had Booth 6. So just, a little flip there.
I think I have Booth
7.
Yeah.
Booth 7.
So we have the same 7 players.
I had Halfrick 8. That's funny. And then you had Curiel 9. I had Curiel down at 11.
Yeah. I was a little bit higher in Curiel than you.
You're much higher on Jared Gridlinger than I am. I moved him way down. I'm just too worried about.
Well, it's like I talk about Bo Lawrence kind of looks like watching him at the combine. I was like struck of like a newborn deer or a newborn horse. Like he's kind of gangly. It's all about, but like that's where this draft is. Or like, I've got Gridlinger and Lawrence in my top 14. I'm like, those guys are, what was the old Fran Fraschilla quote? Like, if they're 2 years away from being 2 years away, like those are 2 raw kids. They're going to take some time, which I'm typically afraid of. Just heard the Law and Order sound. Okay. Thank you, Scott Hauser.
I don't know where that comes from. My mic is a little sensitive. Like it's the way it's set up, but I don't know where that comes from. Let me try.
I'm going to see if I can do the thing which occasionally where my chair makes a pop sound.
I think it's my mic. I think
it's your mic. Okay.
I don't know why that keeps happening.
Okay, so this would be fascinating at 7 because at 6. Wait, 5. Most people had Flora going to the Pirates throughout this process, but with him gone, now if the Pirates are in full, let's get better now. If they want the guy who's going to get there the quickest, it's Curiel.
Yeah, Joe just said Curiel.
Okay,
5, which makes the most sense.
So it's different because this is a team that, with their success, has gone ceiling. And Seth Hernandez looks great. They went with ceiling a year ago and people wondered if maybe they'd switch. I think Burris is a little riskier. Curiel's safer. So this is just pure safety. I don't love going pure safety. I don't love going. I mean, I like Curiel. I have him 9th on my board. But, if you wanted an outfielder, I would have said go Burris, even with the risk, even if it might take a little longer. But they go with Curiel here. And yeah, I mean, he's a fine selection. I know you have him lower than me, but I think we're looking, it's a little bit of a surprise just because he's not, I was at MLB.com as their list up. They have Curiel 12. So they have Curiel lower than, or lower than both of us. When I entered all of the midseason batted ball data in and did percentile data based on 90th percentile contact and chase rate, he had, if you remove Chris Hakopian because it was a smaller data set, he had the best percentile data on this draft. Draft eligible sophomore. He's hit at every level. He does a lot of things really well. There's a chance there's more there. And if you believe he can play in center field, I'm curious if they announce him just as an outfielder, if he gets announced as a center fielder. But center field is right now the hardest position to fill in baseball. It's harder than catcher. It's harder than shortstop. It is the hardest place to find a consistent hitter who can give you both at least average offense and defense. So if you think that could be Curiel, then I understand the logic here.
I know I didn't want him at 19. I know there was a couple mocks at some point that had Cleveland at 19. I just don't think there's enough impact from the bat for me at 19, let alone 5. So
I think he's got a lot of why am I blanking on his name? The Pittsburgh outfielder, who's the sometimes center fielder. A lot of
Brian
Reynolds to him. I think there's a lot of Brian Reynolds to him.
Okay. Yeah, this table's awful. It's Mark DeRosa and Harold Reynolds. I don't know who else is even on this.
Was it Cole Hamels they showed a picture of earlier?
I didn't realize he was doing TV now. Jeez.
They showed a picture of him, so I assume it's because they're talking about him doing something. But yeah, it's going to be, like I said, I don't hate the pick. I understand it. It feels like a little bit of an overdraft. It feels like they're going for safety and speed of their current core over some projections.
Yeah, I just don't think, I'm not sure there's enough impact.
So he's got the exit velocities that are decent. I think there's some work to be done, but I think there's still some value.
Was that probably the first weird pick?
No, he was mocked around here in a few picks, both here in Kansas City, to teams that are bad. Were bad last year, who are hoping to get kind of back off the schneid. So this is about his range, but I think it's off. So here we have the culprit for the Jose injury.
Oh man. Oh, that's interesting for the Royals. The Royals are going to go Booth at 6, according to Joe Doyle.
Oh, hey, I kept my mock in place. That one's correct for me.
I thought they might go for somebody that was going to help them a little bit sooner.
They have gone. So they have gone just prep heavy. Like that is what think about last year with Gamble and Hammond, taking athletes up the middle. Athletes up the middle is their approach. It hasn't worked out quite yet. They've done better with pitcher development than they have hitter development. But if you're going to take the up the middle athlete throughout this process, the guy who, if you ignore the smoke and you just look at who is the guy who fits what they have done in the last 3 drafts, it's Booth.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good player. I just thought maybe they would end up going for somebody that was going to have a quicker timeline is all for them.
Yeah.
Because they need that kind of where they are at in their cycle, though.
Honestly, I feel like in their cycle, they're caught in between. It's just
this is interesting. They're listing the comparison for Curiel as Bryce Terang in the outfield. I guess I can see that. That's a valuable pick. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The other one was Grady Emerson was compared to Jackson Holliday, and I was like, well, that's not great because Jackson Holliday has not really worked out so far. So I'm not sure if that's who we want to be compared to yet.
His girlfriend's got a very sparkly dress for Eric Booth. That's all I can see is all the sparkles right now.
Yeah.
I like Dad's low V there.
I'm glad we are watching this on mute, to be honest with you. Though it's Arthur said it's Greg Amsinger, Harold Reynolds, Cole Hamels, DeRosa, and
it's a Z team when
it's you have Lance and you have Carlos,
and you got your other team with Lance, Carlos, and Callis. I don't know why you'd even go to it.
Yeah, I'm glad we have it on mute because I think so. Just right here, I'm pretty sure you're saying Stroh compared to Hunter Pence. I think they're not. I don't think Hunter Pence was a guy who didn't strike out. Like he was more of a contact. Like Stroh is like right now he's more Rob Deere. He is a 3 outcomes guy. I think Booth is, unless you're taking Burris, I think Booth is the right choice here. Like I'm not gonna deride them for that. I know it's just like the Royals are in such a tricky place as they prepare for a new stadium. You have the Orioles got to be taken. The Orioles have to be taking Burris.
Burris is their guy to a key at this point. If not Burris, it's Helfrich. Those are the only 2 guys. But to go back to the Royals, it's like Witt is fantastic. Miguel Garcia, I still believe in. I know it's been a little up and down this year. And then they have a lot of vet arms who've been great, but also some injuries. And the problem is like they really should, unless they can get a contract. And I got to dive into numbers, but it's like you're going to lose Bobek this year, right? The lefty. So they're in this really weird in-between phase, and they haven't done enough development. They haven't done enough hitting. But I think you just keep taking the best player available. And if you think he's your best player, then you take him.
Yeah. Somebody on Twitter watching the draft was saying that Harold Reynolds is claiming that he's going off of that this is something the Pirates major league team needs. Like, so he is equating that the teams are drafting based on current big league need. So that's why we don't watch Harold Reynolds here.
No, Harold Reynolds is a joke. Like, I mean, it just like it
I've got
seems
Lance
I've heard he's a nice guy, but like putting him front and center on a thing that he spends less time preparing for than I do. And like I have a day job as well, and mine isn't about baseball. And then I have to focus. I don't have to, but like I focus on the Guardians as well. Like the draft ends up being a fourth or fifth focus for me, and I somehow still end up way ahead of Harold Reynolds, who's like gets paid to do it. I can answer. Agents, yeah. So anyone who's breaking news, it's anyone, like any guy who's breaking news, whatever city, there's some guy who made friends with the agents and they text him information. So that's all of it. I saw someone asking about the Marlins at 14. I feel like I've been hearing a lot of Hakapian there. I think Snow Strider's. Honestly, I think Snow Strider's going to go closer to 30 than 20. That's kind of my feel right now. You can't struggle to hit in a conference. Like that's death on a guy. So I think Hakapian, maybe I give him Ace Reese in my mock. I want to say to the Cardinals, or maybe I give him LeBron. I think I give him Ace Reese because they've gone for a lot of like high, when they took Orlando and I'm trying to think who the second round was. Their prep guys 2 years ago was a disaster, but the guys that took last year from the college ranks, I mean, Arquetta hasn't been great either, but they were very conservative a year ago.
Oh, Joe Doyle got it wrong. This is Zion Rose.
Oh.
So they did go for, well.
So they did. Okay, so this is crazy. So this is the way under slot pick. There's been rumors that they would go way under slot. I am not a big Zion Rose fan, but this is a quick to help them type. So Zion Rose is all tools. I gave Zion Rose to the Royals at pick with their second first rounder. I had him 40th on my board. I thought, rumor was he was rising. Or no, I didn't. Actually, I had him going in the top 20. I can't remember to what team now. He has a bad swing. It's not geared to take advantage of his power. His contact data is pretty poor. Like the under the hood isn't great. The athletic tools and traits are, and you're just 100% betting on your ability to fix him. And the fact
it is a weird swing. It is.
It's.
I liked him in high school because I thought he was going to catch. He was one of my favorite players 3 years ago in the draft because I thought he had a chance to catch, and then he only played outfield for Louisville. And Louisville, I don't know if this is true, but they kind of used to be catcher university. I don't know if they haven't as much recently. Like Will Smith rushing, and I'm trying to think of who else. Maybe it's just the Dodgers. But
we liked that other guy. I can't remember, like Peyton, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, I don't think he's really panned out though.
No. But so here's the data on Rose. His average exit velocity was 89. His launch angle is 7, which is extremely poor. Those are both poor. Hard hit was 47. Barrel rate of 20 is actually pretty good. He hits everything on the ground. Extreme ground ball guy. So, it's a lot of contact. It's on the ground.
Isn't he very aggressive too? He chases. I mean, he's got 21% chase rate. It's not awful, but it's borderline.
No platoon splits. Pull rate was lower this year. He was pulling the ball less, but yeah. Okay. So he's a big traits guy, pulls the ball, but I mean, I had him 41 because I just didn't see the upside on him. Henry Davis was a Louisville catcher. You're right. So then Eric Booth.
All right. Well, not all great. Not all great. Wasn't that a bad draft though?
That was the 2021 draft.
That was a bad draft.
It was a really bad draft.
But yeah, Henry Davis has not really worked out. But I mean, in general, they have been. They've produced a lot of catcher draft picks, but he's not obviously Zion Rose is not a catcher. That's an interesting pick. I wouldn't even. I mean, there were other guys on the board there they could have taken that would have been more like immediate help. Like they could have gone, Ryder. I know they have Carter Jensen. They could have gone Ryder Helfrich. Could have gone Tyler Bell, Chris Hakapian, Ace Reese. Like all those guys could be potential quick movers. Zion Rose is kind of an interesting pick. I did not see that. In case you're wondering, Jeff, for tonight's purposes. Paul Gillespie will be available via Zoom with the Guardians about 7:45, which is when they believe that today's draft coverage will commence. Yeah.
So this is a lot like when they take Frank Mazzucato and they split that money around. Now, they did allow them to get Carter Jensen, but the other guys they got with those selections, not as great. It's like I said, Zion Rose has fun tools and traits, but you have to completely redo his swing. And that's why I was just, that's why I was not as high on him as others, because you're a 7% launch angle with the high ground ball rates is not what you want. Michael Mahoney says the new Lavalette is Caden Sorrell. I'll say this: Caden Sorrell is worse than Lavalette. Lavalette didn't chase. Sorrell chases.
I said Caden Sorrell, Mike, on Thursday. I said Caden Sorrell. I think you told me that's not the guy, but yeah, that's Caden Sorrell.
Yeah, that's their new guy this year. This is interesting because when I look at my tendency data, there was talk that the Orioles would go high school, but they have only taken, since Elias has taken control, they've had 33 picks in the top 3 rounds. They've only taken 3 high schoolers. They have been very anti-high school. But I'm all for this personally. Hey, Drew Burris is sliding, but that some of the college bats are sliding. We're getting some weirdness. Give me some weirdness, but
Burris is not getting past the Braves. We know that.
No, yeah, I know. He's not. Another team that values putting getting all the guys in their state.
One of my buddies texted me. He said that he's already heard Dan O'Dowd call multiple players aircraft carriers so far in this draft. We're 6 picks in or 7 picks in. He's already called multiple players aircraft carriers. And I was like, I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
I don't even know. I don't know if he knows what that means.
I mean, Dan O'Dowd is like every year. I remember Dan O'Dowd thought that Joey Bart was, a future Hall of Fame. I mean, we all get things wrong, in fairness.
We're not watching Jim Bowden. Like, could be worse. Jim Bowden could be doing this. I'd rather watch.
Yeah, it's just like there's so many people who have done like the fact that Jim Bowden still has a career after like all of his being involved in like a scandal to steal money from Latin American players that he
it's embarrassing that he gets paid to do any baseball work at all. Like he should be on the list of people who are banned from working in Major League Baseball covering. I guess he can't work in the game, but I don't know if that's true, but he can.
Apparently he was like, he sold names and sold out like I think Jose Rio and some other players. So he named names, so ended up being, he was not caught in the scandal, but there were other reports that say he was very much a part of it. And then he also was caught and like deleted his account for a time and claimed he was hacked after he stole incorrect information. Sure. So it's like it's pretty ugly with him, and he gets to keep working. I did like this made me stop and giggle. So aircraft carriers and topics are usually waste of money.
Don't know what that means, but yeah.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Stroh Snyder is he chases too. Like
it could be this year's Lavalette. Well, yeah, he chases more than Lavalette.
Lavalette did, yeah. And he didn't perform well. Like Lavalette had his struggles, but performed better.
He's not as big as Lavalette either. Like
no,
Lavalette's
he's not. And he's not the athlete.
Aircraft carrier.
Yeah, he's not the I mean, he's a good athlete. He runs well, but like Lavalette's a center fielder. He could play up the middle. That's not Stroh Snyder. He's going to play in right.
Lavalette is Bradley Zimmer if Bradley Zimmer could get to his power. I know Bradley Zimmer made the majors, but I
think Lavalette is probably Bradley Zimmer. I don't know if he can get to his power as he faces.
I don't know if he could. I honestly wouldn't. If you told me that Jace Lavalette didn't make the majors, I would not be surprised. I everyone can overcome that strikeout rate.
He's playing at a level that college players dominate, and we talk about WRC plus a lot, and that's it takes all of the data and makes an easy to understand number, and that's why we like it. And 100 is league average, so he's playing at a level that good college players dominate, and he's
hitting exactly 100 WRC plus right now. He is exactly
league average. So that's not what a first round pick should not be that from a big conference should not be that.
Not at high A, no.
And and again, like the other thing that got me really kind of annoyed with that pick is they had to shortchange the rest of their draft. J.S. Lavalette got the highest bonus ever for that draft position, the highest bonus in the history of that pick. So, which is also their antithesis. I mean, I could have looked it up, but I can't recall the last time they went over Sott in first round. So that's different.
Yeah.
But we are now, let's see, we're kind of stuck in a bit of a slow moving.
They're talking to Grady Emerson. So they're taking
Emerson. So I guess here's my question.
I think they're just pausing for an interview with Grady Emerson.
Chad, do you want us to reveal the picks before they're made on TV or not?
Yeah, if we see them before, hear them before, we don't have to spoil if you're not interested in that.
Do you guys want spoilers or no? Because I can already spoil who the 8th overall pick is, and it's the Oakland Athletics, who much like a year ago continue to take all of the players I like. Oakland Athletics are just making smart picks. And, last year I loved Jamie Arnold. I loved Devin Taylor. They took both of them.
So my guess, it's going to be Logan Hughes now.
No, because Logan Hughes isn't my number one overall player. My number one overall player is Drew Burress.
Oh,
available right here.
I didn't think he'd go off the board here, but
I mean, so he's
the best
player. He's the best player on the board. I loved Gage Jump a few years ago. Now, obviously, I didn't love Tommy White. I wasn't actually a big Jacob Wilson fan. Nick Kurtz, I thought, was an excellent value where they got him. I mean, I did have Weatherholt higher, but I thought you and I were the only people out there who had Nick Kurtz in the top 5 in that draft class.
No.
But Drew Burress he's undersized, and he's gotten worse every year in college, but it's hard because his freshman year was amazing. He was also terrible his one experience on the Cape. Those are the negatives. The upside is he hits the ball as hard as anyone. He should move relatively quickly.
Production track record is just so good.
He's a strong kid. Yeah, he's small. And yeah, he didn't hit. He struggled with wood. But
check out one of our sponsors.
Yeah. But I think it's a great pick. I think Oakland is continuing to crush it. We maligned Oakland for a lot of years there. It's like the Matt Olson trade. Hey, that's actually worked out. Shane Langeliers is pretty solid. Sean Murphy, and he's more than solid. That was a dumb statement by me. But Sean Murphy trade. Hey, Esteury Ruiz has turned into a really good player for the Marlins.
Is he now?
He's got over a 110 WRC plus. He had 3 walks last night. The Marlins are doing great with their dumpster finds. This could be interesting. A surprise pick at 9. Not one that anyone's going to get right in their mocks. But yeah, I mean, Burress runs well. I don't think he's going to play center field, but hits the heck out of the ball. Doesn't chase too much. On that, when I talked about turning everyone into a percentile, Drew Burress was 10th best percentile data. His chase rate is 17.5. He could miss a little in the zone with a 108.8 exit velocity, 90th percentile exit velocity. That's a really good profile. That's a profile that could turn into a middle of the order hitter. So yeah, good on the Athletics.
Oh, they did. This is we did
that at the time. I mean, we wish nothing but the best for any of the Nailers, but we were so tired of everyone who was like, they got to draft Miles Naylor. People want him to take Miles Naylor in the comp round, and wasn't that the 24 draft, right? Instead of Doughty, people were mad when I'm like, no, the last thing you want, Miles Naylor. You're going to
get the same thing this year with.
Not as bad, actually. Because we had the 2 Naylor brothers. It was worse that year. Miles Naylor has the worst combination of these guys. He's got Bo Naylor. He's got Bo's power and Josh's defense. And I'm like, he's not. This isn't the good of it here. Everyone seemed to say spoil. So if we believe Joe Doyle, who is typically really great on all this, it's AJ Gracia.
He got one pick wrong already today, though.
He did. So we'll see. But it's at a commercial break anyways. So Gracia, I ended up with 18th on my board. I didn't expect him to be that high on my board because as I was doing write-ups, I'm like, man, his exit velo is really low. And he had some injury issues this year, and his transfer to Virginia didn't go well. But it was such a bad draft. He kept moving up because I was like, I don't even know. Honestly, there is no player who I really loved that much from about 13 to 30. Those guys were very intermixable. And a lot of years, all of them would have been 25 or later. This year had a really weak middle class. And, AJ Gracia, is a player I had going like 30th in this draft because he had a bad year, because he struggled with contact. I'm kind of curious to look and see. I was kind of hoping the Braves would take Tyler Bell because I had him to the Braves in my way too early mock draft. But like AJ Gracia is that guy who was a top 10 pick entering this year. So let's see. I got Rock Chalowski right, and I got Grady Emerson right. But I said
Are they going to go Gio Rojas?
No, they're saying Gracia is what Joe is saying.
The Braves?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see. I had the Atlanta Braves because they were supposed to pick 6th, and so they're picking 9th because of moves ups. I had them at 6, taking Tyler Bell, with Gio Rios as the sleeper. And I had AJ Gracia going to the Rays at 7 because this was before the lottery, was my way too early mock. So, it's kind of interesting to look at. If this ends up being the case, Gracia he's not a great batted ball performer this year. His data went down. He really struggled. He didn't chase. He makes contact. 103.5, 90th percentile exit velocity is very low. So, but the year before that, he's at a 106. So you're hoping maybe you can make some swing changes. Also interesting because the Braves have gone almost exclusively shortstops and pitchers. So this is a player that's different for them. But if you feel like you can help him get back to the old exit velocity, like he was a guy who was widely considered a top 10, maybe a top 5 pick in the fall. So I feel like what we're seeing is teams are buying on what they did a year ago and not as much this year because this year was so ugly.
Yeah, the A system just is so good. I mean, Devin Taylor, Leo DeVries. That is AJ Gracia. There you go.
Yep.
But yeah, Jamie Arnold. I mean, that system's just unbelievable. You add Drew Burress to it, and they took Kurtz. Like, A system is stacked right now.
So I had Gracia.
They might have a chance that when they get to Las Vegas, that team might be pretty good. They I mean, they're going to need Arnold to work out, and then
he's struggling a bit. They're going to have to trade for pitching at some point.
Is he struggling? Wow.
Yeah, Arnold's struggling in AA.
But yeah, so
he did. They gave him a hard assignment.
He's walking a lot. He's not striking many batters out. Surprising.
Yeah. So when you're looking right now, this is good for Cleveland because 2 guys who are more projected to go in the 20s have now gone in the top 10. So that's going to push some talent down the board. And the rumor was that KC could do something weird. Atlanta, I always felt like it was a hard comp. Andre Ether at the year for a comp for Gracia. How does he have a 60 grade power tool with a 103 exit velocity? Like, that's why the Dan O'Dowd evaluation is just terrible. Like, I maybe I should be holding my tongue or being more because, could be someone that I meet someday. Highly unlikely. He had a 103 exit velocity. That is well below average. Well below average. Like, the biggest concern with him right now is exit velocity. The hit tool is what you believe in. The exit velocity and power is the concern. That whole page doesn't make any sense. Like I said, I understand relatively the logic of this pick. I don't understand it over some of the other players, but I have to assume this is a big underslot signing for them and that they're going to, much like Kansas City,
going
to get multiple guys later.
Didn't he have better exit velos a year ago?
He did. It was 106 a year ago. But it's also weird to see them drop that much. He did have some health issues. Let's see, let me look. I think it was 106 a year ago. Sorry, it's 105, so it's still mediocre at best.
Yeah. Yeah, really. I mean, unless they think that his swing is geared up to pull the ball in the air, that's all I can think of.
So we do have to say Virginia has changed because Gracia was at Duke and he followed his coach from Duke to Virginia. And the Virginia coach, did he go to Mississippi State? Was that it? Right? Isn't he the Virginia's coach a year ago left and went to a different program?
Yeah. Chris Pollard was the Duke guy. He went to Virginia.
Yeah, so he followed his coach there. So it's not, the whole, like in the past, one of the big issues with Virginia with the previous coach is that none of the guys could use their lower half. Like I remember like Mike, here's a big miss. I put Mike Pappy and Mike Conforto with similar grades. And then I spent a lot of time when Mike Pappy was in AA watching him play. It's kind of the same issue with Jordan Smith, though he wasn't a Virginia hitter, but these big, strong dudes that should hit for power and aren't, it's because they're all torso. There's no legs. they have not integrated their body in their swings, and it's like you're never like it's just not going to work. And that was kind of the past issue with Virginia. But yeah, I mean, I gotta think this is a underslot sign to do more. I also think that the Braves should go crazy in this year's draft because you're going to be good next year, and you've got multiple high picks. That this should be the team that like spends so much money that they lose their first rounder. Like I think this would be the year to do it.
Cleveland's not taking Daniel Jackson in 19. A, he's not a catcher. B, he's right-handed. They haven't taken a college right-handed hitter. What do we say it was? Danny Peoples in 92?
In the 90s.
And Jackson's just not a catcher, so he doesn't have positional value. And
Georgia's track record is really ugly, and there's a lot of rumors about cheating at that program, and that's going to make it trickier. Tyler Bell to the Rockies. I think this is a fantastic selection.
I love that. You know, you did say the Rockies would be conservative, and I guess that's I wouldn't really say that's conservative because like he's probably one of the best players on the board at that point. Like,
he is my highest rated player left. He had a fantastic year, absolutely destroyed the SEC with one working shoulder. Teams are afraid of him because of he's going to have labrum surgery on his non-throwing shoulder, and labrums are tricky. I mean, I think back all the time.
Switch hitter, and that shoulder is his elite shoulder when he's a right-handed hitter.
Yeah. But he, you know, it's in Michael Brantley and everything went through. Like labrums are tricky. They're probably the scariest injury for a hitter. But I mean, he just hit everything. He was a really high pick by. He's like a second rounder by the Rays, and they didn't get him done. And I mean, I really like Tyler Bell throughout this whole process. And
it's a great pick for them. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, it's just everything is good in that profile.
Are you pretty sure he's going to stay short?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, outside chance he went to second base, and guess what? As we saw with like as much as everyone wants to hit Bazana, it's like second base is not a deep position in baseball. So even if you have to move him to second base, especially with I mean, it wasn't a strong shoulder, but it's like he's going to be. It's a great pick. It's a great value. He fell to them. That's awesome. So we now have. I think we have France and the UK in here, and maybe Australia as well. So it's an international crowd. Thank you for joining us. And again, not all Guardians. So if you want to ask about your team, I think we're showing that we're giving a lot of, comments and statements about every pick. So.
Mm-hmm. This is Pete from Down Under. This is our Australian contingent right here. Anybody falling at night? What is this? They have like a band in here. Whose band is this?
I don't know.
What's happening here? I mean, I'm all for introducing some flair and some excitement into baseball, but I'm just very confused right now.
Danny Brand, we both, enjoyed a lot of his content this year, said that Rose was the Padres target at 21 if he got there.
Yeah, I mean, that's surprising. They've been so heavy on prep arms. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete says it's 4 a.m. in Australia, so you are a trooper, man, getting up on. Let us know how Sunday's going over there. Yeah, anybody who excites us at 19. I mean, I don't know. I want Coons. I'd love to have Fluky. I want a college arm. I don't want any college arm, but my favorite group in this class or this year's draft is the college pitching. I think there's plenty of good college pitching to be had. Okay, so they're switching over to MLB Network now. It seems like.
Okay.
Which again, just unbelievable marketing. Like, hey, you're gonna see the first 10 picks on one channel, and then you have to go to another channel to go see the rest of the draft. Like, why?
So here's Nationals picker Hakapian. Again, one of my consistent themes was that, with these two picks that I thought these were going to be college players because of the fact that, new front offices and Paul Tabuni comes from Boston. Boston's been really conservative in their drafts. Hakapian had the best batted ball data in my data set, but he also didn't have the best performance in the SEC. He doesn't have a home position. Let's see if I pull up I got all my things across various spots here. Let's see. So Chris Hakapian in the SEC, he was okay. He hit 302, but only a 394 on base, 538 slug. struck out about 13% of the time, walked 14% of the time, was just kind of average. Just kind of a very average production. I'm sure his batted ball data wasn't as strong at the bottom. And then you're hoping he'll be a second baseman, but he was a DH almost the entire year. I had him 12th overall. I had multiple players, but I'll say this too. At this point in the draft, I think the highest rated player who has slid is Jacob Lombard, who I was not as high on. I have him in the mid-teens. Yeah. And it's like guys with contact issues. And it goes back to my wild theory that I brought up. That could the Giants sneak him all the way down? We'll have to wait and see on that.
I had Lombard 15.
I think I might have had him at 14, but I even that felt like I was like, I'm buying the eggs of last year. I had him at 13, but I'm just like, even then I didn't love it. Because like I said, once I got past the top 10, everything kind of
yeah. And the best player left, if you're saying Hakapian's going next, then the best player left on my board is Ryder Helfrich.
Yep, Helfrich is, and then Hughes. Only two guys left in the top 10. I
ended up putting Tyler Spangler at 12. By the way,
I have him at 30.
I'm a pretty big believer there that he's going to be a good player, because that's another guy to watch out for at 19, because that's a guy that came into the year with top 10 hype, and if he's there at 19, that would represent Cleveland's favorite thing to do, which is take a guy who's falling. I saw someone ask about Gio Rojas, and I don't think I would not take a prep pitcher in the first round.
No, I mean, I wouldn't in general. I think like Gio Rojas is a very nice, very clean prospect. He's young for the class.
No, he's older. He's 19, isn't he?
No, I thought he was younger for the class.
No, he's 19. He turned 19 like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, last week. Well, I should look at my own write-ups. Let's see. I don't believe in high school pitchers, so I don't have any.
That is a good program. That program has produced a lot of really good players. So
let's see, big kid, strong velocity, good delivery, athletic, skinny, easy to dream on more. His secondaries both look good with high spin.
Someone's got a question. The Reds at 18.
Well, we've heard so many different rumors on them. Like that could be a Liam Pearson landing place. A lot of Trevor Condon right there. It's kind of bounced all around. I'm trying to think. A year ago, didn't they take one of the many shortstops in the class a year ago? Isn't that what the Reds did? One of the lot of prep shortstops.
Yeah, Seth Hernandez has been good. Jeff has been saying that Seth Hernandez was the exception of the rule.
Yeah. Seth Hernandez, I put just like 11th a year ago.
If this pick by the Angels is true, by the way, I think everyone's going to be bowled over. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this is what it's saying right now.
Yeah, a lot of people are fans, and he's a California kid, and
I just think there's so much risk there.
Oh, there is. You're drafting a junior in high school, like you're drafting.
Not only that, but like you're counting on. I felt he was better as a pitcher. You liked him more as an outfielder.
I think he was a hitter. Yeah, I think it's safer. Like he's 14th on my board. It's not a bad value if they take him at 12.
I moved him way down. I have a lot of just too much. It's too much risk for me personally.
The answer here is not, because he is one of the rawest kids in this class. As a pitcher, he needs to work on cleaning up mechanics. He's showing 2 off-speed offerings. It is funny he's going to the Angels, because I do think he's a legit 2-way guy. Like I would let him be a 2-way guy for now.
Yeah.
Both him and Lucas Naraki, who pulled his name out of the draft.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and Naraki pulled his name out of the draft as well today. So when I'm looking at Gridlinger, the reason I like him as an outfielder is it's a smooth stroke, high contact rates. He's a big kid. His brother hits for an absolute ton of power at Tennessee. He'll be a first rounder next year. Trent, as a catcher out of Tennessee, it's a strong bloodline family. Like I think he's going to get the power. I think he makes great contact, and as Scott is saying, it is new management, but it's just a new GM. It's still the same scouts.
They don't have a GM technically. It's
an advisor for the year, right?
Advisor, yeah.
But it's also a position where like I can't share the things I've been told, unfortunately. But like I've just heard that like a lot of people view it as their job is to build a good resume while they're there. Let's put it that way. So
I mean, I personally don't want.
I don't
want
think
LeBron at 19.
and here's the thing. I think the answer is no, because what are we seeing in the draft? It's the same thing we see every single year. So if I go to my big board, you look at what's happening. Hey, prep pitchers falling. You know what's rising? College hitters. Every college hitter of note is going. Roses and Gracias are going early. Like, we don't have many college hitters left. I don't think Stroh-Snyder is like in that kind of high pick range. I could be wrong, but it's like at this point you've got Helfrich, you have Reese, and you've got LeBron, or probably the next three guys in terms of the external value. And I just think, every single year it's the same story, that the bats rise. College prepared hitters go early, and risks slide, because you can find risks at any point in the draft. You can't find safety later. So it's now being reported that now we're 2 picks ahead. That's going to be Condon and the Cardinals. Condon is a player I moved all the way up and then moved all the way back. He's in the low 20s. This is a bit of a
you
number
liked
draft.
him a lot more than I did originally.
I did. Well, I liked him because, I think the hit tool is clean. He's a 70 runner. He's a strong kid. He's a center fielder who,
that load in his swing just is too weird.
He does. He has a load in his swing, which I don't love the moving parts. Allows him to get to some more power. But then Baseball America, by report, had him hitting 106 on his exit velocities. I'm like, okay, well, I got to move him up because that's plus power range for a high school kid. Then he went to the combine and had really bad exit velocities. And that's the problem now, because he's a physically maxed kid. He's a smaller kid, hugely muscular. You're betting on high contact rates, speed
there's
and
not a lot
defense.
of projection left.
So you're kind of hoping he becomes something similar to a less fast, better on base skills to what Victor Scott, right? Like, it's not a dissimilar profile. And everyone's like, well, he's a young kid. I get that, but unless he adds a few inches, look at pictures of Trevor Condon. He is built. There isn't room to add more. It's it's like, I also get when people are like, Travis Bazzana might be physically maxed. I'm like, yeah, he might be. Certain guys are built. Clint Frazier was built. He was maxed when they drafted him. So I think.
Where do you think Chris Hackapian ends up playing as a pro?
Second base is where I try him before moving him to, left field, first base.
Yeah.
It's an Ian Happy-end profile to me.
I really like Hackapian. I mean, the data was great on him, wasn't it?
But it was a small sample because of his injuries. That was the issue.
And it was a leg injury, right?
Yeah, and then let me look. I actually have more data on him that I got later on. So if I open this up, let's see. Hackapian, here we go. Extreme platoon splits. Hit lefties well, struggled against righties. I mean, destroyed left-handed pitching, but righties he was average against. Exit velo of 90.9 average, 19.2 barrel, 40.5 hard hit, 35 pull, launch angle of only 9.8. So there's a lot of similar things to Zion Rose in that profile. So they announced Gridliner as an outfielder? Okay, so he's not going, and that's what I thought.
Okay. Yeah, you were right. Yeah, you said he was going to be an outfielder. I don't know. I really liked his stuff as a pitcher. I know you were worried about his delivery, but interesting. Yeah. That's an interesting pick for the Angels, though, considering it's the first time they've gone prep in quite some time. What was their last prep pick in the first round? Do you remember?
No, I have to look. I mean, let me just go through their picks. I mean, I can find out quickly. But it looks like, and they're saying Lombard to the Marlins, which is really interesting because that goes back to more what they did in their first year than in last year. And the first year's class has not worked out for them. So again, the Marlins selection, why that's just a weird choice, I think, to a degree. But they're talking about Gridlinger, outfielder. I'm trying to see. So since we're not watching, everything just says outfielder. So not giving him a chance to pitch. And I do kind of agree with it just because I think he's more raw there. Well, there's elite traits as a hitter in terms of like contact and eye. And again, the belief that he can add power because he comes from like a strong family. He's not filled out. He's not physically maxed out. I don't mind this. It's just the fact that, I mean, maybe they're finally going to say, hey, it's time for a long rebuild. But the problem is, can you get the GM to do it, right? Who is the GM who is going to take this job with Moreno there and knowing that he's going to undercut you at every turn? Last time, Jordan Adams was the last pick by the A's or the Angels in 2018.
Who was it?
Jordan Adams, who I believe just returned to college football, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, great pick right there. Great
2018.
pick. Very good pick. Looks like they're using more of the better crew on this this broadcast, maybe.
So, and I think the year before that was Joe Adell.
Oh yeah, that one. I mean, that's worked out enough, I guess.
Has it relative to where he was taken though? That's
true.
So let's see, Joe Adell. I guess he's the 10th overall pick. He's been worth 1 WAR over 500 games. To give you an idea, like their second round pick that year, Griffin Canning, has been worth 5.3 WAR in 128 games.
Wow.
So,
oh no, they're back to Harold Reynolds now. Fantastic, as they should be. I don't think they talk to Harold Reynolds enough, honestly. Give me more Harold Reynolds. Give me more.
We'll get into this again. They're not taking Tommy. He's going to the White Sox. Tommy was never in. They don't, very intentionally, and I think it's actually kind of them, they're never going to draft anyone's kid. They're never going to do that. They don't want to put that added pressure on a guy. It's a hard enough situation to come up. They are never going to draft a Manny kid, a Bell kid, a Tommy kid. That's never going to happen. The only time
they take David Bell. Didn't they draft David Bell?
I mean, that was that was years ago. Yes, they did draft David Bell, but it's a different new cycle nowadays than it was back then.
That's the last I can think of they're doing that.
The last one I can think of is when they took drafted Tom Hamilton's son.
I mean, that was a courtesy pick, though.
Yes,
not like a real time. Landon Tomey's a real prospect.
8 times Justin was talking about so the Law and Order sound.
I think it's just my microphone.
I think I just heard a click over there. I think it might be something with the microphone.
The click is from my standing desk, but
okay. Well, Miguel Cairo didn't play for the org though. He wasn't like one of the stars of the org.
Yeah, we're talking about guys who play like Manny Ramirez, like those things. Yeah.
Let's see.
So you said Bell, and you meant Albert Bell, and I was thinking Buddy Bell. I don't know why that's where my mind went.
Again, Joe Adell isn't as good as people think. He makes some saving plays and stuff, but he has been a below league average hitter almost his entire career. Last year was the exception. If you go and you look at what he's doing this year, it's nothing special again. Joe Adell is probably the most overrated player we get asked about consistently.
Yeah,
he has a lot of home runs and he's right-handed, but he's not good. He's a below average player.
Last year was the only year he had a positive WAR above in the he had 0.2, 0.1.
People look at home runs and nothing else, but it's like he's a bad defender. I know he makes some great steals, but that doesn't matter. It's notification sound being picked up by a microphone. Well, I don't have any notifications on, so it's not me. Is it on your end?
I'll take my phone off of
so let's see. Let's go back through the other ones. And Tommy, I don't think they would take LeBron, but we'll see. I don't even think he's going to be there. So the problem with Ace Reese is he chases a lot. He expands a lot. And I have him kind of lower on my board because of it. I thought he'd be higher, and I moved him down. I mean, for me, my top 5 available right now would be Ryder Helfrich, Logan Hughes, Cam Flukie, Cade Townsend, and then Aiden Robbins, who I'm probably too high on, but just like in a class like this, I just didn't see a lot of good things. So let's talk Jacob Lombard, who's supposedly going to the Marlins. What I find fascinating about this is 2 years ago, they took PJ Morlando, and I'm blanking on the kid in the second round. He was an Alabama high school kid. And PJ Morlando is a lot like Jacob Lombard, where it's a guy who's
Oh, yeah.
Value peaked in the fall, was viewed as arguably, one of the top hitters, if not the top. Emerson was always above Lombard, but Lombard was close. So, and then, big swing and miss rates, things like that. So, I mean, I had Lombard 13th on my board, and he's going to go, 13th to the Marlins, or am I behind? I'm trying to think now. Condon was 13th, so this will be 14th. So, I mean, it's technically a good value. I just don't think that there's just a lot of talent I would have taken ahead of him. I'm happy this is happening. I like this selection. It's just looking at these two picks back to back. I had Condon at 22. Again, he's an up the middle speed guy. I don't think he's going to hit for enough power to be anything more than average there. And then with Jacob Lombard, it's a big risk. He chases, and the number one reason guys fail is because they chase or they get hurt, and he chases. So you are betting on helping him, chase less. And that's the reason why he's here. That's why a guy who has bloodlines for days, I believe he might even be young for the class, who has big exit velocity and power potential. Why is that guy available? And it's, there's no character issue or anything like that. So it's because the one thing that he really stinks at is the number one reason a player ends up failing.
Chase.
Yeah.
No,
trading away the comp pick's fine. Again, if you look at what the Pirates just got, comp picks aren't that valuable, and it's not a great deep class.
Or it's a failure because they didn't know that Austin Hedges was going to turn into a stud hitting catcher.
Doesn't matter at his age; you still need someone who can be.
They didn't need Patrick Bailey. Austin Hedges is the king of catchers now.
No, he's not going to Miami. You don't take a pick in the top 15. The only top 15 pick that is not signed in recent years, and that player actually signed, was Kyler Murray, and then he decided to go on.
Miami's pick already in?
Yeah, but he's saying, do you think falling to 14 is that he might be heading to college?
No.
I don't think so. He's signing with Miami. Every single player, when you select him, for the most part, the deal is in place.
Tyler Bell was the last one that didn't. That was a second rounder.
There was a few last year. We had wasn't Chris Lavonis pretty recent? Not Lavonis. Who's the kid who's at Wake who you liked a lot? Yeah, was it Lavonis?
Lavonis.
Didn't he go in the second? We had a few second round picks last year. We're seeing it happen more. It's not the most common thing, but a top 15 pick never happens. I mean, Arizona just gets to sit here at 15 and take the best player on their board. And until they made their trade to get Gabriel Moreno's, another organization that had struggled to find a catcher, it's a great value. I understand, we've talked about how you don't want to swing and miss too much, and the batting average, he is a sub 300 batting average guy. There's not a lot of sub 300 batting average guys from the college ranks who are successful, but hits the heck out of the ball. He's a really strong defensive catcher. He does a lot of things super well. I think his chase rate isn't that bad. I think he just misses in the zone. Confirm that.
Kind of sounds like, according to JJ Cooper, that the Marlins kind of bought Lombard down the board.
I mean, I think they might have agreed. I mean, they might have bombed down the board, but I also think we saw all these prep guys go higher. I think there was just not as many. I don't think he was valued as highly as a lot of people thought, because again, that's
one of my favorite picks. I mean, like I said, I didn't even like George Lombard. So,
but yeah, I think Arizona is crushing it here.
Did they take Helfrich?
Yeah,
that's a great pick.
Yeah, it's a high value pick. Are they trying to compare? Doing some Grady Emerson stuff. I was like, what is going on my screen right now?
Is that Grady Emerson? I thought, no, I think that's Lombard.
Oh, is it?
They're comparing him to Bobby Wood Jr. Oh, sure. Why not? Everybody. Yeah. Why not?
They compare everyone to it. Sorry, I'm just going to update. So I had Lombard. He's at 13. We have Helfrich at 15. And now there's only, unsurprisingly, one player left from my top 10. Best available: Logan Hughes, Cam Flukie, Cade Townsend, Bo Lawrence, Aiden Robbins. And then I actually do have Snow Strider 6. 7 would be Liam Peterson. 8 would be Tegan Coons, 9 is Hunter Dietz, and 10 is Archer Horn. Those are my top 10 players available. He's just got too much. He's got too much swing and miss.
Well, the backflip.
Yeah.
Go look up Courtney Hawkins. Courtney Hawkins did a backflip at the 2012 draft on stage, and go see what happened to.
Go look up Johnny Tincher, who the Guardians.
Yeah, Johnny Tincher. Yeah, Courtney Hawkins didn't work out. Johnny Tincher was a low pick, but
he was.
Courtney Hawkins famously did a backflip on stage at the 2012
and
draft.
Boy, the White Sox were so pissed off about it.
Yeah, and that worked out great for them. So, according to Joe, I think most people are on board with the spoilers, right? So, according to Joe Doyle, Rojas to the Rangers. That's an interesting pick for them.
I think I gave Rojas to. I either gave him to the Rangers or I gave him to the Diamondbacks. I don't really remember from last night, but I thought it'd be like in this range. I thought it would make a lot of sense.
What, though, I like how this is shaping up for Cleveland. They've got some picks available to them. Like, I kind of like where this is going for Cleveland. They've got some options.
So, Rojas is just it's a very clean profile. Good athlete, rail thin though. Good clean athlete, left-hand pitcher.
Good high school program.
Could add some more. Like, I understand it. I would never do it because the risk is just way too high. But I understand what the Rangers are doing. The funny thing is, they had been pretty conservative until a year ago. Then they took Gavin Fine, and then they immediately traded him, and he's been kind of poop for Washington as one of the centerpieces. So yeah, there's that with the Rangers going back and getting another prep talent here, but yeah, I guarantee you, Harold Reynolds is going to speak glowingly. Oh, he probably already did. I'm sure he's probably calling Jacob Lombard the pick of the draft. If you want the other side of it, the last time the Florida Marlins took a prep talent who was predicted to go in the top 10 in the teens, Khalil Watson.
Oh, okay. So future Guardian. There you go. Jacob Lombard is going to play for the Guardians at some point.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Sawyer Soschreider is a draft-eligible sophomore from TCU, had a great freshman year, had a very middling sophomore year. Speed power guy, tends to swing and miss too much, low batting average, which again, people are like, hey, you're Mr. Stats, and why do you care about batting average? Batting average matters more in college than the pros because you're facing a lower level of competition. These guys are going to face, you should be able to make enough contact to be a 300 hitter. When you're a sub 300 hitter, it's a big red flag. That's why I think, why did Ryder Helfrich slide, even though he doesn't chase that much? He actually doesn't miss in the zone because he still was a sub 300 hitter, even with his traits and his exit velos. I mean, I really debated this. You might be right.
I like Brunson. I do. I think, he's also a guy who's going to play center. He didn't play center, right? Or no, did he play center?
He played center, yeah.
Yeah. His data was all really good. Guy didn't chase a lot. He a little bit less and makes contact, good exit velos. He also didn't really perform all that great too. That was another guy we were like,
yeah, I didn't.
If the data is so good, why didn't he produce better?
Yeah, that was my concern.
10 homers for a guy who hits the ball hard.
Yeah, the
great athlete though.
Ryder Helfrich, it was the highest available player left on my board. No doubt catcher, really came into his own this year. Big exit velos, calls a great game, strong arm. He didn't have a ton of swing and miss, and he really worked to improve that. So, you're looking at kind of a power first hitter, but is a strong defensive catcher, and I think great value.
See, that's my preference for catchers, just because there's the demand for defense, at least for Cleveland is. Have a guy who's got a great arm to control the run game and then hit for power.
Stroh-Snyder is a lefty. I assume that's the handiness question in there.
Yeah, the Cape Cod League has kind of because of the way NIL works and transfers.
Yeah,
a lot of
It's
the best
fallen off.
players are not going to the Cape anymore. A lot of teams would rather their players are not going to the Cape because they don't want them getting picked off in the transfer portal. So you're seeing the Cape kind of come down in terms of.
I got to interrupt you. Look at the defensive run saved right now on the screen. Look at the framing with Helfrich compared to his peers. Like,
is it? I don't see it. Oh,
I saw it up on Peacock, but like Helfrich is truly an elite defender with plus power potential from the right side.
Yeah.
But sorry to interrupt.
I mean, that's good for Daniel Jackson. We keep saying he's not a catcher, but that's only because he's too tall, right?
I mean, he's kind of big. He's also he's a good athlete, but he doesn't move his feet well.
It's also Georgia.
Yeah. So. I mean, we'll talk about some of the stars. Like Logan Hughes is one of the stars. Like Chris Hakapian was a star of the Cape. We may not be mentioning the stars of the Cape. Chris Hakapian was great in the Cape. Aiden Robbins was great in the Cape. Logan Hughes, D. Kennedy, who we'll talk about at some point, was great in the Cape.
You still want to be good in the Cape. You still want to be good there, but I don't think it carries the weight it used to. And we saw last year, Cleveland kind of went away from their reliance on guys who have great Capes. So I have Tegan Kuhn's a lot higher than most people. I think I'm a little higher on him than you, Jeff.
I got him like 21.
I am at 16. Yeah, I'm a big believer in Kuhn's. I mean, the stuff is really good. I like the delivery. I think he's a perfect kind of guy that Cleveland can work with and improve things. Like fastball's good. He's got a breaking ball I really like. So that's a guy I would go after at night. If they took him at 19, I would not be upset.
Yeah, it's kind of the area. I mean, that's the thing though. It's a really nice college pitcher group. Honestly, like if they kept the 30th overall pick, I would say that they should try to, take a top available player and then get a pitcher at 30. Like that's to me what the depth of the draft is likely to be is a college arm at 30.
Yeah, I'd be fine with. Well, I don't know. The Cape is the Cape Cod League in Massachusetts, so it's the islands. Are they called islands? I guess I don't know.
It's just like the peninsula, like the Cape Cod
off of Massachusetts.
Chesapeake.
The Cape Cod League, which is
it's the number one wood bat league.
Yeah, college. It's where college players go to play in the summer, and they use wood bats in that league to get.
That's where Sean Casey got the nickname the Mayor. Was his?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where it came from. Was his time there and him just like seeming to like know everyone and like just be the nicest guy in baseball. But yeah, the elite of the elite go there. So if you're a small school guy, it's a chance to prove you belong. It's a chance. Like Nick Gonzalez from New Mexico, who's now on the Pirates. There's a big coming out party for him. But it's also a wood bat league. So when a guy goes out there and really struggles, like my one that kind of made me realize I need to give more value is Will Craig, a third baseman from Wake Forest, who like dominated, played in a bandbox at Wake and then was terrible in the Cape and everything else. So, it's a good marker. It's one of those things though. It's less impactful about if they do great. It's like, oh, that's a positive sign. But if a guy struggles, then you're really concerned.
Yeah. There's not a lot of examples of guys who struggle out there and go on to be good in the pros. I'll be curious to see how that changes over the next few years with the less talented players going out there. So it's harder to evaluate, but yeah.
And again, I'll say every year we have the same discussion. Rojas just went and the draft. I'm sure they're like, oh, why did it take so long? Because prep arms are risky as heck. I did the data from a year ago. It's like, if you want an all-star, you draft a college arm. It's not the prep arms. Prep arms are a huge risk. They are a huge risk. They don't pay off as well. And so why spend a huge risk if it doesn't have a potential huge payout? So yeah, Rojas isn't, a guy who was a top 10 on a lot of boards, was not mine, but he's here because there's a lot of good tools and traits, but because prep arms always fall. Like this is what we see anymore. Prep arms fall.
Mm-hmm.
It's a too big of a risk. And there's a lot more people like me who kind of are like, I want nothing to do with them. I don't think LeBron is a possibility because they don't take right-handed hitters, and I believe Justin LeBron is right-handed.
Yep, he is. Yeah.
They're not taking Justin LeBron. Like
he also chases too.
Not too bad. He's in the range with the other guys.
Is he?
Yeah. If I go and I was looking at him.
I mean, it's 19%, so I guess.
I mean, that's good. That's lower than Lavalette or Schubart or any other guys from a year ago. Sub 20 is solid, and his exit velo is good. But I mean, I also don't think he can stick at shortstop, and his swing is not. He needs some swing work too. So
He's also terrible in the SEC. So
yeah, so I have his data because I'm someone who took the time to hand enter all of the data. So this is what Justin LeBron did in the SEC. A year ago, he was bad, so we were tracking it to see did he improve because everyone knew this was the big bugaboo. Facing the SEC, which is a level that's, I don't know, the equivalent of maybe low A, not below low A. It's not even low A. He hit 239 with a 322 on base and a 407 slug. His OPS was 729. He struck out 22% of the time and walked 10% of the time. So he struck out nearly twice as much as he walked while playing in a very low level. He doesn't match. He doesn't match their style of. Sliding talents, but he's not their type of hitter, and he's not too good. It's just he's a fun name because his last name's LeBron. But I have him 34th on my board. I don't think he's going to stick at shortstop. He struggled facing good competition.
I'd be disappointed if
his swing mechanics aren't good. Like he's overrated.
I am 39th on my board, so I'm with you.
And a lot of people, good people I know. Yeah, I like him more than Jace. But I wouldn't be quite as upset. Like his strikeout percentage is not at JCN level, but I mean, again, this team doesn't take right-handed hitters early. Because the game takes too long. Like there's no point in drafting a bullpen arm. The best relievers were guys who were starters. You take a guy who was a starter in college, you trim up the mix, and you make him a reliever.
Well, Cade Smith was an undrafted free agent, but
yeah. But for the most part, you're seeing a lot of the top end guys were starters to begin with, and no one moves quickly. Oh, so wait, did the last of my favorites just get drafted?
I don't know.
Did Logan Hughes to the Astros? Someone else agreed with me in terms of, which is funny because I like Bryce Matthews a lot as well. Yep, they're taking Logan Hughes. So that was my guy.
Wow.
Okay,
wow,
so
good call, Jeff.
I really like Logan Hughes a ton. So I have him 10th on my board. The Astros are grabbing him here. He might be a left fielder. He might be a first baseman. He is 5'11". If he's an outfielder, he's going to be, that mom needs to be cut off right now. But he's undersized. Okay. And he's not a great defender. And he plays low value positions. But he's great in the Cape.
I just saw that. Yeah, no, that's not right.
No, that's not right. That mom needs to be cut off.
Doing the Macarena. Okay.
But Hughes.
Where did you have Hughes on your board?
10th. He was 10th on my board. Because I think it's plus hit plus power and a chance for like 65 grade power. Like he just constantly hits the ball hard. Good approach.
Joe Doyle says the Reds are taking LeBron, so good.
Yeah, I don't see it with him. But yeah, I see it with Hughes. Like it's like I said, it's the funniest thing. Like I read off Keith Law's profile on him where it's like it says glow to Justin off air once. And it's a glowing profile. Like wasn't it? Like
Cam Flukie is available then for Cleveland.
He is. So, but Hughes, it's this glowing profile. Like everyone thinks he can hit. Everyone thinks he's going to hit for power. Everyone thinks he's a good player. It's just, he's sub 6 feet and he's probably a left fielder or first baseman. And I don't know. I just think that he is. Yeah, I think he's 55 or 60 hit, and I think he is 60 power. But he's getting underrated because of size and position. So great pick by the Astros. Love that pick for them.
I hope it's Cam Flukie at 19. I do. That'd be great value to me at 19. Like that could be like another Gavin Williams pick where Gavin fell to them because of health concerns. I know people said that Flukie wasn't quite as good when he came back from his rib injury, but like the rib injury was it was fluky, like literally, like it's not a concern injury wise because it's not something you see a lot of. So
I'll also say too, Houston Astros wanted to get more left-handed. That's Hughes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that helps there. Justin LeBron. Okay, so it's an interesting pick with there because we all know the story, right? We know the situation. But, when you're looking, I don't think he's going to stick it short. I think maybe center field. I think there's a lot of work to be done on his defense. There's a lot of work to be done on his swing. There's a lot of work to be done. There's great physical tools, but he is very Jace Lavalette, where he entered this year high on the board, but high on the board with massive weaknesses that people thought could cause him to slide. Like, both guys were up because they had great sophomore years, but there was also big signs of kryptonite that could cause both of those players to take a tumble. And LeBron, 2 years in a row, couldn't hit in the SEC. SEC is tough. SEC is still not as good as organizational ball in the minors. You're facing a lot of guys who do not go on to the pros. And he was bad. And again, maybe just look at it and say, hey, Alabama hasn't done their job in terms of development, and that's fair. That they haven't had a whole bunch of guys come out of there. So, but I think, for the Reds, it's an interesting gamble. If you believe the talk leading up to it, Condon was their guy, so they had to kind of pivot to who was around. But yeah, I think, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. So before Cleveland's pick, best available, Fluky is my 1, then Cade Townsend, Bo Lawrence is 3, 4 is Aiden Robbins, who they won't take, 5 Sawyer Strosider, 6 is Liam Peterson. I would not mind Peterson here. 7 is Hughes, 8 is Dietz, 9 is Taylor Rabe, and 10 is Jack Riddell, who's one of my favorite guys in this class. As you might notice, that is incredibly college pitcher heavy, because I think we expected more college pitchers to be off the board by the time this had happened. So it has not happened yet. The college pitching run hasn't occurred. So we're kind of stuck sitting back and waiting to see. But Cleveland has a choice of college arms, because it's still only Jackson Flora off the board, right? None of the other ones have gone.
It's just Flora.
Is anyone looking at Longenhagen's Twitter? Isn't he the one who broke Lavalette a year ago?
Did he really? I don't remember that.
He's got to have a buddy with the org. He gets occasional information that's weird.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet there.
It looks like he's like barely tweeting. So
he doesn't really use Twitter much. You'd have to go to his chat on Fangraphs. I don't really follow, because I feel like he doesn't have a whole lot of information these days anymore. But
guys, the Gavin replacement is not who they draft today. It's Braylon Doughty.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's the guy, because it's Doughty should get there quicker than anyone else. So the Gavin replacement isn't here unless you're trading Doughty. So they're going to have a big, long talk here, and Cleveland's going to get no time, because they're going to want to talk a lot about Justin LeBron on TV.
Yep.
And then Boston's right after. So they'll give Cleveland about a minute total of airtime. So glad you're here joining us. We're over 300 now. Thank you all.
Yeah, cool.
Again, we'll take questions from all fan bases while we are a Cleveland Guardians-based podcast. I mean, we love the draft in general. I'll go ahead, and just in case you missed it, I'll drop the link since we've gone up a lot. Here's my own big board. It's completely free. It's on a blogger profile. I do it as a thing of love, so you can see where some of the write-ups are, some of where I stand. I think my favorite pick is Houston's right now. I gotta be honest.
Of course,
I think that is the standout.
Someone asked why it only shows through 20, because that's just what StreamYard will allow you. StreamYard, and they don't allow. There's a lot of limits on word count. So when those guys go off the board, I'll put the next ticker up.
I've had this debate with Justin. I've sent him a bunch of like random Gavin Williams trades, trying to figure things out.
Wow. Joe is saying Liam Peterson. Yeah.
Okay. So Liam Peterson I don't mind this at all. Liam Peterson is another guy who, hey, this is their sliding talent rule. He was viewed as, in the fall, he was viewed as the top pitcher in this class. And he is a big, strong kid who has had terrible production, but it's traits, and it's Florida being bad at developing traits. And, our buddy, Lance Brzezinski, who is one of the smartest people in baseball, had Liam Peterson as a number 2 pitcher in the class, compared him to Hunter Brown and Nick Pivetta. His stuff plus model is, really high on his fastball, his slider. His change is a little lower, but the big
I 22 on my board. So
I
Close enough.
had him at, let's see. So I think I had him 20 or 19. I got to look. Where's my sheet? I got too many tabs open. I had him 20th. It's a solid pick. Like Peterson has the toolbox to be an ace, to be great. And so just going to handle this in a second. So the toolbox is there. He just needs refinement and coaching. That's what Cleveland does. The one thing I do have to caution is IVB is different for college baseballs. They get IVB that no one else can get. So the IVB we've been kind of realizing is a little bit off the mark. And then in terms of other smart people I like to look at online, Timmy Chen, who just got hired by the Rockies, I think he had Peterson 5. I mean, his command, the one thing I will say it's a concern is his control has been poor, and this organization isn't great at fixing control. But his stuff is just excellent.
Yeah. I mean, Gavin had some control issues in college, too. And then it's kind of shown what it's to show up in the pros. So that doesn't shock me. Yeah, I don't mind this pick necessarily. I think it's a good pick. I there's a lot here to, and we're not saying it's different. The stat is the same. The difference is college baseballs are different. Like they are not the same. I mean, okay, so because baseball is stupid in general. Sorry, I'm just kind of doing some stuff on the side here. From AA and below, there's one baseball that's made. That teams use, and then AAA in the majors is the Major League Baseball. College, each conference is responsible for their own baseballs, so it's not a different metric between college and the pros, but it's because the baseball is a different. It's built differently in college. A lot of pitchers get more IVB, and that won't necessarily hold up in the pros.
I mean, I'm worried about the less on the reliever risk because of control. It's more that like they aren't great at fixing control.
Mm-mm. No. Yeah, I mean, it's worked. It's worked enough with Gavin Williams, I will say, who was not necessarily a big strike thrower in college, but you can see at times for him in the pros, like walks are an issue. I think I would have preferred Cam Fluky here, but like I'm not.
I would have preferred Fluky as well. But I mean, it's fine. It's not one that has me upset. I understand. My only big concern here is they have not been good at control, helping guys with control in the past. And here's a guy who one of the big knocks is his control. But he's a big, strong kid, throws a deep mix, does a lot of things well. It's weird that he hasn't had production. And then, like I said, my other personal issue is like Florida's had a lot of these guys, and we still are yet to see one breakout. Like even once they get out and back into things. I had him 20th on my board, so it's about the right range. There was not a great. I gave him Cam Fluky in my mock. I thought they might be going college arm late.
There you go. David's got it's a different leather and stitching in the baseball. Yeah.
So I'm going to do a quick now for our site. So I'm just going to pause.
Okay. I'll cover while you're gone.
Yeah, it'll take me about a minute. Hopefully I'll get this right.
Yeah, the seams are different in MLB and minors. It doesn't make. I mean, I understand why they do it from, like I said, each conference is responsible for their own baseballs. Every conference, like so, the thing that's just ridiculous and goofy is that if you play in the SEC, you've got one baseball. Someone manufactures a specific baseball for the SEC. And if you play in the Big Ten, it could be a totally different baseball. So when you go to the College World Series. I don't know. I think the NCAA provides the baseball. Could be a totally different baseball. So it's just really interesting that there's just so many different variations, and that can cloud the data. It's stupid even in the minors, because from AA and below, it's about money and cost. So it's it's produced differently in the minors, so to be cheaper, unfortunately. First college pitcher since 2021, Cleveland's taken in the first round. I much prefer this pick to Jace Lavalette last year, but yeah, it's stupid because it can mess with data, and I'm sure all the teams have a way to correct for this, or adjust for it. But it's just so funny to see like having different baseballs could lead to different data. So I'm not really sure why they have it like that.
Cost, different baseballs.
Oh, yeah, I said cost, but I'm like, it just seems stupid. I was saying that I'm sure teams have a way to account for the difference in data based on the baseball. Like I'm guessing teams do know the data is going to be different based on it, so I'm sure they have a way to account for it.
Our old friend Smokey Gator should be happy pretty much right now, right?
Oh, yeah, they took the wrong Florida player, apparently. I mean, the fun thing is, with Florida pitchers, is that they are usually undeveloped. They're underdeveloped. I know Trevor, Tommy Mace and Jack Leftwich haven't worked out, and Franco Alomar.
I mean, none of them have. That's the problem. Is so far none of these guys, and it goes beyond.
Like Brady Singer is like the best.
He's the most successful one.
Yeah. So that does give you some upside there if you believe that they're underdeveloped. That gives you some upside.
I would feel better about it if there was one successful example of a guy coming out of that program. And it's AJ Puck is your most successful player in the last, decade probably, and he had to turn into a lefty reliever. So I mean, it's like I said, there wasn't someone I was gonna love with that selection. So, oh wow, Boston goes off board. Jake Schaffner.
Not the first time they've done that.
So Jake Schaffner is fascinating. I did not expect him to go this high. I thought I was not the highest on him. Danny Brand, again, I'll mention, was high man on him. Schaffner is he's Chandler Simpson with a little less speed, but playing plus shortstop. Like there's no power at all. It's high contact, plus speed, solid defensive shortstop. Just does a lot of things well. But I mean, he's one of those guys where the exit velo is borderline. Like he might have the lowest exit velo in baseball. Like you have to make sure that he is not Nick Allen, basically. Like, is he enough past Nick Allen to be a successful player? Because the speed, the defense, the approach, those are all MLB traits. So that's a fascinating one. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get this short uploaded.
Timmy, I mean, if you believe Timothy Chen coming into the year, that's one of the guys, Tim stats that you and I like, who got hired by the Rockies. Coming into the year, he had the best plus stuff numbers in baseball, in college baseball.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff is there. I mean, there's a lot of Gavin Williams to this. There is, but it's like I said, my two big concerns. And again, I have him 20th. It's fine value, but it's like one, this is an organization that isn't the best with control, and that's a struggle for him. And that two, just the Florida of it all in general.
Yeah, I like the. I know he's tinkered with the arm angle over the years, but I really like where he's at right now with the arm angle. We'll see if Cleveland changes it, but really makes his fastball come down on a really tough angle. So Be very curious to see if they stick with that or if they make him change. I mean, the slider looks like it'll play. The curveball's got plenty of break. I don't know how the changeup is. Not necessarily. Oh, and the changeup's got movement too. Yeah. I like it. I mean, I think this is the right fit for them where they're at right now in the system. They don't have a lot of like Cal Stevens hurt and Franklin Gomez is hurt. Dowdy is the only viable pitching prospect they have right now at the upper levels. Like, we like Austin Peterson, but he's more of a 5'6" guy. So
it's just interesting because he's kind of like not their type. Like, typically they avoid high velocity guys and kind of go more velocity, figuring they can add to it. But, he's kind of different from that. Like, I mean, I legitimately thought he was a top 10 talent coming in the year.
Yeah, didn't we see? Doesn't Peterson have a little problem with extension? It's not great extension.
No, he's 6.5. He's fine.
Okay, so he's in the middle there. That's pretty good.
He's no Jack Riddell, but he's still pretty good.
Yeah. I wonder where he ends up going.
Yeah. Let me look. So here is the Lance Brzezinski information. Let me see if I can enlarge the card on. I don't know how to.
Now that we've picked, I need to make a quick run.
Okay. They did, but the problem is their problems go back before the current pitching coach. So it's a long-standing issue. I'm going to try to do something here, and hopefully I don't get myself in trouble at this. I'm going to quickly share my screen so I know, because we're Guardians Heavy Podcast. Let's see. I'm going to try and show. There we go. So you can kind of see here. Maybe not well. Make it even bigger. This is the Liam Peterson card by Lance Brzezinski. I pay for the site, so I'm just going to share the card here with everyone. The Stuff Plus models. Look at the fastball. Like, that means that's 25% better than league average, 23%. Slider, fantastic. The changeup, it's a work in progress. Curveball, great. Scores, you can see the 6.5 feet of extension. You can see his pitch movement. So you can look, like, strikes in the zone. He didn't generate as much outside the zone, but I think that's because guys were just able to be, ooh, that's interesting. Very passive. So the Padres taking Coleman Borthwick. I'll talk about that in a second. Chase rate was good. Look at the miss rate. Guys missed on his pitches at a huge amount, caused a lot of ground balls. Velocity was elite. A lot of really positives right here with him. And then I got to stop sharing. And apparently I messed up the whole screen now. So let me switch back to this. There we go. So where would he fit in our top 20 prospects? He might be 10th for me. He might. I got to go look at my list. I think he's got a chance to get into the top 10. I do like him. So Coleman Borthwick, really down the line guy for me. That's why I said that's interesting. The Padres keep taking pitchers, which is unusual. That they keep. I mean, I guess because here's why they keep doing it. When you look at the prep pitchers in this class, or you look at just prep pitchers, they tend to hold their value longer. Like, there's decent trade value in a prep arm. But Borthwick is a guy that, like, I know Carlos loves him. Like, I remember listening to an interview where he talked about all the positives and how he should be higher in the class. And I got to catch up on my big board of work. So let's see. Peterson went 19. I haven't got that in. And then at 21 is Schaffner, which I kind of like that. I mean, I had him 46 on my board because of his limitations, but if they go under slot, I kind of like what Boston did there because I do think he's a no-doubt shortstop. And then Borthwick, keep going down. This is the lowest player, item 55. He's a two-pitch guy, a righty with, so he's a two-pitch right-hander. You're working on developing traits. He's another big kid, of course, because that's all that the Padres will take. So it's interesting. It's not like, you got Carson Boloman on the board. That's only our second prep arm. You have so many interesting prep arms. Logan Schmidt, Boloman, All guys I
Did
have
Beaumont
ahead.
just go?
No, Carson Bothwick.
Oh, Coleman Borthwick just
Went to the Padres. So I just thought it was weird that he was the number 2 guy. No, he does have elite stuff. That's what we're saying. He has elite stuff. We're just worried about the control and why does a guy with elite stuff not get good production? Like, that's always my big concern. Why do guys with elite stuff not get good production? So I'll look and see who Liam Peterson's agent is.
Who are you referencing that to? That saying why don't they have good production?
I was just it's someone said that he has elite stuff, so I was just commenting. I agree that Liam Peterson himself, like, why is he? Why with his elite stuff is he not the one? So yeah, looking at overall, I mean, I think it's. I just accidentally ended up when I was trying to find who his agent is. I ended up in the Guardians Reddit, which can be an up and down experience. But all the comments were just like, I don't know who this guy is. I'm like, what? Hopefully they'll come listen to it. I couldn't find who his agent is, so I'm sorry, Brian. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, ERA is 4+, and he walks guys. Your stuff is elite. That shouldn't happen at this level. Half the guys he faces in a lineup are never going to even play minor league baseball.
But it's Florida, so
yeah. But here's the thing: Gavin was better in school. Like,
he was.
For as much, I agree. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad pick at all, but I'm just saying, like, and Gavin Williams' elite stuff has not turned into elite starter. Like, it's still been up and down at points. But like, if I go, I'm going to pull up his baseball cube data right now and see what how Gavin Williams did. But like, his walk rate his final year was pretty low, I want to say, in college. Yeah, so his final year final year at East Carolina, Gavin Williams had a walk rate of barely over 2. So he was, the walk rate was not high. He missed 14 bats. His ERA that year was under 2. His ERA in college was better. Like, Gavin Williams, fluky to the Tigers, by the way.
I hate that
value pick. But yeah, so Gavin Williams was actually like a complete dominator his last year in college. He was a stud. Liam Peterson was never a stud in college.
You want some good news, Jeff? One of our contacts is also a big Jack Riddell fan.
Is it does a person who shares a name with me?
No. This is a person who is more connected with the Guardians than that person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Really? So did you tell him that I liked him a lot?
Not yet. I will, though.
That's not in their coverage area, is it?
No, it's not.
It says a lot. I mean, so here's the thing. I am totally fine with Peterson. I think it's a solid selection. They took the 20th ranked guy at 19. Last time they took a guy who was one spot. So last time they took a guy who was one spot lower than on my board was when they took Ralphie. Ralphie, I think, was like 21, and I had him 22. It's a fine selection. It's a fine pick. I'm curious to see what the cost is in signing. But there's that part of me. It's like, I would have loved to have seen Jack Riddell so Cam Flukie. This is
if they somehow got Jack Riddell at 59, I'd be floored.
I'd be to the moon.
That's a great first 2 picks if they do that.
Yeah, but so Cam Flukie is a lot of fun. He was my highest rated player left on my board. Like I said, we hate it for the Tigers, who are our competition. It's the 22nd pick. Did I get this wrong? I feel like I already put 22nd in once, so I messed this up. So,
Gavin, go back to Gavin Williams. Sorry, 2.3 walks per 9 his senior year or his last year at ECU, and a 1.88 ERA.
Yeah, so he was an utter dominator in college.
Yeah.
So they don't really compare outside of size, but I do think there's some of that. So Flukie had a rib injury. He was not the same when he came back from it. He was a guy at the start of the year. The top 3 college arms were Flukie, Peterson, and Flora. And I liked Fluky has a deeper mix and had better production at peak than Peterson. That's why I had him higher. I think it's a great get here for the Tigers. There's no other way around it. I think he instantly becomes like a top 5 prospect for them. I didn't love Yost, who they took a year ago. When he's healthy and performing well, now there is, at the same time, like I said, Lance, we love. We had him on the show. We think he's one of the smartest people in the business. He had Peterson as his number 2 arm, and he had Fluky as his 5th arm. Fluky has more extension, but the Stuff Plus models, like overall, Fluky's Stuff Plus wasn't great. Like his Stuff Plus was kind of mediocre this year, and that's maybe what we know. What did Cleveland spend this whole offseason doing? They spent the whole offseason going for guys with big Stuff Plus. And sure, you look at Connor Brogdon, didn't work, but boy, does it worked out for Colin Holderman. They threw some darts, and that's where it is. So Jared Avankula, Justin would
Guardians
Jared.
have Jared.
Jared. It would make Justin cry if they took him in the second round. He has the combination of one of the worst chase rates and one of the lowest exit velos. Basically, if he's not
Jared Avankula is Tyler Freeman.
Oh no, Freeman actually had exit velos. He just has bad swings, flat swing. Avankula, I think your best hope is like the 100th percentile outcome is Louis Arise, and that's 100th percentile. I haven't seen Trouble with the Curve, so I can't answer this question.
I have not either. I heard it was a bad movie, and I never saw it.
Yeah, Gavin had the back injury, which had him like off some boards, and then the small school. He did have wildness at the start, but yeah, that's just he was dominant that last year. Tegan Scott, I haven't spent too much time on. I think he would get to
Blake
college.
Bowen's going to.
I don't know if he doesn't go in the second round. I would like to see him. Like if he doesn't go in the second round, then I don't see him getting picked. Is how I meant to phrase that. They're not going to take the right-handed bats, guys. Like I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but again, 80% of the guys you face are right-handed. More often than not, having a left-handed hitter who just can hit lefties is the value. That's what they're going to be looking to add, not a right-handed bat. They don't draft right-handed bats because the majority of what you face are right-handed hitters, and especially with the recent rule changes, left-handed bats are taking off this year with the challenge system. More so than ever, left-handers are seeing a massive advantage as hitters versus the right-handed compatriots. Next prep arm is, I think, Logan Schmidt and Coleman Boloman. Carson Boloman are the next two up. Cubs, it's Cade Townsend, because of course the Cubs only draft. It's like Horton, right? They only draft Cades. They like undersized Cades with good secondary offerings. I think it's a great value. I had Cade Townsend as my number 3 college arm. He was the highest rated player left on my board. If you don't like him, it's because he's 6'1" and he's had a shoulder impingement this year. If you do like him, it's just nasty stuff. It is, his some of the best off-speed pitches in the class amongst the college group. Draft eligible sophomore. Like I said, there's some health concerns, there's some size concerns, and there's some command concerns. So that's a lot of concerns. At the same time, he has just been a really excellent pitcher with some really nice just general stuff. So that makes Bo Lawrence, then Aiden Robbins, Sawyer Snowshire third, Tegan Kuhn's fourth best player left, Hunter Dietz fifth, sixth would be Archer Horn, 7 Taylor Rabe, 8 Jack Riddell, 9 Cole Carlon, and 10 Tyler Spangler.
So, I would love to get Spangler at 59.
Nah, I can't see it.
No?
No.
You don't think he gets there, or they wouldn't do it?
If he gets there, you're not signing him from Stanford.
At 59? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they won't do it.
And I don't think they're going to take him when he was part of a team that had to forfeit 5 games because of, hazing. Like, they are so careful to guard against anything at all. I don't think they would take Tyler Spangler, even though I've heard what happened and I can't share it. But it's a very, very minor stuff. But it's still there's like one guy in the organization I've heard anything negative about in the last, 2 guys in the organization I've heard anything negative about in the last 4 years. they're still in the org. Like they go out of their way to avoid even the slightest hint of impropriety.
Yeah.
I don't think Robbins gets to 59, and again, I don't think they take him because they're not. I know Percy Clancy are all about right-handed guys. They are not. They're not going to sit there and take a right-handed guy. This organization doesn't believe in
Aaron
it.
Walton. They took Aaron Walton.
Comp pick, yeah. What was Curly's a lefty though, or is he a switch? He's a switch.
No,
right?
Curly's the right-hander.
Is he righty? So maybe in round 2, but I also don't think that's necessarily where the depth of this draft is going to be in round 2. Just the way things have gone, it's pitching will probably. I mean, I think they might double up on pitching. I would not be surprised at all to see.
I really do like the college pitching in this draft, and it's not like super sexy overall, but it's pretty. There's a lot of depth.
Sorry, I'm trying to share out the now that I put together a while ago. But it is kind of funny from the Guardians' perspective of like, hey, 2 years in a row, it's like they got a guy who was listed as a top 10 pick who didn't end up going there in the fall compared to where they went. And then do one more piece of under the hood work on content. Come on. I'm not as big on Bass. I know a lot of people, his MLB Combine stuff was kind of iffy. At 19, I think Peterson's going to get just about all the money there. He was viewed as a guy who would go around that range. So I think he has a good chance to be a, just about all of the money with that pick. I don't think they're getting maybe a little bit of savings, but even then, the only upside is there's so many college pitchers on the board. The fact that they made him the second college pitcher maybe gave them a little bit of leeway, but I don't think so. Ace Reese to the Mariners, so they need more hitters, and they add Reese, who I had in this range. I thought they might go with another arm because they've had success with them. But the problem with Reese is there's just a lot of swing and miss and chase. So Ace Reese, the more I kind of dug on him, he was never going to be their guy. He just has way too much chase in his game. And I originally had him as I was writing things up in the teens, and then I just got more of his data late. He ended up being 30th on my board because he chases too much. And that's not going to be one of those things that if you want a number one reason a guy's going to fail, it's because they chase. Like I've spent a lot of time talking about like my 3-barrel approach to hitting, which is, they're the guys who don't chase at all. They don't whiff at all. They walk and they have the right launch angle. Then you have the guys who hit the ball hard but do chase, but they barrel and hit the ball hard all the time. And then you have guys who barrel hit the ball hard and don't chase, and those are your stars. Reese is, there's, maybe you're kind of hoping at the fact that someone like Reese, when I've talked on the show, if you go back to a Friday show and I talked about, hey, Gabby Arias as the hit the ball hard at third base and barrel, and maybe you have some power, like that's kind of what Ace Reese, I think you're hoping to get out of him. He was a guy that I kind of soured on throughout the process. It just, you can't chase and be successful. And his chase rate was 26 by the end of the year. His chase rate was low before the SEC, and that 26% chase rate is pretty high relative to the hitters. So he does hit the ball hard, he doesn't pull it in the air. So it's a swing that is not, you need to rework because he should be pulling the ball more, and you're never really going to fix the chase rate. So that's why Peterson tumbled to the 30th spot when he at one point looked like he was going to be in the teens to me. He's not into tweens.
Reese?
Yeah. Because that was what the Mariners, the 24th pick. Mariners, though, have been struggling to add hitters, and they have a lot of pitchers, so I get it. It's not the hitter I would have taken. I do like Aiden Robbins more. Sawyer Snowstrider more at that selection. But he was honestly the third rated prep hitter or prep college hitter left for me. So like David, I need clarification. So are they saying that are they good for information? Do we know that this is true, that he got the full slot? Is this just a thing where they, it's what they assume he's going to get full slot? I'm not familiar with Gators Wire, so I'm kind of curious to see how strong that type of information is. So it's a member of the USA Today media group.
They're what?
Gators Wire, the media group. So here are your Florida Gators first round picks, just to make you feel even worse. Jack Caglione, that's worked out. Hurston Waldrop can't stay healthy. Wyatt Langford, that's worked out. Sterling Thompson, Jonathan India, Brady Singer, Jackson Coar, Alex Fiedo, AJ Puck, Dane Dunning, Richie Martin, Jonathan Crawford, Mike Zanino, Matt Laporta, Brad Wilkerson, Mark Valdez, John Burke, Scott Ruskin, Rich Rice. Those are at least through the 80s. So yeah, Florida first round picks have been a recently more success. We'll put it that way. So now the 25th overall pick, the Brewers are on the clock. Daniel Jackson is the guy I always kind of thought with them, but then I had Jackson going higher. As a matter of fact, I had the Houston Astros in my mock taking Daniel Jackson. Oh, they took Trey Ebill, but I had Houston taking Daniel Jackson and then getting Logan Hughes with their second pick. Another Ebill for the Brewers.
They have both now, huh?
They have both. They drafted his brother a year ago, and now they just went and got him. That's
Cleveland. Ironically, the last 2 years was connected to both Brady and Trey, and they didn't take either of them.
The thing with
a lot of people,
go ahead.
They ring on the first round. It's like, well, they're both right-handers, unless they go with, like the Carson Tucker pick.
They're very physically limited guys. Like, okay, so they're grinders and they live and sleep baseball, and that's what we talked about with Bazzano, but like it's just very limited offensive profile. Like that's what always got me with him. I'm like, there's not a lot of power. Like I don't understand this focus, for the Brewers here. I mean, I'm trying to think. He might be the lowest rated player so far drafted for me. Let me just look at my copy of my big board. Yeah, he is. He is 66 on my board. So that's the lowest rated player drafted so far. We've had 3 really low picks since Cleveland drafted between Schaffner, Borthwick, and Ebill. Let's see. Okay, here's some more info on Peterson. He was 94 to 97, hit triple digits, 2,500 RPMs, 20.5 vertical break. His slider was 80 to 87 with over 2,800 RPMs. Curveball 78 to 81, also over 2,800 RPMs. It moves horizontally, but has more than 10 inches of drop on the curveball. Mm-hmm. His changeup was 2,000 RPMs, 83 to 87, 15 inches of horizontal break, and 11.6 slider and curveball were best pitches. Fastball got absolutely hammered. Whip over 2 against it in the zone 49% of the time. No platoon splits. Kept the ball on the ground. So his fastball, even though it has that vertical break, maybe there's something they feel they can clean up or make it. Maybe they see Carter Beck. That's a shocker. Another low guy. Let's talk about Carter Beck in a second. But yeah, maybe they think they can fix that. So Carter Beck is another player.
That feels like an off the board kind of pick.
It is. I mean, I am in the 60s. So Carter Beck is another outfielder for the Braves. This could be, I think it's probably an underslot sign. We've heard a lot of talk that he is a guy who's rising. He was at Indiana State, wasn't facing item 68th on my board, the best level of competition there. But, he was in Canada, he was a massive athlete. There's like some Sal Frelick to his profile, if I'm being honest. Like, he was a big time hockey player. I'm sure everyone's shocked for the Canadians. He grew up in Saskatchewan, not normally a place we talk about when it comes to the draft. He just turned 21 at the end of June. A lot of athletic. During the combine, he had a 108 90th percentile exit velocity, but at the same time, he had one of the lowest average exit velocity. So there's a lack of consistency for the Braves here. It's, potential plus power, plus speed and center field. Like, they're betting on the tools, and they've had some luck from smaller schools going from places that they are non-traditional spots. They've had a lot of guys they've kind of found from other locations. So it's an interesting pick. It's not one that I expected. He now takes over as the lowest rated player that has been drafted for me in this class. Okay. I mean, I would bet they don't, because even after 2 years ago, I think after Orlando, and again, I'm blanking on the kid out of Tennessee who I actually like quite a bit. They went pretty college heavy. I'm betting they'll probably go pretty college heavy overall for the Marlins. I think that they had a guy they liked. They viewed Lombard as a top talent who was sliding, and they jumped. So we are 26 picks in. Best available at this point in the draft would be Bo Lawrence, and I have Aiden Robbins 2. 3 is Sawyer Strohsider. 4 is Tegan Coons. 5 is Hunter Dietz. 6 would be Archer Horn.
Still there. If they can get Archer Horn at 59, I'd be excited.
Yeah. Yep. He's 6. I don't know. I've heard the asking price is big and that he might get to school.
Really? Where was he committed again?
Stanford.
Oh, yeah. Well, I feel like those guys have been more signable in recent years.
They have, but I've heard that he is a big bonus ask. I think he's getting to school.
Man, I really liked him. He had a good combine.
He did. 7, Taylor Rabe. 8, Jack Riddell. 9, Cole Carlon. And 10 is Tyler Spangler. So it really hasn't changed since I did it, because we've had all of these crazy picks outside. Yes, Carter Johnson was the kid I was thinking about.
Jeff, no.
What?
The Astros. They killed the dream.
What was the dream?
Jack Riddell.
Oh, I didn't think you'd ever get there.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Astros are having my favorite draft right now. I mean, he was never getting down.
No. I was hopeful. I don't know.
No, I never. Nice traits, guys. Upside. So Jack Riddell, for those who don't know, is the first rounder from Notre Dame.
Is Taylor Rabe still there then?
Yeah, he's still there.
And Ben Blair.
Yeah, you know me, I'm not big on Blair.
Yeah, I know.
But so Riddell is a South Dakota dude. His teammate Marcus Phillips went 33rd, I believe, last year to Boston. Oh, the Mets just took Carson Wiggins.
Oh,
that's unusual. So I might be really out of step here because of that. So let's see, 27 is Wiggins. So is that 28? Let's see, 25. Yes, 27 is Wiggins, and then 28 is Riddell. Wiggins is my first unranked player.
Interesting. That was what, Oklahoma, right?
I believe so.
Or is that Arkansas?
It might be Arkansas. I think it's Arkansas. Interesting pick, but the Mets have been good about finding traits, right? Like that's what they do as well as anyone. So, I mean, he's got big velocity. He's had health issues. Hasn't pitched a ton. It's a gamble on that. Jack Riddell, as I said, is a South Carolina. Like Carson Wiggins screams for reliever to me, but it's the Mets, and they've done so well with certain types that I'm not going to doubt them with this selection because they seem to maximize. Like Nolan McLean was not dissimilar to what Carson Wiggins is right now when he was drafted.
Jackson.
Nolan McLean, the pitcher.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about his brother.
No, Nolan McLean was a reliever with like some big stuff, and was not dissimilar to Carson Wiggins at this point in their careers. And the Mets have done great development there, so it's interesting. I did not expect it. I didn't see any mock that had Wiggins in round 1. So then going back to the Astros, Riddell, 6'5" kid, comes from South Carolina, goes to Notre Dame, becomes the first Notre Dame first round pick since 2013, has 7.2 feet of extension. He's an extension king. He just needs more coaching. He hasn't really been in a pitching factory. He hasn't had the best available stuff. So he's interesting there. Carter Johnson was the guy I couldn't think of.
You really liked him. I was doing some writing. Have we decided that Liam Peterson pretty much is full slot at 19?
I have no idea. I'm really bad at that. I think he's probably close to full slot, though.
But not over?
I don't know. Last year, I didn't think Jace Lavalette would be over, so I don't know. I'm not good at guessing that. Patansky, I think, is getting to college.
I saw, I don't know if it was a mock or whatever I saw today, but I did see someone saying that there were a couple teams that were on him today. So,
I mean, I think it's interesting. Like, you got hit. I mean, it's for the state of Ohio, the fact you have Sean Sullivan, was it like Landon Thiel and Matt Patansky actually gives them kind of a deeper draft class than typically. But, yeah, I'll be curious to see.
Hello?
Yeah, my fan just fell over. I wouldn't be dreaming of anyone because it's a bad draft. I would rather have Bailey. I mean, if we were picking at 30, like I said, I don't love this draft class. So it's like if they hadn't made that trade, Bo Lawrence, Sawyer Snowstrider, who I don't love. I mean, Tegan Coons would probably be there. It's probably like Coons Eats or those would be the guys. I'd rather have Patrick Bailey and what he has meant to this pitching staff already than any of the guys. So I think that was a smart trade every single day of the week. Because they just aren't that valuable.
You didn't predict that Austin Hedges was going to be a breakout star.
But I mean, he's still 33. He can't play every day because he's not used to it. His body wouldn't hold up. You needed, and like I said, what he has meant in having two really good catchers in terms of his calling games and how much these young pitchers have taken off since they made that trade stands out. Because Bo Naylor just doesn't call a good game. He doesn't. Like, I think that's been really helpful. And also, again, the Pirates. Like, the Pirates got a player who was outside of the Chicago White Sox top 10 prospects and a reliever who's been worth zero WAR this year for the 34th pick. And they had to throw in a prospect as well. So it's like that just shows these picks just aren't held at a high value. So let's see who the Giants take with this pick. They took Bolaman.
I mean, of all the high school arms besides Rojas, I did like him, but he's also older for the class. He's already had some elbow issues, so it's like, I'm very skeptical there. I was originally much higher on him than you were, and that excuse me, and then a couple days ago, maybe like a week ago, I moved him way down.
Yeah, it's just like he's already had the internal brace, I believe, and then he's got a nice deep mix. There's a lot of positive things, but he's also, he's 19. He had a down year this year. It was not his strongest year as a pitcher, which then, I don't know, for me, I'm like, you're already significantly older in your competition. Why are you not dominating this year? And yeah, I mean, I want nothing to do with a prep arm until round 2. So it's just interesting to look at. So yeah, they got 2 lefties in the end for Patrick Bailey. So they got Carson Bowman, who is 41st on my board, and they got Tugboat. If Cleveland still had this pick, I think they would have. I mean, I think Tegan Coons had a possibility to be the choice here. I think they might have gone more into More of the college pitching because I think that's where the depth is. Maybe a prep hitter, but I think probably another college. I think my favorite I was right moments is when they're successful. I got to be honest. Like, yeah, I'll bring up when I got things right, when I made a call on a guy that was negative. But my favorite I'm right moments were, probably Yandy Diaz, just because like I really believed in him. I ranked him third in the system. I thought he should be up and playing, and he wasn't getting those opportunities here. And I just bought whole hog. I was always higher on him than the field, and the fact he's been so successful is probably that for me, because I'd rather have the positive ones than the, that's a lot more fun than being right about like John Kenzie Noel, because I wanted to be wrong. Good dude, a lot of fun. I wish that I was wrong there. Taylor Rabe to Kansas City.
Yeah. That's a good pick for them.
Yeah, and some nice pitching going in the AL Central.
I'm a little surprised he got this far, to be honest with you.
Unless they paid him.
There is that, yes.
Because they got some early money.
Not working.
What was that?
So I'm trying to turn on the Guardians game over here. My other remote's not working. Guardians start. If anybody is on here tuning in, the Guardians play in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So we'll at least have some of that going on, though.
So we're starting to see these college pitchers come off the board a lot now, because that's where the depth of this class is right now. Rabe is a guy who jumped late and was not a guy I expected to be as high as he was on my board. And our buddy Lance Brzezinski, I believe, had Rabe as his third college arm in this class. And a lot of people really liked him. It's a nice value. It's, it's a deep pitch mix. It's good command and control. He does a lot of things well. He just hasn't had a ton of time pitching. But he's a pretty safe profile. I like Tegan Kuhn's more, but I think that's a good one overall. And guy with Fluky, Peterson, and Kuhn's, boy, the Central is getting all the college pitching. And then you had what Von Lackey did to the Twins, and the White Sox took Rock Chalowski. So the Central has, outside of, and then they took Zion Rose. So the Central has had what? 6 picks, and it's been all college.
Yeah, no high school players yet, and no high school players yet for the AL Central. It's a trend. So he got a bit of a break. Did you see that?
So many questions about Tommy.
Oh, well, that's not happening. Chris Paddock signed overseas, so he can't hurt Cleveland anymore.
I did. Yeah, he can't. I thought of you immediately.
Chris Paddock was making me cry this year. Well, it wasn't necessarily Chris Paddock. It was the Guardians facing Chris Paddock that made me cry.
Okay, wait. So no. So you have. This is the silly things that I'm bad at.
What? Who took who in the Central so far?
Well, I'm just like, how many picks there have been? Like, this is where I get like stuck in my head and I miscount someone. So there's 5 teams, so seven, right? Because there's been 2 duplicate. No, there's only been 1. No, because Kansas City had 2 picks and no one else has, so it's been 6 picks, right? So it's 6 because everyone's had 1 plus 1 extra so far.
Yeah, Zion Rose is the only pick I didn't really like at that. Like Rabe, obviously Lackey, Chalowski. Fluky was a nice pick. Peterson. So,
yeah.
I think the AL Central's having a good day. Outside of Zion Rose. Oh, we got Tanner and Yuri Perez today, by the way. That should be interesting. Yeah, Houston had 2 great picks already. Jeff, I can guarantee Jeff's favorite draft so far is Houston's.
Yes. Houston is my favorite one. Ole Miss had a pretty good season. Oh, Blake Bryant to the Astros. Baseball America loved him. I didn't rank him either.
Yeah.
Like he was just one of the many prep arms in this class.
I had him on my list. I didn't write him up,
He
but
was
I had
on
him
my list. Yeah, he was like one of the. I debated adding him towards the end, but we now have.
No, I didn't actually. I didn't have him. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, the Clemson kid. Yeah.
Yes. He just didn't have anything that like when I looked at his profile, the reason he didn't make it, and I was kind of like towards the end of it, like looking for guys to put on my list, was just he didn't have anything that like excited me. I'm like, he's just kind of 50s. You know, best case, he's a lot of 50s. I know he's a good athlete, and maybe there's some more there, but he's also like 6'6" is you know, it's tall, but he's rail thin. He didn't have. I needed more butt on him to have some confidence in him.
Jeff likes big butts, and he cannot lie.
Yeah, especially when it comes to pitchers, and a solid base helps generate. So Helfrich and Bryant gives them 2 picks. Cardinals are on the clock. Is Big V still here?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, sorry, but it's too soon. I have no idea at 59 at this point. This is going to be. Here's the thing. Somewhere in these next few picks is going to be someone that I haven't even looked at. There's always that guy, and then there's going to be just a lot of movement. And there's going to be someone who's just unsignable, like which might be Archer Horn. Is the guy who is going to be that player who gets the squad. I mean, Spangler could be as well. I have to see. So the Cardinals have this pick, their second pick of the day. They went prep, which was surprising, right? Didn't they go prep with their top pick?
Who?
Cardinals, they took Condon, right?
Yes, they took Condon.
So it was a little bit surprising because they've been a highly conservative team in recent years. Tegan Coons, it's a nice pickup by the Cardinals. It's a really good value at this point in the draft. So, I mean, that knocks out one of my top 10 players. And this is with pick 32. It's just a good value here. Like after going with a prep player earlier, the comeback still get one of the top 5 prep arms in the class. You know, does a lot of things well. Performed well in college. I mean, he performed better than Peterson, but Peterson has like, you know, bigger size and stuff. So that's really at that point in the draft, it's like Coons, Peterson, Flukie, and Townsend were kind of the top grouping to me. And then you had like Riddell and Rabe in the next group. We talked about how good this college pitching group is. Now we're just seeing it get rated because now we're running out of those kind of elite level starters. Like if you wanted to get, it was a good group. It's like, okay, so now you're looking at Hunter Dietz is left and who has big health issues. Cole Carlon, who might be more of a reliever. Logan Redeman, who didn't look as sharp when he came back from injury. And then depending on where you view him, Ben Blair, you mentioned. So we're seeing the pitchers go fast off the board. Tegan Coons, I know our friend Lance Brzezinski compared to like a better version of Shane Bieber, essentially.
That's what they're showing right now on TV.
Yeah. Like Shane Bieber with extension was maybe what it was in his write-up.
Yeah. Release traits, yeah. Does say he gets good vertical break, but of course that's the college stitching and whatever. So
now, if you believe all the hype, this is Taj Marchand right here to Tampa. And this is part of their Shane Baz trade is this selection.
Oh yeah, the Orioles.
Yeah, they got so many pieces for him, and all worked out so well for the Orioles again.
Mm-hmm. They immediately signed Shane Baz to an extension too.
They did. Yeah.
Speaking of, we had a
I was right. It was Marchand.
Yeah, I like Marchand. He can. I think the kid has bat speed. I think he's going to hit the ball hard. I know the swing is really weird.
It is.
But man, to me, like the bat speed's good. I know you got to be careful about how much you rely on bat speed because if you believed that, then
chases,
Clint Frazier
though,
was going to be a
lot.
star.
It's a weird
What's that?
swing. He chases a lot, and it's a weird swing, and that was why I had him in the 40s, 50s. Let's see, where did I have him? I had him 48. It just because this is exactly. I'm sorry, no, he's young for the class, so he's still 17. There's a lot in his swing at so many moving parts. So that's why like I had guys like Lawrence and Horn ahead of him, which we still got. Next up is the recently traded pick. So if you believe late talk, it's Slightum, the helium guy, or Tommy. Here it could be either one.
Can they push Tommy any? Where's their next pick? That's
they pick like 41, 42. Like they have a relatively high pick next round.
So they can probably push Tommy again if they wanted.
Yeah, it's like, can you get? I think their wish list is like Slidem, Tommy. I think they want to get one of these college arms as well, so they might try to, especially because they're kind of falling off. Like you could take a big gamble here. I mean, I feel like Dietz is kind of head and shoulders for me above the rest of this group right now. I just want to double check and look at my list. Best available, side note, I'll just bring it up. Bo Lawrence 1, Aiden Robbins 2, Sawyer Snowstrider 3, Hunter Dietz 4, Archer Horn 5, 6, you have Cole Carlon, 7 is Tyler Spangler, 8 is Logan Redeman, 9 is Landon Tomey, and 10 is Daniel Jackson.
Can I point out how Mason Edwards hasn't gone yet? Because everybody was trying to say, oh, Mason Edwards, he's the helium guy. He's going to move up. There was talk about him going to the Royals at 6.
I put him to the Cardinals in my mock.
I did not like him in college, and I don't like him. Yeah,
it's really weird because everyone's like, it's like we saw people dinging Rock Chalowski. It's the Big Ten. It's not very good. This and that. It's like, why do we give Mason Edwards? Oh, he had all the strikeouts. Yeah, in the Big Ten. Like it's, there's up and downs to the talent there. But it's like on top of like it being that, it's like he also walked a lot of guys.
White Sox, so.
Landon Tomey called it.
Knew it. Yeah. That was the worst kept secret.
I think, like I said, he's one of my top 10 players here. And that's the thing. Like a guy like him, he wants to go high. He definitely goes a lot higher than Dad, who was a 13th rounder. But this was always going to happen. Like his dad, his family is in the area. Chicago puts up a barrier around, the entire state virtually. Landon Tomey didn't want to come to Cleveland. This is where he wanted to go. Like this is his dad's there. Everything else, as much as people hear like, oh, this and that, it's like, this was one of the guys that we knew they were targeting. So, yeah, I mean, I liked him a lot. I was higher on him than most. I had him like 31. MLB had him 34. Those are the highest ones I saw. This is always a good question. It's like, I don't know. Like, it depends on who pops next year. There's a lot of interesting players. Gavin Kelly stands out amongst the hitters. Dax Whitney, Sam Cozart. Can he be a starter? Has some great stuff. It's so hard to say. Like, I'm not even, I couldn't even put together a top 10 right now if you asked me to. Was it the Hairston kid? Like, it's like I'm more looking at stats.
West Virginia, Gavin Kelly.
Yeah, I already mentioned him. Led off with Gavin. Gackle didn't make my top 76. I think he's a reliever all the way. That's but he's another really interesting kid. I mean, I get it. There are people who absolutely love him. They're saying a short break, so I'm going to run to the restroom. If everyone is okay with that, you can sit here and bash me while I go pee. Justin, if that works. I haven't left my seat yet.
I've already made multiple bathroom trips. I can tell it. Word of advice to everybody: don't eat fresh raw produce right now. Just don't do it. If you've heard the rumors about that that parasite that's around, it's true, and I don't wish that on anybody. So don't do it. It's not good. Currently sitting through that. Yeah, so there is going to be a little break here. If we're going to do questions in between, I got the Guardians game teed up. I know Jeff's not going to be paying too much attention to the Guardians game today. My wife just tweeted, drink every time the broadcast says supinate. Learned a new word. I know Jeff's not going to really paying attention to the Guardians game specifically, but I'll pop in for a little bit on the Guardians stuff while the game is going on. Looks like the chat has slowed down though since we are on a break, as Ross said. They were on a break. That's the next comment. Everybody going. Were Ross and Rachel on a break? Quick chat poll. Were Ross and Rachel on a break? Oh, Jeff's back. Okay. I said the oh, he's got to put his headphones in. I was joking. I said that they're on. I said the broadcast is on a break, like Ross and Rachel. Then I told the chat to chime in with their opinion. Were Ross and Rachel on a break, and nobody chimed in. So apparently nobody else cares about that besides me.
They were on a break.
They were on a break. Okay,
that's my vote on that. So we'll take here. We got this question. I would say, we got a pick coming in. I think there we go. We got someone else agreeing with me. So we'll come. Sorry, Disco Golf. We're going to come back. We get the Yankees first selection, so everything's got to wait on the Yankees. That's baseball anymore, right? Everybody waits. 100 Eats. I did think they might go with a college arm here, and 100 Eats is a great value pick. I mean, it's a great pick by the Yankees. This is my number one player left. So at the points I'm going to be standing, I'm going to be shifting the angle throughout this podcast. I'm going to apologize.
Yeah. I could not stand up right now. I don't have the energy to stand up. I have to conserve my energy to run upstairs for bathroom breaks.
See, that's a nice thing. I have one in the basement. It was only full of asbestos when we bought the house, but
Oh, that's not a big deal.
No, it's the upside of having like a 70-year-old contractor uncle who can just take care of things.
Oh yeah. Joey was the best character of Friends, by the way. It's always Joey.
Oh no, I always like Chandler.
Joey doesn't share food, but he loves food and Heart of Gold. Joey all the way. Only guy that got a spinoff. Tyler Spangler to the Phillies. That tracks.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, if he really is healthy, like if there's no issues. I know the background. I don't know. Did the background not check out? You think? Like,
I mean, it's dumb kid stuff, but it's still like you got to make better choices.
Yeah.
It's things that like can get you in trouble. Like you got to be smarter about. Okay. Yeah. I mean, CC's son.
Really?
His son is not. He's draft eligible. He's at the combine. He's not a draftable prospect. I can't tell you beyond that. I'm not looking that far ahead. But yeah, I mean, see, everyone's agreeing with this. Everyone says they're on a break.
Look at that. Smart people.
And then going back to Disco Golf, I mean, they're not letting David Fry catch. So the answer is no, because they've almost like acted like he's not a catcher anymore. And you need kind of that third catcher to be able
and
to.
And they were so like, oh, nice back-to-back hits for the Guardians to start the game, by the way. You got Bazzana and Rocchio.
But Bazzana's a bust. That's what our comments
Yeah, I know. They blew that pick.
Daily. So Will Gasparino is a lot like Caden Sorrell, and I have them in the same range of the 70s. Will Gasparino has no idea what the strike zone looks like at all. He sits there and swings at anything remotely close. It's big power and it's good speed, and there's a chance he can play center. And I think he's a center fielder. Like, it's all the positive stuff, but it's like he's Jace Savalat part. Well, no, he's not, because Jace doesn't chase. Jace just misses in the zone, and Gasparino misses in the zone and outside the zone. It's a profile that doesn't lead to success, is the unfortunate truth. I ranked him because, like, there's the outside chance. It's like maybe he can be Jesus Sanchez, where it's like bat speed and barreling and playing an above average center field. Like, if you can be a plus defender in center, which I think he can do, then if you can just be like a 90 with power, like 10% below league average. That's a starter right now in baseball. So, and this is the thing that drives me nuts, not necessarily with the subreddit or anyone in there, but right now what we see with Bazana and the hatred is like all the people who at the time screamed for Condon now want to act like they scream for Kurtz, and Justin and everyone else knows that's not the case. No one was screaming for Kurtz. Outside of Justin. I mean, like I said, Justin too. I think
I had Bazana 1, Kurtz 2.
I think the fact that I had Kurtz 5 is the second highest rating out there. Like, I don't think anyone else had him top 5. It's just you and me.
I half jokingly had Kurtz 1 the day that the Guardians won the lottery. So,
yeah, I mean,
at one point I did have
we debated that. You can go back and listen. We had a debate. I mean, I was Bazana from the start, and then he struggled a bit. Kurtz did, and I was like, man, Cleveland should like throw every dime at Kurtz and try to convince him to slide down to the comp pick. Like,
oh my god,
remember that? I tried to. You're like, it's never going to happen. I'm like, I could dream.
I would have lost it. I would have.
If they had done that, it would have been
game over.
I mean, think about how good that would look now. Trade the rest of the class for that.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. Here comes all the angry people about Lane and Tommy going not to Cleveland.
He didn't want to come to Cleveland. He wanted to be a White Sox.
Like, I just don't like. I guess not everyone is up on the draft that much, but like, it's been like a month now, if not longer, maybe even more than months, that this was going to be the case. Like, he was always going to the White Sox.
Yeah. Just gonna.
Yeah, generally hilarious. People like, I get it, but like, Tomy's he's a fun prospect, but he's probably going to be a second baseman and not a great runner, but like the bat's good. So
I think he's a chance for a 55, like above average hit and power at second base. I think there's some Bazana to his profile, honestly.
Yeah. We haven't talked about, I know this isn't really the place for it. We can maybe mention at some point when there's a break, but the JJ Weatherholt extension.
Yeah, I mean, it's really setting up for all of this. I mean, I already had, the funny thing is I have one White Sox fan being like, I like Tommy, but how do you pass on Dietz there? And I'm like, no, that's a fair statement. I mean, by my board, that's the guy you should have taken. But again, I'm happy with what Cleveland took. I gotta take Spangler off I think I had him 28. So we've had a run on some of my guys in the top 10. So the top 10 does shift now. And Bo Lawrence, number 1, Aiden Robbins, 2, Sawyer Snowstrider, 3, 4th is and I missed Hunter Dietz. What's going okay, I got this. Okay, so everything kind of fell apart here. Sorry, everyone. Apparently, I forgot what pick we were on, and I labeled multiple people. So Spangler was the 36th selection, and we're about ready at 37 here. So after that, I will re-rock. The Rockies with back-to-back picks here, by the way, with this. And then also a second-round pick coming up. They take Daniel Jackson. Again, new orgs, go more conservative. That's a nice pick for them. Makes a lot of sense here. He does have good exit velos. That is a
so they are not afraid. Well, I guess this is a new regime, but
it is.
They have multiple Georgia players now.
Yep.
Multiple Georgia hitters.
Like I said, his data was solid. It was okay. He hits the ball hard. He transferred from Wolford. What? I think he's an outfielder. I've not been a big believer in it. He does run pretty well. At the 30, I had him. Let's see. I think it's a great pick, honestly. I think this is a really solid value pick. I had him 32nd on my board, making him at 37. He would have been if I had. So top 10 now is Bo Lawrence, Aiden Robbins, Sawyer Snowstrider at 3. 4th is Archer Horn. 5th is Cole Carlon. 6th is Logan Redeman. 7 is Cole Prosek. 8th is Wes Mendez. 9 is Logan Schmidt. And 10th is Mason Edwards. If you want 11, it's Rocco Manalesco, and 12 would be Chase Brunson. But yeah, I've seen a lot of fill-ins here on my board at this point. Like, there is a bit of a gap here with Schmidt, Edwards, and Manalesco are the only 3 guys grouped together on my board. in terms of where this has gone. And the turnaround Rockies are back on. So the Rockies.
I like Maniscalco. I wouldn't be against him at 59.
I wouldn't either. But I mean, so they got. I mean, what a way to start building. They got Tyler Bell and Daniel Jackson.
Guardians did not score in the first inning. You had a strikeout from Manzardo and then
got to make contact.
Double play from Watson. Oof. Manzardo's swing looks terrible right now, by the way. Like, it's just very two-handed, like too much shoulders and hands. He just does not.
Logan Redeman, all college guys.
Oh. Is that interesting? At one time I really wanted Redeman at 19 for Cleveland, but then the injury happened, and then what else was there? There was some like data on him that were like, not so great. Like, was it like
I think he looked, not great extension. He didn't look great at the combine. You know, he was just, a lot of his stuff was kind of meh. Like his stuff plus models weren't great.
They didn't take a very flattering picture of him. That's not very nice. Will move quickly. That's if he's healthy. Cole Hamels trying to compare him to Jake Peavy. Okay, sure. Also, when you're facing Big Ten hitters, it's a little bit easier to get guys out.
Yep.
Oh, someone was asking about Caden Ferraro. Caden Ferraro has great data.
He's a DH.
He's a DH. There's a lot of people out there who really like the bat, but
yeah, everyone's getting excited by the batted ball data, but it's also like there's some work to be done because he didn't get the production he should on that batted ball data. I have him. Let's see, copy my board. I didn't put Redeman in yet at 38, right? So Redeman, where are you? Here we go. I have Caden Ferraro at, because he has no position, he's in the 70s for me. 73. I like how the draft tracker is all messed up because it doesn't know how to do this. So it shows because that because technically the second round started with the Rockies pick, and now you have the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, and then you have the White Sox again.
Yeah, but it's their first pick. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's technically those are first rounders. So Will Brick is a hot name rumored in this zone. I'm curious to see what the Blue Jays do because they kind of go all over the place. And then for Chicago, Dominic Santorelli has been a rumor. Jack Slidham is a rumor. I also heard that they did like some of the pitchers. So, but it is kind of funny that Mason Edwards is still sitting here after all the hype and stuff. But we might get all the way to the second round and still have Mason Edwards. And again, you heard me just read my top 10, and Mason Edwards just entered it. So for all of the hype, he is not. He's still. I didn't feel it. He was at 38 on my big board. I had a lot of lefties in a row: Mendes, Rojas, Schmidt, and Edwards, and only.
Here's a question I don't know if anybody else will clock or care about. I usually like Wes Mendez. I think I actually like Trey Beard more than Wes Mendez from Florida State. I think I'm more of a Beard guy.
That's what I hear. Nothing. I was just making a joke. Yeah, it's like looking over at the data. It's just I felt like Mendes was very productive this year. Did a lot of things well. And I'm kind of curious to see where he ends up. It comes down, his changeup is a real weapon, and both of them I think had some. Beard though is he's a platoon pitcher. He couldn't get out lefties this year, or right? What is he again? I'm trying to think. Isn't he right-handed?
Beard's also a lefty. The Florida State clearly only likes left-handed pitchers.
But Beard had really big platoon splits, is what I remember reading on him. That he really struggled against right-handed hitters, which again is what you're mostly going to face in the big league level, and that was a concern. I liked Jacob Duden more than I liked him. Bottom line is I don't think it will. So you're going to see guys I can't remember. I saw Joe Doyle tweet out about some 24-year-old kid who's returning to college. It's because he's going to a big program and he's going to make more money than he would in the draft. So it's going to affect some of the senior signs and the like. But for a lot of players, it's still after 3 years, you don't want to you want to start getting paid. You want to start working through the system. I think for most guys, Cole Carlon to the Blue Jays, side note. But that's a solid pick here. He might just be a lefty reliever. So I don't think like the 5-year rule has as big of effect, because if you're staying for 5 years, then you probably don't have a future in baseball. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's just what it comes down to. I mean, guys
Well, but isn't it you have 5 years to play 4 seasons?
I don't know the specifics. I'm a little bit behind, if I'm honest, and looking into it. But I just think for a lot of the guys in this who are potentially in the range where it could affect them, that, you know, after once you're 21, if you're good enough, you're going to go. And for those guys who might be more of like the senior sign, guys who play 1 to 2 years of minor league ball, those guys are the ones who are now going to be, you know, just staying in school because they can maybe make a little money on the side and do stuff. And hey, good for them. Like I think so. Carlon that's a good value. He was 27th on my board, and he goes 39. And the dreaded Dodgers are on the clock. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of my top 30. 5 of my top 35 are left.
I've gotten multiple texts about people being upset about Landon Tomey going to the White Sox. Like, this was never going to happen. Like, it's just, yeah.
I mean, luckily I'm not getting much of it, but I'm just like, I just.
They can play. Arthur said they can play all 5 years now. So
yeah,
you have 5 years of eligibility. Does that apply to football too?
Yes.
Ooh, love that for Ohio State football. Just a side note. Although most of their guys are going to wind up going out early. I had forgotten to chime in on the Jake Schaefer pick to the Red Sox. That was interesting. I liked him in the draft, but
it's high for me. But I mean,
yeah.
I thought I was high on him. But some really smart people I know like him. But the problem comes down to, it's like, again, the comp is Chandler Simpson. Like,
yeah,
are you okay with the shortstop who might only be a 90, who runs, 10% below league average, but can maybe be a plus defender there? I mean, potentially, yeah, like that could work. But I'm also kind of surprised Chase Brunson isn't off the board yet. Somewhere Keith Law is shocked that Chris Renbert is still on the board, as is Eric Becker.
He had both those guys at Cleveland in one of his mocks.
Yeah. Again, I appreciate that that Law is not afraid to like go off board. He will do things that are weird or different, and I appreciate that about him. But I'm like, he kind of gets stuck about 4 years behind. But that's the hard part of it. Like, unless you are really actively looking stuff up all the time, and I don't think like mock drafts he's always said he hates them. So
no,
I don't think he's spending the deep time on it to care enough. With the 40th pick, we are 40 in, only another 100 plus to go. Bo Lawrence to the Dodgers. That's wow.
I feel better about how much I liked him now that the Dodgers took him.
That is top player left on my board by far. Well, not by far, but because Aiden Robbins there, but 16th overall player at 40. I gotta think maybe they're gonna go over slot here, but yeah, it's just like the last thing the Dodgers need, right? Last thing any of us need to see is, I mean, it's great for the villain story. And they are so good at developing guys like him. Yeah, I mean, both these, that's 2 more of my top 30 that went in these last 2 selections. So it's Yeah, so that knocks it down to only 4 of my top 35 are left at this point. Of my top 30, only 3 are left. Aiden Robbins, who I knew I was going to be, but honestly, I thought there was a chance Robbins would go before Hughes. A little surprised Snow Strider is going into round 2 here.
I know everyone said he was going to go in the first round. Him, Mason Edwards.
But that's the thing. Both these guys are guys you and I doubted. Like, I don't want to come off like it makes me sound like a jerk to say it, but it's like you and I spent a lot of time on this, and we were like, these two guys don't make sense to their hype level. They don't make sense because Snow Strider has a lot of things that are off about him. That, you know, like it didn't make sense for him to be as highly rated as he was. And then the other side of it is, you know, with Mason Edwards, it's like he struggled with his command in the Big Ten. He missed a lot of bats, but like, you know, it did not, I never understood this whole thought that he could go higher. And then it's just funny because a lot of people talked about how the Royals must love him. And then that's not the pitcher the Royals went and got when they had a chance to get another pitcher. They instead,
Taylor Rabe,
Rabe, who I had higher. I mean, I think that was a better choice. I didn't think it was the best choice. I think there were a few other guys there, but I mean, it's still a very good choice for them with that selection.
This is a great point out here by Arthur. If you've been to a Captain's game and you park in the main parking lot for Classic Park, when Great Lakes, which is the Dodgers high A team that plays in Lake County's league, they bring their own like food trailer to their own kitchen to cook meals for guys. So
that's smart.
They take feeding their players good food on the road very seriously, because a lot of organizations, when teams are on the road, players are kind of fend for themselves. At home, the team will feed them, but on the road, they're you get a stipend. You're kind of on your own. So the Great Lakes Loons, they have the Dodgers have a food, like basically a food truck, their own kitchen, following their Great Lakes around. I wouldn't be surprised they do that at other levels too, but yeah, that's the kind of thing that the Dodgers do. That's why their development is ridiculous, because they have little details like that.
I mean, I've said for a while, it's like, you know, the team should take care of their prospects better if you want to, like, get such a good return on investment that just makes sense to try to help maximize everything. So I'm just switching my secondary. I know someone's talking about how their ADDs. I'm an ADD person. I have ADHD as well. Why is dang it, the closed captioning isn't working over here. I currently have a 4-screen setup for this.
I do too. I have 2 computer monitors and 2 TVs.
I have the TV over here, and I've got my monitor, my old laptop here, and I've got my laptop here, and I've got my extended monitor here. I do think they in a perfect world, they're trying to pass off. They say they're not, but I think
I actually heard the opposite of that recently. I think they're not going to cut any levels at this point. I had heard from somebody that the plan is actually more likely that the complex league levels end up being more of an unofficial level. Like there's not going to be a whole lot of like stuff, like they might not be official levels anymore. So they might just be like training complexes. Like they might have games, but they're going to be more like what you see extended spring training and what do they call that? Instructs. So ACL and DSL might not be like real games that you see on MILB's box scores. So that might not just be a real level, and that will reduce the because they have a cap on how many minor leaguers you can have in the system now. So by turning those into unofficial levels, the players at those levels won't count against the minor league limit. So they probably won't eliminate an actual level. They'll probably just take the complex league levels down to like more of an unofficial training area than anything. Is that's at least what I've heard. That could all change, but that's what the intel is right now that I've heard.
I'll buy what you're selling. You probably have a better idea and a better connection than I do. I'm still trying to get the closed captioning to work on the stupid draft. It's like,
oh, I see.
because I went to the website because that's what I've done in the past. It's right now they got like all the smart people are talking, but we can't.
Yeah, I can't get it on MLB Network on TV. So, oh well.
It's right now they're just chatting away. But yeah, for what I thought would be kind of a crazy first round. There were some crazy moments, but I think all in all, when you're looking at it, it's like outside of Zion Rose in the top 10, the Carter Beck selection, maybe Wiggins, stuff like that were a little bit surprising, but it wasn't quite as crazy as I was expecting after what had been, because we've all talked about how it's not a great draft year, that there's a lack of depth. So I'm curious to see. There's still a lot of great talent. I'll just keep re-ranking this. It's like my top 10. We just lost 2 pieces of it. So Aiden Robbins is my number 1 player. Just giving the rundown. Right-handed hitter for everyone out there. Maybe they would take him in the second round. I would love that. Aiden Robbins would be great. Yeah. Good batted ball data. Not great like Logan Hughes, but solid. He was great in the Cape Cod. He was great at Rutgers. He was great at Texas in the SEC. He was just one of the best hitters in the country consistently.
Do you think he's a center fielder, Aiden Robbins, or no?
I don't think so, but I mean, you could give him a chance. Like, he's a better athlete.
I will say, I think the Aaron Walton pick right now is looking pretty good. Yeah. I know in college, you said he didn't have big exit velos.
He didn't, and neither did Hill, but they've done a great job.
Yeah. So the other night, that's a steal from Gabby. Look at that base hit and a steal from Gabby. Nice.
He's got no hustle bum.
Yeah.
My daughter even said.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
When I took my daughter to the Brewers game, she goes, "He doesn't run fast. I could run faster than him." I'm like, "Even you, kid, E2 daughter."
Yeah. Cole Prosek at 41.
That's not what I expected, but his uncle's a Brewers hitting coach. That's a good value. He was one of my top 35 left, so that is a solid selection.
He's older for the class, isn't he? He's 19.
He is. He's already 19. He has some. So he's probably a first baseman, in my opinion. He's not the best athlete. I don't think he's a catcher. Wow, is that already pick 42? No, I'm very confused. Yeah, so we already got this next pick too, the Nationals. So it's going to come fast and furious now. It looks like no Tokyo drifting.
There goes Chase Brunson.
Yeah, Chase Brunson there. So Prosek is a lot of people really liked him. I thought for sure he was going to find a home somewhere in the top 40. Said he goes 41. It's another fun pick. I mean, the White Sox have taken Tommy, Prosek, and Rock. And when you look at
White Sox, do not care about age in the draft. No. I don't think.
But Prosek is potential, above average hit, plus power. There is some swing and miss. That's a concern. Chase Brunson is a nice pick by the Nationals, who, again, I said, new orgs tend to go conservative. Brunson's a guy who I really debated where to put on my board, and now I can't even find his name. I am at 40. No, I didn't. I am 42. So, hey, I am at 42, and he went 42nd. The physical tools and batted ball data is great. Chance to play in center field, but he loads up with the leg kick. Don't necessarily love that in the movement. But the tools and traits are there to be a successful player starter. So, let's see, who did they take? So Hakapian and so they all batted ball data for the Nationals. The Nationals took 2 of the big batted ball guys so far. They're going clearly big into batted ball data.
In case you're wondering, just some Cespedes Family Barbecue is keeping track of all the mocks. I think Jim Callis is winning right now. 9 of the first 14, 11 correct overall. Joe Doyle's got 9.5. You call it 9.5 because they got Logan Hughes with a different pick. He had their pick flipped.
I mean, that's what I would have had. I would
and then Keith Law is pulling up the rear with 2 out of the first 30. So, yeah, Keith Law has the least amount correct.
So, I mean, I got the first 3. So I at least have Keith Law beat. And then
everybody had the top 4 except for Keith. Everybody.
Carson Kinney to the Twins. That's an interesting value.
Oh, back-to-back catchers. I mean, we've seen that before from people.
Well, he may not be a catcher. So Tinney has some of the. Yeah,
I thought for sure he was a catcher.
No, he's too big.
I know he is a big guy.
He's too big.
I don't know if the bat's going to play at first base though.
I mean, he had the best exit velocity in the entire class. Like he's going to be a lot.
There's going to be a lot of swing and miss though.
There's going to be a lot. It's a big gamble on size. He hits the ball super hard.
So I feel like you're more. Well, maybe this is just because we cover Cleveland. I feel like you can live with the swing and
45
from catching because you provide defensive value, but.
He's just an average defender is the problem.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Ethan Ruiz, who I had at 70 and a lot of people like a lot, is at goes 44 to the Pirates. So they come back and get go for prep talent around 2 after taking the safe pick.
People really liked him. I was not.
Yeah, I didn't understand him either. He's all defense, no power, and his at bats weren't great at the combine. I don't think it's great.
Everyone says he's got a great arm, and his
throwing at the combine was low as well.
Was below average, yeah. It's like I didn't see it.
And then we have the Angels come back and take Evan Kula here. So, high batting average. Everyone's only looking at batting average. I had Evan Kula 60th on my board. He goes 45. Older brother is in the Guardian system.
He's not going to get bigger. Like he's just so small. He's already 19.
Yeah, Ruiz. I don't get either.
I don't know.
It's an average arm. He's a slick fielder, but it's so much Yordis Valdez to me with that profile. I had him in the 70s. Not feeling that one. Going back to Tinney, big exit velo, really big, average defender. I feel like, and then he was also god awful in the Cape. He was one of the worst players in the Cape a year ago. So that is a little bit of a concern when it comes to wood bat play. And then, Evan Kula chases, one of the worst chase rates in the country. He expands all the time. He is chase. His name should be Chase Evan Kula. But he, high batting average, has a little bit of loft, but doesn't have good exit velo. It's just not a profile that I look at and view as a potential Eddie. It's like I said, he's got to be Louis Arraez for it to work out. And and there goes one to upset Justin. Ty Head to Baltimore.
No, I really like Ty Head. Darn it. I was excited about him. I didn't think he was going to get down to
the one issue is he's kind of physically maxed out and he has poor exit velos. Like that's kind of like really low for a guy with his. I had him 58 because of that. Like
I thought he was like a 2020 center fielder.
No. I think you're hoping for 10 to 15 home runs. I mean, his exit velos were bad. Some of the worst in the class. 102.4. Like he is, and for a guy who's physically strong, it's just weird. So that's why I had him closer to 60s. I think, you're looking at like 30 grade power. You're probably closer to like 10 home runs a year because he's a really strong kid, but he just isn't generating any exit velos. And if he had better exit velocity, I think he would have been a top 30 player because he's a grinder. He runs well. He's a good eye for the zone. He doesn't expand. He makes tons of contact, but yeah, he plays a strong center field, but when I'm looking at his overall performance, my kind of big concern or bugaboo came back to be the low exit velos. But some teams don't seem to care. Schaffner's another guy I liked in love who had low exit velos, and he's still there. So the young for the class isn't about guys getting them in their young years. It's about that if you're performing at a high level when you're younger and not as well defined, that it's going to hand up and stay longer. They do it to a degree. Hey, your favorite just went to the Athletics. Mason Edwards is now out.
It's the first pick they have. I mean, it's fine here. It's fine here.
Yeah, no, it's a good value here. I mean, I had Mason Edwards 38. It's a good value. I mean, I would have totally taken, let's see. So it's coming really fast now. So obviously I like Aiden Robbins. I mean, how about Snow Strider still being there? Archer Horn, I think, is going to school. Wes Mendez, I had higher. So I know you don't like him as much, but yeah, Mendez. And then, we still haven't seen Eric Becker. I really like Jack Natale from Cincinnati. That's a guy, if we want to talk about a right-handed player. I saw an interesting thing recently. I can't remember if it was like MLB or for who, but talking about like, I feel like it might have been something that was written up by Kylie about like where the Guardians are doing well. That like all of a sudden they have really good catcher depth in system. So maybe Natali isn't a need. I agree here with Vlad Ram. They don't market this well, and especially when you're in the middle of the day against games, that just stinks.
It's so dumb. I mean, even, at least before they had.
Oh, that's Braves. That's a very Braves pick. This is another guy I didn't have ranked, but I debated ranking him, Caden McCarthy. He is a reclassifier. There's a lot of them in this class. 17-year-old kid, nice secondary offerings, only about 5'11", Virginia. But the Braves have loved undersized arms. They are a team that has gone for so many undersized arms. McCarthy, if I'd gone to 80, he would have made it. But there's some health issues. There's size issues. Yeah, he's a 5'11" righty. Nice secondary offerings. Like I said, there's been health concerns in the past. Probably a reliever, but boy, I mean, the Braves have a type, don't they? Like they go for these undersized.
Yeah, Owen Murphy and J.R. Ritchie.
Yep. If you're when I was looking at lists today and thinking about McCarthy, I was thinking that this was a natural match. So as
far as high school arms go, like Gio Rojas was obviously the first one, but I mean the other thing too is this is what I wrote up about
Ben Blair.
Man, of course he went to the Rays. Of course he did.
He is a very
such a Rays
type pick.
That is such a Rays pick. Because you know what, the Rays are the one team that's really good at fixing guys' control, and I think Ben Blair.
Well, no, I think the thing on Blair is supposed to be the great control because he had really low walk rates, but he's doing it at such a small conference. I think it's hard to judge. It's Ben Blair just has like he's got the funkiest delivery, and he's a crossbody thrower, and crossbody throwers just so rarely work out that I just don't. I mean, I had him in the 60s, but amongst the college arms, he was definitely a guy who was kind of in these tiers of potential college arms. If I go, I'm kind of curious to look now back at.
So what you were saying before, though, about the draft, at least the last couple of years, it had been on Sunday night after the games were over. So the first round, you got to see the first the first day Sunday night was what, round 1 through 3 of the 1, the comp 2 and 3, and then B. And then the next day, then it was 5 through
1.
10.
It was typically around 1, 2, and the comp A, comp B.
Yeah, but then the next day you'd have 5, 10, and then the following day would be 11 through 20.
Yeah.
But now, having the first round on a Saturday afternoon during games, and then having to switch channels for both is stupid. The only thing I like about it is
we don't have to do an episode tonight.
Huh?
We don't have to do an episode tonight.
I don't have to do an episode tonight, and I don't have to take off work for it. By the way, nice double play from Bazana to Rocchio. But Bazana's a bust, so it doesn't matter.
Kleinschmidt is the highest available pitcher, according to our buddy Lance Brzezinski. He's the only one of his top 10 left. Only one of his top 11, 12, 13. So there's only so his top 3 left would be Volchko, Ryan Peterson, and Kleinschmidt. So there's still some arms here. We got a bit of a pause.
Rocco Maniscalco to the Cardinals at 50.
Oh, okay, that's another. That's a good value. They've got
them,
Who did they take with their comp pick? They got a fun pitcher, right?
They got Tegan Coons. I like their draft so far.
Common Coons draft. I like
Maniscalco. That's a nice draft.
A nice draft.
Even if I don't really like Conan that much.
That's right, because I moved this over here. So Maniscalco is
that is a marketing issue for Cleveland, or for MLB, because the hot stove is so cold now. Like the off season's so boring. The trade deadline sucks now too, because
everyone wants a big trade. I'm like, guys, the big trades just don't develop anymore.
Well, not only that, but it's just like you have more teams that make the playoffs now, so more teams feel like they have a chance and they're going to stand pat or not sell. So you have way less sellers and more buyers, or teams that are standing pat. So it's like you have less teams that are willing to trade. If you had the old format,
Rembert to the Pirates.
I thought he was a Guardian, huh?
They're going for another guy who could be a quick mover, though. Young for the class, good traits, does not hit everything's on the ground, though.
Somebody asked about Archer Horn 59. I think he'll be there, but you were saying
I think he's going to college. I've heard he has a really big ask, so I think the thought is that he is going to go to college. And then I had Rembert at 54, so a little bit of an overdrive.
Yeah, Jaron Avankula is Jonah's brother.
Yeah. I don't love this Pirates draft. A little, they're overdrafting very slightly, but it's some overdrafts throughout.
I will say I do like Rembert. Like he's a nice player. I think he's going to hit. Might be limited power, and I also probably think he's a second baseman, which is the issue. But that's why I like seeing him mocked at like 19. I was like, well, that makes no sense.
See, I think McCarthy's already hitting like upper 90s. I don't, you're not going to add more sub 6 foot guy. Maybe consistently into it.
Historically, guys who throw that hard in high school don't have a good track record.
Yeah, especially when they're smaller. Like there's been a lot more rising for injury. Kleinschmidt's in the Marlins. That's a fun pick there. I didn't rank him. He would have been. He was just off, but it's a solid second round pick for our Marlins.
I think he's going to be a really nice pitcher.
I think he's like a 4.5, but he's a high floor 4.5. It's a nice pickup by the Marlins there. Again, I didn't rank him in my top 76. He is one of those guys. I'm sure someone can put together a list who's been listening about how many guys I said are just off of it, but he's not exciting, but he's a solid lefty. That type of guy who. He's
got a change up. It's really good. Low 90s, strike thrower. I do think he has more control over command, though.
Yes, agreed.
I had said about third round for him, so I guess a little higher than that. But
Carson Kirch to Georgia, that's a bit of a surprise. Though I know a lot of people like him. It's another Georgia Tech guy going to Arizona. Like he's got some good under the hood data. Does some things well. But they have to take a shortstop every draft. The last year's pick, Kason Cunningham, has not worked out well for them. Kirch was not a guy I really looked at for my top. Logan Schmidt, I mean, maybe Cleveland could. There was some connections there at various points, but he would be an over slot guy that they would have to come back. And again, I think Peterson is a close to slot player, so it makes it a little bit tricky in that regard. Weird draft class for Arizona, I feel like, so far.
They took what? They take two catchers?
No, they took Helfrich and then which pitcher they grabbed? Yeah, and I
don't hate Blake Bryan. He's just a very tall high school pitcher, which is
this is back-to-back picks for them that are off the board for me. So like I loved Helfrich, but these other two selections are guys who are not guys I had in my top 76, nor did I write them up in like my little fun bonus section where they did enough to get me to pay attention. It's not to say they can't be good. Oh, Rangers have a great pick there. I'll make you sad.
Oh yeah, I like Connor Camo. Yeah, that's a good one. I had him just below Bo Lawrence.
I think there's a lot of things to like, very similar to Lawrence, but he's got a better approach. He's more defined at the plate. He's a kid who can grow into his power. I think he's a first baseman. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
Like looking at just
it's a nice swing. I know like that gets overused, that quote unquote nice swing, but like it's a very simple swing with like really good balance, and he already gets the ball in the air. He's 6'4", so there's projection there.
Yeah, and he's not filled out. But I think he's probably a first baseman. I've said that to you the whole process, but I think he's gonna hit. Yeah. Like I think he's gonna hit.
He would have been one of my guys at 29. I think if Cleveland still had that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I had him. I had him at 45, just because of the positional value. Like my top 10 is getting decimated right now. Aiden Robbins 1, Sawyer Snowstrider still there at 2, Archer Horn 3, 4 Wes Mendes, 5 Logan Schmidt, 6 Jack Natali from the catcher from Cincinnati, 7 Eric Becker from Virginia, 8 Caden Boggenpool, 9 Graham Grahovich, which is a guy a lot of people thought was going to go in the first round, and then 10 is Andrew Williamson, the outfielder from UCF.
You liked him a lot more. Oh, there goes Caden Wechter to the Giants. I like that.
I like Caden Wechter. Yeah, that's a nice pick.
Yeah, it's the best. I think his delivery is a little.
He's also 19, or is going to be very soon. Where did I know he made my list, so I got to put.
Got the bloodlines. His dad was
Doug Wechter for a while. Why can't I find him on my list? I'm like, I know we wrote him up. There we go. I just hadn't seen it. I had him and Taj Marchand with pretty much the same grade range. He pitched really well at the NHSI. It kind of helped raise his profile. He's one of those guys that I feel like through this whole process was viewed as a second round arm. Like never really popped up higher, never really went lower. Like just a solid kind of back end type. Now we get to see what a division rival. And Kansas City's had an interesting draft for sure. I think Klein Schmidt, we both liked him. We think that he's
a pitchability lefty. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a solid, he's probably going to be a 5. Maybe you get a plus version of Logan Allen, which is definitely a solid start.
Yeah. I don't know if you can get more velocity out of him at this point. So
Yeah.
that's the thing he's missing. And like I said, I think he's more control over command. So yeah, I think he's definitely a back end starter, but that's a very solid, safe pick at that pick. Oh, there goes Jack Slayton.
Royals picked the White Sox pocket, if you believe reports. Some of my White Sox people were saying that was a guy that they really wanted.
He's from Illinois.
Yep, and it's and that's why you go underslot with Zion Rose, right? They probably paid him down. He probably he's getting a nice bonus here as one of the high players to come in and get him. I just want to say thank you to Sam Waters. Come on, if you watch your show enough, neither of us can shut up. You just missed us. Thoughts on Camus? We both like him a lot. We think that's a good pick. I think he's definitely not a shortstop. I don't think he's athletic enough to stick even at third base. I think he's a first baseman. But
the bummer is he's got a great arm, so he would have the arm for third base. I think they'll send him out as a third baseman to start. The Rangers will, but yeah, I'm with you. He'll probably go to first base at some point. But I really like his swing. I think
easy to add power, clean swing, strong eye for the zone. Slidum is, just a high ceiling guy who's the biggest helium over the last month. Houston Astros taking all of my dudes.
Wes Mendez,
another one of
the Astros are by far got to be your A+ draft.
I mean, I feel like did the Astros just steal my board? Is that what's happening here?
The Astros are going to hire Jeff. And I said I liked Trey Beard a little better, but Mendez is a good pitcher.
He's got a killer changeup. He's controls the zone well. There's some deception there. He's got a deep pitch mix. I like him a lot. I keep forgetting I changed which screen it's on. So that was pick 57, and I had him in the 30s. I was a high man on him. So not 7. He didn't go 7th. He went 57. It's Astros. I think, like I said, they just stole my board. Eric Becker to the Reds. So Cleveland is on the clock. 58th. All right. Becker was a guy who had top 10 run to start the year. It was another disappointing Virginia talent.
You and I had no interest in that one. Oh, look at that. Kyle Manzardo's going to blow it again.
He didn't actually, I don't know. It just, there was not a lot of things that went well. His brother was a second-round pick as well a year ago. I don't know if Nick Becker was higher or lower. I'm going to go look that up because I'm curious. But he was, Eric Becker was one of the more disappointing players in college baseball this year. He's not a shortstop. He's probably a second baseman. You're hoping he's going to hit, but it's also one of the hardest things to predict, if a hit tool is plus or not. So Nick Becker went, come on, where are you?
Come on. Let's manifest Aiden Robbins. I don't know.
Nick Becker was 57th a year ago. Eric Becker is 58th.
Let's manifest Aiden Robbins later. 59. Come on. Come on. Let's manifest it. Aiden Robbins. Come on. You can do it.
You can cut his head. Oh, no. I'm sorry. So, Becker is just a
break.
Pick. Who did the Reds take? Didn't they take a pitcher with their first pick?
Who, the Reds?
Yeah, or they go who? Oh no, they took Allen or LeBron. So LeBron and Becker, they went with a shortstop and a second baseman on the all disappointment list.
Kind of a pulling a Cleveland. They're trying to take the sliding value, but those are guys that I'm like, too risky to me. Now, the Guardians are still on the clock. The pick is not in, according to MLB Network.
Logan Schmidt. They took Logan Schmidt. That's a high-value pick.
All right, Logan Schmidt. I did write him up. He was one of the few high school pickers.
Connected to them throughout the process. Young for the class, California kid.
Yeah.
One of my top available players.
He's from Georgia.
No.
Is he from Georgia?
No, it's Ganesh in California. He's a California kid.
Oh, I got that wrong. Okay.
Yeah, it's the GA is the school. yes, I don't like high school pitchers, but this is a value for this. Like, again, I don't want to. No, at the same time, second round's been a bit cursed for them. But I mean, I had Logan Schmidt as the 38th rated player in this class, and they get him at 59. He's going to be expensive. Don't get me wrong; he's going to be an expensive player at this point.
Archer, that tells me that they'll probably be at or under.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to be at. I think they're probably going to be at. Reclassifier. One of those players who, at points, people discussed as one of the top prep arms in the class. He commands and pits. He's very much the Guardians guy. He's more low 90s now with good control and command. 17-year-old, 6'4", 210. Lots of things you can do. He's gotten bigger every year. He's added velocity every year. What I say, it's a good beginner's mix and setup with every pitch looking at least average, if not potentially above average or plus down the road. He commands them well. His pitch mix complements each other well. He's more of a raw pitcher due to age and the fact he did lose a year, but one can never have enough lefties with the ability to command pitches. So, yeah,
15 hits allowed in 60 innings in high school, whatever that's worth.
And I'll say this: I had a buddy who writes, and a few buddies who write, and in his mock, Logan Schmidt's agent asked for him to connect. Elliot Lashiels is an interesting one, the Padres. You and I didn't love a lot of the batted ball data there. Canadian kid. But the agent had said you should connect Cleveland to, asked for essentially at 19 for Logan Schmidt to be listed in a mock. So he did a favor and did put Logan Schmidt at 19. So, but apparently there had been some connections with that.
I like this pick. I do. I think it's a good pick at that 59. Like, what did I write? I said 17. Yeah, 6'4", 210. So he's a big kid, which is nice. He should add velocity. I mean, he's low to mid 90s now. I like the changeup. I think he needs I think the breaking balls probably need a little bit more sharpness. Like, it seems like his breaking stuff could use a little bit more power to it. Like, kind of like Joey Cantillo. Delivery was pretty clean, I felt like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think if they kept the 29th pick, this is who they would have taken. There's a good chance this was who they would have targeted at 29. But yeah, he's fun. He's like I say, he's a reclassifier, one of the youngest guys in the class by far. At points, I mean, I've always viewed him as one of the top three. Tyson LeBlanc, I liked him a lot going to the Tigers, the Kansas City kid who just keeps overachieving. The LeBlanc and the Lashiels going back to back because I kept confusing them in my mind with the La and the La.
I like LeBlanc.
It's entertaining. I like LeBlanc too. I mean, I had him ranked a little bit lower down on my board. But yeah, I think Schmidt is like, it's that very Guardians-esque profile. Like, he's got control, he's got command, he's got a beginner's pitch mix. There's a lot of ways to have him grow into a better pitcher.
Yeah, it's definitely an upside pick.
See, I don't think it's this. I don't think it is Clemmy, because Clemmy was all ceiling. Clemmy had no idea where the strike zone was. Clemmy had huge velocity.
More pure stuff. Sorry, more pure stuff.
And this is a guy who doesn't have that ceiling right now. Like, he touches upper 90s occasionally. He's more of a low 90s guy. Develops secondary, strong control command. So I mean, it's a value selection. Like, Aiden Robbins would have been my choice here. But I think it's a Caden Sorrell to the Cubs. Not a Sorrell.
That's 2 years in a row they've done that. Or who was the outfielder from Wake they took that I liked?
Ethan Conrad.
Yeah, was that last year or 2 years ago?
That was last year. When he was hurt. Sorrell, it's just, man, he's some of the worst batted ball data in this entire class.
Yeah, I really like the swing. I will say that, and he's got great power.
Yeah, but he's gonna chase, and he misses in the zone. Yeah. I was really low on him. But yeah, Cleveland, it's a really strong value pick. I think with both selections, one can argue they got good value. Sean Duncan to the Yankees, another guy I liked in this class. If he didn't have Tommy John, I think he had a chance to be a first rounder. Canadian kid, young for the class, has a lot of similarities with Logan Schmidt, honestly. So, I kept moving him up. Sean Duncan was 57th on my board, and he goes 63 here. So just about the right range for Duncan when all things are considered. Yankees having a nice draft. Duncan and Dietz, back-to-back good lefties. Cleveland, with some of their pitchers kind of disappointing this year in the minors. Like I said, I think I boldly said in the podcast, I didn't think anyone they took at 29 would have a chance to get in the top 10. I do think Liam Peterson's probably going to be a top 10 guy for me. And Logan Schmidt's probably going to be in the top 15. I don't know if I can quite go enough to rank him higher than that, but I will say these have been two nice additions, nothing crazy. They're sticking with the board. Schmidt, I think, by almost every marker was higher valued than this, that this is a kind of a surprise that he was available and he got here. Again, I'd be curious if they had to pay him down the board or anything like that, or just what his bonus will be, but I can't fault them. Bogganpool to the Phillies, of course. That is such a Dombrowski pick.
Yeah, it is.
Give me the guys who run and hit the ball hard. Dombrowski loves athletic outfielders. Bogganpool has all of the athleticism, all of the exit velocity. He just did not perform well in a very weak conference. He was okay, but you expect a guy who is that physically better than everyone else to put up big numbers. I'm going to pause it for a second to go do a now.
Okay.
Logan Schmidt, but Bogganpool's a good value here. This is actually a pretty good run of value with all of these selections.
Yeah, it's been an interesting second round. I like Bogganpool a lot more than you did. I know you're okay with it here. I wouldn't have been there in the first round. I wouldn't have hated it here.
No, I would have been fine either. I mean, I had him 52nd. Yeah. I still had Schmidt much higher, so I think they made the right choice. I just, again, especially when you have that much talent and you're facing a lower level of competition, he should have done more. That's just, you can. Yeah. I know that's the same argument for Peterson, but Peterson was at least facing elite competition. But yeah, Jake Brown, a guy you like to Seattle.
Yeah, not great batted ball data at LSU, but guy who was just hitting a ton this year. I don't know where he plays in the outfield. He might be a left fielder, so that's going to hurt the value a little bit. But
I'm kind of curious to see what the Brewers do here before I do the now recording, just because, I think they had to save money with Ebel. So I'm very curious to see how they put it ahead here with this.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Call confirmed. Come on, Brewers. You're holding me up. Yeah, I mean, Brown, some people, I know he's another guy that Keith Law was really high on, had him as a potential first rounder, viewed him as a center fielder, maybe. And then,
I don't think he hit the ball particularly hard, but
I think that was my knock on him as well. If I go look at my data sheet of numbers,
yeah,
1047. And then his chase was 22.6. So it's a little bit high with chase, and a little bit high with exit velo. So,
and the other thing too is I think he's probably a left fielder too. I don't know if he's where he's going to play. He's definitely not a center fielder. He might have the arm for right. I don't know if he's going to have the range. He's got the arm for right. So, did you just say Stroh-Snyder? Did you just say that?
Right, the Brewers. That fits as a very Brewers-esque.
Yeah, that's
that is one of my top 3 talents available. In spite of my concerns with him,
that's a good pick for where we are. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you had told me that they took Strider at 25 and Ebel here, that would have made a lot of sense. In reverse, let's see, so Strider is here, and that is what pick 66. I mean, maybe they bought him down too. Maybe Ebel was that situation where they could convince a Snow Strider to go a little bit lower. So before I go, top 10, Aiden Robbins, 1. Number 2, Archer Horn. 3, Jake Natali, the catcher from Cincinnati. 4, Miles Bailey, first baseman, Florida State. 5, Graham Gahovic, first baseman. 6, Andrew Williamson, outfielder. 7, Brody Bamilla, which, I mean, I didn't move him down after he got hurt, but he probably would have. 8, James Clark, you can't even draft. 9, Blake Bowen, and 10, D. Kennedy. So if you want a bonus guy, Jensen Herkshorn is 11, and 12 is Jacob Duden. When it comes to
Marlins up 1-0. Oh, they got out of the inning. Did they get him before he scored?
I have no idea. I didn't get to see it as I was going over on my list.
I think they got him before he scored. The run does not count. Yeah, Otto Lopez got caught off second base. So It looks like they got the out at second base before the run scored and the base hit. So that's good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's out by a lot.
Good throw by Quan. That was great.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, another player, guys. Owen Hull didn't make my list, but Boston just took him.
That's what happens when you don't hustle. He assumed he was going to score free and easy. Well, you know what? He would have, because he didn't know that the runner on second was going to get caught up second. So,
but yeah. I'm going to do the now. You can talk. It's perfect time for me to leave because Owen Hull just got selected. Who you like?
Oh, I do like Owen Hull. Yeah, he was a fun player at UNC. That's another guy who I think is going to be a surefire center field. I liked a lot of the North Carolina guys this year. I do have like a weird affinity for North Carolina, both basketball and I guess baseball too. But like another guy who I think does a little bit of everything well. Like I think he's going to hit. The power is going to be pretty fringy. The data wasn't great on him, but he runs. He's definitely going to play center. The arm's okay. The swing is a little weird for him, but I think it's a really good prospect. That's a better pick for the Red Sox than where I liked them before. Because what the Red Sox now Jeff's gonna be mad because Andrew Williamson came off the board. Yeah, the Red Sox are loading up on North Carolina. You got Schaffner and then Owen Hull. Okay, which is interesting because I guess they're all just interested in all the North Carolina players. I wonder what the connection is there. I wonder if they'll take Jason DeCaro now. Jason DeCaro, somebody I was a little higher on than other people were, but let's see where we're at. So Andrew Williamson just went to the he was the pick after that. The Cardinals. Williamson's another guy who had good batted ball data, although he comes from a small school at Central Florida, so like never really know about that. Ooh, Evan Dempsey off the board for the Tigers. I like that pick. Evan Dempsey, Florida Gulf Coast. He's got a funky low, like lefty delivery, like from the low side. He's a two-way player at Florida Gulf Coast. Legitimately, he was on the John Olerud list, which is the best two-way player in college. Definitely a pitcher in the future, but two good breaking balls. If someone can help him with a changeup, I think he's going to be a good pitcher. I think he's not going to be a hitter at the next level, so you think focusing on pitching is going to be big for him too. So if you are a Tiger, the Tigers honestly are having a great draft. I can't hate what they're doing at all. I mean, Fluky was a good pick. I really liked Fluky. Tyson LeBlanc had really good numbers at Kansas, and then Evan Dempsey, favorite, really fun two-way player at.
He is. I think most of us thought he'd be a pitcher, and it's gonna be interesting to see what he can do.
He is going to be a pitcher. He's not going to be a two-way player.
Yeah,
but
what he's going to do.
I think when you focus on pitching at the next level, I really like his arm slot. He's got good stuff. The velocity's good already, and again, when you focus on pitching, it'll be a lot better. Yes, the draft is still going on, guys. The draft
it's going on for a while.
Yeah, it's going to be on for like at least another 2 hours.
Oh, okay. So Andrew Williamson, I didn't get a chance to talk about. He is on my list, so I got to go mark him off. Excuse me.
Yeah, you like him. I was going to let you take that one because
he's a speed power guy. Had some good numbers, a little bit of chase. One of those guys that points had first round talk. His uncle was a utility player at the big league level for a lot of years. Young for the class. I believe another guy with some pretty big platoon splits this year. Let's see, he went 68 overall. I had him 55 or 50, 55 on my board. Another nice pickup for the Cardinals. Really strong. I mean, they've taken 4 of my top 76. And he's just a player that like maybe the floor is like a platoon guy, but yeah, he's got speed and power. If you're looking for like a speed power combo, he kind of stood out. And then Malavai Levy to the Reds. I'm not as big on him as some others. He had some big exit velocity. I think he's a first baseman. I know they did announce him as a first baseman. He tried to show that he could do other things at the combine. It did not go well. with that. And then Ryan Peterson, a favorite of you and mine to the Marlins.
No,
he is
no.
a spin king, a lot of great. Again, another guy where it's more traits over production. He has not had like great performance.
Yeah. The Marlins have taken 2 pitchers back to back that I think are interesting. By the way, did you notice you were saying earlier about the about Owen Hall going to the Red Sox? They've taken 2 UNC guys so far.
Yeah, and both kind of like a little bit of overdrafts from where they were. Disc golf.
Well, they're taking Jason DeCaro, right?
I guess, yeah, it makes sense. No, because here's the thing: anyone who reclassifies wants to get signed. Disc golf asked, like if Schmidt, LSU, yeah, it's a hard commit, but he also wasn't committed for when I wrote my first way too early mock. Everyone's going to commit no matter what to some place, but you don't reclassify to then go to college. Like this is, and they Cleveland notoriously has a deal in place when they do all of these picks. Like, so if they go and he has a number and it's over slot and they have to figure it out, then they're trying to call other people. Probably more on day 2. It's a little bit harder to line that all up today in rounds 3 and 4. But then, to make sure they have the money to sign these players. Dawson Montasio to St. Louis, another pitcher some people really like. I was not as big on him, the West Virginia guy.
You'll be happy to know Gabby Arias is 2 for 2 today. I don't know much about Dawson Montesa. Do you? One of the guys I really did a lot.
I know Keith liked him. He's just kind of one of those guys. This is like the pitcher range for a lot of these guys. And as they're doing it, this was kind of like his 2nd, 3rd round range. Like had some sort of Athletics take Gabe Gackle. That's
interesting.
He's probably a reliever, but I mean there are people who thought that like his stuff wise was some of the best in the entire class. He struggled as a starter though. Like another guy where he didn't perform super well. Their first overall pick was Liam Peterson, the pitcher from Florida.
Yes, the Guardians have 2 more picks. They pick, it's on the board on YouTube, by the way. It's 995 and 126, so their next 2 picks. So they're not they're not due up for another like 20 picks. And then after that, they've got another 30 or another 31. So yeah, Gabe Gackle in that Las Vegas environment. I don't love that, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think he's a reliever. Double steal by the Guardians. Petey Halpin and Gabriel Arias. Okay.
2 steals for Gabby today?
Yes, 2 steals for Gabriel Arias. Was that on your bingo card?
No.
Yeah, maybe Gabby Arias got mad that he didn't get traded to the Pirates.
Okay. Brett Renfroe to the Twins. A lot of people there are some people who really liked him in the process, thought there could be more with him. Kind of up and down. I mean, this is 4 college pitchers in a row. Like we're seeing that, they're flying off the board at this point.
I know that was the strength of the class. So yeah.
Yeah. Cat, you're killing me here. I've had a rotation of who's sitting to the right of me during this show, blocking my secondary screen.
For what it's worth, on Baseball America, they had Liam Peterson 20 and Logan Schmidt 21 on their board.
Like I said, I think he would have. I had him 37. So I do think there's a good chance he would have been their pick at 29. And he's been connected with them throughout. And again, everyone's like, you hate prep arms. I'm like, yeah, I am not a fan, but I would have this is the range for gamble. You took Peterson, and these are 2 gambles. I mean, both are, but this is kind of like going back to 2021 right now, where they went with Williams and they didn't really do a prep arm. It's like that whole class, I think, was was what Connor Cox was the only hitter, and then they took one prep arm late in 2021. Right, it was all they just went college pitcher, every pick college pitcher, and you got Williams and Bybee out of that class, so it worked out pretty well. Oh, Bailey. I think Archer Horn's going to Stanford. I don't think Archer
at this
Horn
point,
is.
yeah. Oh no,
oh, Cubs, Miles Bailey.
No, Cubs. No, that's just rude.
Miles Bailey. So Miles Bailey misses in the zone a lot, but he also has some of the best exit velocities in the start. And let's see, he went pick 75. I mean, I had him much higher in this. Like he hits the ball well. I
had him 50 overall.
I had him 50 as well. We had the exact same spot.
Shocking.
He misses, but he doesn't chase, and then he does damage. Like that's a profile to success. And I think he would have been a really interesting. Now he does miss a lot, so that's the side of it where you get a little concerned. But it's a fun value. It's a good player here. I mean, so I've got Aiden Robbins is left as my top player. Then I have Archer Horn 2. After that, it's Jack Natali, the catcher from Cincinnati 3. 4, Graham Gahovic from TMU, who I didn't love. And this is kind of justification for me because he's still here. And when people had him at the end of the first round, I was confused. 5th, I have Bodie Bramilla. And again, I didn't move him down after his injury.
What are the odds he doesn't get drafted now?
I don't know. 6 is James Clark, who pulled his name out of the draft. 7 is Blake Bowen. 8 is D. Kennedy, who I like a lot. 9 is Jackson Hicksorn. 10 is Jacob Duden. And then 11 is Will Brick, who is another guy who may be unsignable at this point that everyone thought was going to go kind of in between 30 and 40. After that, I have Ethan Watchman, who really lit up the combine at 11. And then Caden Ferraro at 12. Will Gasparino 13. Oh, Gabe Geichel was 73 on my board, or 75, and he went 73. And then Trey Bassard. So, I mean, my board is pretty decimated at this point.
Yeah.
Did Cleveland just get a run or two?
Quan that comes through, base hit.
Knocked in 2.
1-0.
No, there was 2 on, weren't there? So he got both across. 2-0.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it was 2nd and 3rd, yeah. Look at that. Stephen Kwan.
He's heating up from downtown. Because that was the end of those were all comp picks.
No, we're headed to the 3rd round now.
Oh, because the Miles Bailey pick was for
2C.
losing Tucker, right?
Yeah. So Guardians still got 10, 20 picks to go. 76.
Okay, we're between. I might do another restroom run and then come right back in.
Round 3 begins in a half hour, so I think we might just kind of hit a break here.
I'll stay in and take some questions, chat a bit, but I'm gonna just run to the restroom.
Yes, you can only trade comp picks, but the deadline was 24 hours ago, so that's why you saw the White Sox and the Pirates execute that trade yesterday. So you can only trade comp picks. The pick that the Cubs just took from it was the
losing Kyle Tucker.
That's not a tradable pick.
No.
It's only the competitive balance. So it's comp A and comp B. A free agent comp pick is not tradable. So that's another distinction to be safe about.
Okay, I will be right back.
All right, sounds good. I'm doing some writing anyway. So when you come back, I might take a break there. Bazzana flew out, but that's the end of the inning. Oh, well. Yeah, it figures for all the Guardians fans in here. They did a good job yesterday offensively against Sandy Alcantara, and today they're doing a good job against Yuri Perez, as like we all expected, right? We all thought that was going to be the case. Kind of want to go through and see, since we're on a half-hour break, who's had a good draft so far. And see, Arizona. If I knew more about Carson Kurse, that's more Jeff's area. I don't really know that one. Blake Bryant's exciting. Ryder Helfrich, I think he can hit, at least for power, and he's one of the best defensive catchers. So that's a good draft so far. The A's got Burris, then they went Mason Edwards and Gabe Gackel. I guess Mason Edwards in the 2nd round is fine since they need pitching in their system, but I don't really love Mason Edwards, but that's fine at 47 overall, and Gabe Gackel's fine. That's okay. the Braves are having a very interesting draft. Like AJ Gracia, you're betting on the power still being there. And then Caden McCarthy, a cold weather 6-foot high school arm, that is massively risky. And Carter Beck was kind of a surprise where he went. The Orioles, Booth and Head, I like that. They got two really toolsy outfielders, so I think the Orioles are doing pretty good. The Red Sox are having a very strange draft. They took a lot of contact defense guys, kind of following Cleveland playbook. Both left-handed hitters, both up the middle. I like Caden Sorrell a lot more than Jeff Probably. I'm not like big on Caden Sorrell, but he's got power. I like the swing. He's probably going to chase a ton. So I don't know how that's going to be risky. But Cade Townsend's a fun pitcher we both liked, and we both like Miles Bailey. So disappointed Cleveland couldn't get their hands on him. But they're having a fun draft. The White Sox, Chalowski and Tomey, that's good. I'm not as big on Cole Prosek, but it's fine at 41. Tomey's good, and obviously Rock Chalowski, they're doing good. I don't love the Reds draft. You got LeBron and Eric Becker, both disappointments. The UCLA first baseman, Lavu. Like, there's some decent traits there, bat to ball skills. He needs more power for a first baseman. He chases a lot, so I'm not really a big fan there. Covered the Guardians so far. I like where the Rockies have gone so far. Tyler Bell was a great pick at 10. Daniel Jackson's fine at 37 because he's I think he's gonna hit. He probably won't stay at catcher just because of the size, but we'll see what they do with him there. And Logan Redeman, 38 overall. I guess that's not a bad pick. I mean, just worried about the lack of success or pitching in the Big Ten, and plus the injury. Tigers, to me, are having a great draft. Flukie, LeBlanc, Dempsey, talked about that. I love those guys. I know the Astros are having Jeff's favorite draft between Logan Hughes, Jack Riddell, and Wes Mendez. That's pretty self-explanatory. The only pick I like from the Royals so far is Taylor Rabe. That's the only pick I like from them so far. They obviously bought Jack Slidham down to 56. Because a lot of people thought he was going to go much higher. He had a lot of helium. So that must have come from getting Zion Rose a lot higher. I dislike the Angels draft, as I always do, because I was not as high in Gridlinger. Too much wrist for me. And Jaron Advincula, too much chase and only second base. So just not in my palette there. Marlins, I love the Marlins. I skipped the Dodgers. Bo Lawrence, love Bo Lawrence. So the Dodgers taking him just really reaffirms that. He's a lot like Nolan Jones, which I know people will say sounds terrible, but Nolan Jones was a really good high school prospect, and I think Lawrence comes from better competitive area. The Marlins are having a nice draft. Like, I don't really love Lombard, but it's okay at 14, I guess. And then Kleinschmidt and Peterson. Peterson was a favorite of ours from data and traits. Brewers having a bit of a weird draft. I didn't really love Trey Evil that much. He got a lot of hype coming in. I was just kind of reviewing all the different drafts who I like so far. Anthony wanted to know where Peterson and Schmidt would slot for us. I'd probably put Peterson in the top 10.
Yeah.
I think I'd have probably Schmidt top 15.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I was just saying the Brewers, their draft's doing okay. Like I
think if you flipped it, people would find it less weird, but
yeah, that's true. I mean, I wasn't as high on either of those guys just because of the
like where things are right now. I might put Peterson at 8, maybe even 7.
They took left-hander Carson Bullman, Sam, the Giants at 29.
Yeah.
A prep pitcher.
I bet he's probably like 8 or somewhere between 8 to 10 for Peterson, and then Schmidt is.
I have to go look at mine.
Schmidt's probably around 14. I don't know. He's probably around 14, 15. And again, I do think that
factor in the injuries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Graduation.
The other thing I think too is like, again, I think if they had picked 29th, there's a good chance that Schmidt would have been the guy. And like a lot of places really viewed him as like the number 2 guy behind Gio Rios. Like there was definitely some feeling that he was you know, a nice mix of like ceiling and everything else there. So listen, as much I'm just like all of you guys, like hitters are more fun. Like it would have been great to see Aiden Robbins, who I really believe in, but clearly other people don't. But I'll say, like, you know, MLB and Baseball America, I believe both had him in their top 30. So he's not just a guy who, you know, looking at what he can do. So it's, you know, these are two guys that you're just trying to hope, well, you're both of them. You're looking at a lot of development. You're just looking for, I mean, Peterson has a chance to be a frontline starter if you can help figure him out. We talk about how much we love Lance Brzezinski, right? You and I trust him implicitly. Peterson was his number 2 arm. Like that speaks a lot to me. And he's the number 2 in a lot of places. And like, I had a point where I had Peterson at 30, and then I just kind of wrote up the rest of this class and moved him up to 20. Like, I had him low because the production wasn't there, but he just, the stuff and everything else, and you're hoping who can do that. And then Schmidt is a guy who I mocked to the Guardians at 19 at multiple points in this process. Multiple points in the process, I mocked him to Cleveland. Like, I just thought that he was their type of guy. I had heard that there had been, you know, some degree of discussion with him, and I'm sure I'll talk after the draft with my buddy Taylor, and Taylor will send me more info. But so here's what's funny. Okay, ready? My way too early mock draft from October, I had Logan Schmidt at 19 to Cleveland.
Well, there you go. You should screenshot that and put it out there.
How do I screenshot on a computer? I'm an old man.
I don't know. For me, it's next to the function button, the FN.
Yeah.
Shift and S. That's what it is for me.
Shift S and the FN button, or not?
Yeah. No, the one next to it, to the right.
Control, or the Windows button?
Yes, the Windows button. Windows, Shift, and S. That's how it is for me.
I got nothing popping up with that.
What do you have?
I have a PC.
Okay, it's a flyout.
Now nothing's working on my computer. I think I did
I
something
broke
weird.
your computer. Cool.
I think I broke my computer.
Yeah, that's what it is for me. Every computer has a screenshot tool if you just like the snipping tool if you just find it.
No, unfortunately, trying to do
you don't want to use Windows print screen because that'll do the whole thing. You have to crop the whole thing.
I think I just lost my connection. Oh, come on, thing. Oh, shoot, I'm gonna have to like sit here and look at the instructions and figure out what I did wrong, aren't I? Okay, turn it off. Let's turn it on. And then I'm gonna come down here. Check out my Bluetooth. Show my devices. Awesome. It's not okay. So everyone, hey, I hope you enjoy tech stuff with me failing to do everything correctly right now. I guess I should just do it on my phone. That I know how to do. Then so October 25th.
I wouldn't I wouldn't do Windows print screen only because that takes a screenshot of all your tabs.
Yeah, I'm just doing it of
Now everybody wants to see whatever tabs you have open, Jeff.
StreamYard, that, my baseball work, copy of Big Board, Twitter, Guards Top Prospects, and the community page. So nothing too scandalous here, unfortunately. Sorry.
Nice. Got 2 people back from the subtext group, the insiders group, that said yikes to the Logan Schmidt pick. They must all listen to the show, and obviously all listen to the show, but obviously they
Yeah, I mean, I know
Your words
the
on
history is
preferences.
terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get up and take a break here too.
Fair enough. I'm gonna try to reconnect my keyboard. I'm gonna hang out and take questions and see what's going on here as we wait for the draft to resume. We're gonna keep it going. Okay, so I got those going. So now all that's left is me to figure out how I broke my keyboard. But overall, yeah, it's been an interesting draft. It's been a fun thing to watch. Hopefully, oh no, we've fallen below 100. That's what I was hoping to avoid. But we're going to keep going. You know, rounds 3 through 4. This is where you truly kind of make your money, as it were, because it's going to be a lot of names. We still haven't really had one where I'm like, I don't even know who that is yet. But there's always the chance that can happen. So, again, Miles Bailey, that hurts. I know Justin and I were both kind of hoping he would be a target for the Guardians. Unfortunately, that he's gone, so that can't be the case. Manzardo has been massively struggling so far. I think the Houston Astros so far would be, and hey, there you go. There's it. Houston Astros are clearly my favorite team in terms of the draft right now. Definitely like what Oakland has done. I really have to sit and look at the classes to see overall who is standing out. But, looking overall, I would say probably Atlanta is the least favorite. I just felt like they did a lot of overdrafts. A lot. Like they took Caden MacArthur, who I like Logan Schmidt more than. Garcia was too early. Carter Beck felt too early. Like just kind of weird draft in that regard. That it felt like they were, grabbing some players that maybe weren't. I don't get the approach. Now, I'll also say in most years that's just true of the Braves in general, that they tend to have a different approach, and sometimes their board is very different than mine. And it's hard for me to say that they're wrong because at the same time, they've found a lot of guys. They've had a lot of great success. So I'm kind of curious to see how these players perform. But yeah, the Braves definitely do things differently. That is 100% one of the things they do through this process. I'm just trying to get my keyboard to connect again. So that is why I apologize. I've kind of fallen off a bit because I would like to make it so I can actually use my little, there we go, my Bluetooth keyboard. So I was trying to screenshot it. I instead took it off. They're talking right now, I see, about Georgia Tech, and it is cool. They've had 4 selections so far, in 4 in the top 53 picks. That is a program that former Guardians prospect James Ramsey is the coach there. He of the return for Justin Masterson. And so the Guardians have, let's see, go to my tracker over here. They're going to pick at pick 94. When we resume, it's going to be at 76. So about 20 spots before they draft in this round. I was trying to look and see, like the Dodgers, for instance, like they had their first rounder because you can't lose that. But I feel like with some of their between Diaz and Tucker, like they didn't have a second, they don't have a second or a third. It's going to be interesting because I feel like Lawrence is going to be expensive. So I'm very curious to see how they get that out there and how they're going to pay for him, because they don't have a lot of picks where they can go under. It's been a lot of high, like I say, it's just the rich getting richer, but I'm curious to see how they're going to cover the difference between what I think he's going to cost. I like the Schmidt pick. I think it's a good value. I would have still taken Aiden Robbins there, which I think would have been good for. I laugh because it's like Aiden Robbins would have been good for us as a channel. And I'll say Aiden Robbins also has a lot of similarities with. They went to the same high school as Nolan Jones, but he's a big time SEC performer who's right-handed. So like Aiden Robbins, I don't think he gets to them here in round 3. I think he'll go pretty quickly, but he would have been a nice pick just in terms of making people happy with the channel. But Schmidt is a solid selection there. Let's see. I'm gonna update. Is this the banners? I'm trying to think. Other banners. No. Wow. So that is the draft banner from a year ago. I'm not always as good as this, and here is my year ago draft banner. So I'm going to create a banner and see if this can work to kind of put up a best available. So I'm not going to see comments real quickly here while I make a list to show best available players left in this year's class. Yeah. I know it's. We're going to just say best left instead of best available, so I don't risk misspelling and can save myself a little bit of space. I think from my list, I'm going to have 2 players that I'm not going to include. I'm going to include Archer Horn because I've not heard that he is not a guy that can go, but I think there's a very good chance he is getting to college. I will pull off James Clark because he is not selectable. In this year's class, he, I believe, fully pulled himself out. Apparently, I cannot type or spell, so it's probably not a surprise for anyone out there. Jack Tully is my 3rd rated player. 4th, it's kind of surprising. Graham Grahovic is there. I mean, I have definitely been I thought I was the low person on him, but apparently it's the league, or Gavin Grahovic, I should say. Because, I had him in the 50s, and he's still sitting there on the board when we talk about the 3rd round. So we're going into the 70s without Grahovic being selected. And he is the 53rd selection, or 53rd on my board. Just trying to put together a best of who's left tracker very quickly here while we have the break in this. Pradeep Milla I have in here as well, but again, he would have been lower if I changed my list after I did the final submit due to injury. We've got Blake Bowen's going to be another really tough player to get signed. He is, I believe, committed to Oregon State, comes from a big-time program, had a pretty good combine, so I thought he had a chance to go. But I have him 63 on my board. I think my favorite player for the Guardians to select, though. The guy I'd love to see them get down the board would be D. Kennedy, the second baseman. Like, sure, Aiden Robbins, yes, but I don't think he can get there. Maybe D. Kennedy can get there, who I have 64th. So that would be fun. It's going to be interesting to see if they go with another pitcher. They have had those years where they have sat back and kind of gone with, just like feeling like they need to reset their class or their depth in the system. And their pitching depth has gotten a little bit weaker, so I could see them trying to do that. It's fun setting this up because all the names, being last names that are different, is setting off a lot of the spell check issues where I'm like, okay, am I spelling these correctly? Let me flip this over. Still waiting on the return right now. It's kind of the pause between the third and fourth rounds. And when you're looking at this, it means we're halfway through our day, but there is still a lot of picks to go. It should go pretty quicker. It should go pretty quickly, I should say, compared to where some of the earlier selections were, just because there's less time between picks and things like that that can affect when a player gets selected, or everything's getting sped up. And this is absolutely massively important time that is occurring. So I'm just trying to see if I've got this correct. Okay. So let's see if this works. Show. Okay, so there we go. I put in my best available, 200 characters. I'll go back to comments here, but seen a year where there's so many bad hops. No, it does feel like there's a lot more weird. Maybe that's part of like they talked about. There's something weird with the baseball in general that's causing there to be some less fade and stuff on the ball. And I wonder if maybe that's leading to more of the bad hops this year because, just the way the balls are put together this year is not there's something different and weird. Saros did a whole piece on that. So I wonder if all the weird hops are due to that. But to get back to what I was talking about before, why this is so important is because, like I said, Cleveland probably is going full slot for Peterson. If I had to place a bet, I bet Schmidt is going to be over slot. So that means they got to come back, find some players willing to take some haircuts. For instance, a year ago in the third round, and the third round's often a haircut round for them. They took Nolan Schubart, and Schubart was an underslot guy to help them get more money to pay Jace Lavalette in round one. So this time right now is teams trying to figure out where they can find haircuts, where they can save money, which players, if any, like obviously players like James Clark, it's pretty clear he's out. But, see if Archer Horn has changed his mind at all. Like, is he willing to accept this much? Call him, call this person, just start calling a list and being like, we can offer you this much. Are you willing to accept it? Because sometimes things change. So, calling agents, and that's the problem, is like you often have to go through an advisor, which is essentially their agent, but it's an advisor because if they don't sign, they would be in trouble, which is what happened to Clay Holmes. I can't remember then what he ended up going by, former Guardians draft back at the Josh out of high school. Not Clay Holmes, can't remember. He was at Oregon where like the Phillies said, well, he's got an advisor. He had an agent. It's like everyone's got an agent. But teams have to call these agents essentially like, hey, we'll offer this. The agent talks to the player, they discuss it, and then they get back. So sometimes it's, it's all about you have to. And that's what I don't love about one of the discussed rule changes where 12 rounds. Like, I don't know. I don't want even when I started, there were 50 rounds and now we're down to 20. I don't want to take any more away. And then B, the other thing is like basically a hard slotting. So, hey, if we take you here, it's this much and you can't take prep talent. I don't like the idea of shifting this even more, taking away more talent, shortening the draft and making it. Because if all of a sudden everything is kind of a hard slot where, hey, we took you here, you get this much, it takes away some of the under the hood value and fun. It makes it so like there isn't this whole idea of, well, I'm going to take this player here because I can save money to take this guy later. It gets rid of some of the it makes it a lot more bland. It makes it a lot less fun. So I really, really, really disliked the thing I most dislike about the draft this year is MLB's proposal to shorten the draft, make it a hard slot at each pick, and limit high schoolers. I actually think for years I've said, like with the NBA, like they should take the MLB approach, which is either you go out of high school or you got to go to 2 years or until you're 21. Like I think the MLB approach to the draft and their limited age system is like one of the best, if not the best there is out there. That, hey, you can go out of high school, you can be a high pick, you can go early, but if you go to college, you got to stick for a little bit. So I think that's a great approach, and I would hate to see it get changed. So beyond the players listed, Ethan Washman, Caden Ferraro, Will Gasparino, and Trey Broussard are some of the guys that I had left on my list. There's not many left. Again, I'm not counting James Clark because he pulled himself out, which actually makes my list only 75 players. But really, Arias did something positive again? Oh, there you go. It's kind of funny. I mean, he's doing what we talked about, right? He's just hitting the ball hard. I would have to go look at. Gosh, I'm so tired. I read this at first. I really got offended because I thought I read it as, "Do you think your mom will get drafted?" It's been a long day. So I have to laugh at it because I was like, wait, did he just say, "Will your mom get drafted?" I'm like, oh, Horn. To answer the real question, no, I don't think my mom's going to get drafted. Horn, I don't think so. There were some rumors. Listen, I like Horn a lot. I am 25th on my board. I apologize. I should not have cleared my voice in the mic. But I am 25th on my board. I think he wanted to get pay. He wanted to get paid? No, he wanted to get paid. I think he had a pretty significant ask, and I think there were some people who didn't like it and thought that maybe he wasn't quite worth that. So I think Horn is probably getting to school at this point. Of the players on my little best available list as it scrolls by, I would say he is the most likely one to. Now, I think he might be the only prep player on that one. So, I mean, no duh, he's the most likely. Well, no, Brody Bamilla is on there as well. But I think he, and Blake Bowen. But I think I would go Horn, Bowen, Bamilla in terms of ranking who are the ones who are most likely to go to school as opposed to the ones who aren't. Oh, Petey. But yeah, it's like I said, we're just sitting here waiting. You know, you get the kind of break in the action. I might stand up for a second and just shift the eye line because it's we're at 4.5 hours of recording so far, and it's not always the easiest thing to keep it going for the whole time. But we do it every year. It's a lesson in love, or lesson in love. That's not what I want to say. It's something that we enjoy doing, and that's why we keep doing it, even though it can be a little bit tricky, a little bit harder to do. Yeah, I've been like, I have the game over here, and I've got screen for the draft, so I'm not as locked in. So I don't know like how many pitches he's up to or anything like that. So I have no idea for Perez. But yeah, I think the most surprising player on the board at this point is probably again Grahovic, just because I saw so many mocks that have him going somewhere between 30 to 50. He's a first baseman. He hits the ball hard. Just seemed like kind of a, like that relatively low ceiling guy that teams like. And then from there, it's just kind of interesting looking at a lot of the players who's left and people that I was hoping would be maybe available or targets. Like I said, I think right now in the third round, because again, hitters are fun, right? Like that's what we like to see. Tomy's kid went to Chicago. That's where he wanted to go. Tomy's son wanted to be a White Sox, and his dad works there, and that's what they wanted. He wanted. So I know some people have complained that Cleveland didn't draft him, but he didn't want to be here. And it's not that anything against us, but he wanted to go stay at home. He's an Illinois kid. Dad works for the org. That was
Played
always
there.
what?
You
Yeah,
say
Dad
you
played there.
played there?
Dad was from Iowa. I'm not sure where Mom was from. If that's why they settled there, right? Wasn't Dad
She
an
was in
Iowa
Cleveland,
kid?
but I could be wrong. She grew up in Cleveland.
But they live in Illinois. No, he's from. I'm sorry, he wasn't Iowa. He's an Illinois kid. Told me what Jim was. So it's like it's where he wants to
The
be.
White Sox took Joey Volchko. I like that pick.
Oh, we got it started up again. Oh, I missed it. Volchko. It's a nice pick for them.
Jack and Philly went to the Rockies. So
Yeah. Oh, Natilli. There goes one of my guys.
yeah,
Natilli comes off the board. I'll have to.
the Rockies are having a nice draft.
They are. Did they take another catcher earlier or no?
Did they?
So Natilli goes here. That affects my board.
They took Daniel Jackson. All college guys, by the way. You know,
Yeah.
that's exactly what you called too, by the way. You said first year front offices are very conservative, but those are still good picks. But
I think they're doing a great job with their
they
picks.
took college performers.
Yeah, Natilli was I mean, I had Natilli same area as like Carson Tinney on mine. I think he's got a better chance. I had him 43rd, so that's a great value. I'm gonna go in and just change my banner here or my ticker, and take out Natilli. And then Volchko is interesting. Like a lot of great traits, but he the command issues like could lead him to being more of a reliever. Luke Williams is a guy a lot of people liked. The Nationals took, and then hey, there's not Twins took the. So Luke Williams had a pretty good combine. A lot of people I talked to liked him more as center fielder, and then the Twins just took Ethan Washman, who put on a show at the combine. Every huge spin on everything. Everything he threw was a spin. I was just actually getting ready. He would have been with. He would have been the next guy into the list if he hadn't been selected there. So he would have been coming in and joining the best available. But instead, I had him 71st, and he went 79th. So I just think he's a really interesting prep arm in terms of traits and things you can do with him. Now I'm going to add in instead another player who I think is very likely going to school. That's Will Brick. So he comes off, and then let's see. Caden Ferraro would be my next one, but I don't think I quite have space enough for him. Oh, it's letting me type more. Interesting. So I will. So if you look, Aiden, their list is not dissimilar from mine in terms of the names and the players available that they're currently showing on the broadcast.
Oh, there goes DeCaro to the Pirates. So the Red Sox are probably pissed. They wanted the trifecta from UNC.
Yeah, and they've done a good job with pitcher development in Pittsburgh, so it's kind of maybe a nice get for them there. You've liked him a lot at points.
Yeah, like obviously, like there's not a ton of upside there for DeCaro. Like maybe some people feel like they can squeeze more out of him, but like he's been a starter from day one for them since he stepped onto campus because of injuries. He was forced down. I think he became their Friday night starter his freshman year because of injuries, and like he never really improved. Like he didn't get better every year. I think there's some arsenal and delivery tweaks you can make that could help things, but like he doesn't have a bat missing pitch. Like I don't think he's going to be a high strikeout guy, but like he's a competitor, so that's going to help. Like he's got the ACC Friday night experience for 3 years. That can help you. That's a solid like upside or floor pitcher, I feel like, and he's still young for the class. He's only 20, so maybe Pittsburgh can squeeze a little more out of him, whether it's velo or some pitch shapes. He just doesn't miss a ton of bats, so I think it's just a high floor.
So 64 of my top 75 have been selected. That's not too bad. I'm talking about and Graham Govich just makes it even higher. So there's only 10 guys left from my list who have not been selected in the top 80 picks. That's not bad. I mean, that means there's only like 10 or so guys.
They announced Graham Govich as a third baseman, but we all know he's not.
I don't think he's going there.
He will not play third base. And Dominic, I don't know this one.
Vogelli. He's an interesting prep arm. He's been on the radar. He's just one of those kind of pull of guys.
Speaking of Kansas, you know who's still on the board? It still is D. Kennedy.
Yeah. No, I was talking about how he's one of the guys I would really like with the selection.
Yeah, D. Kennedy would be a lot of fun at some point.
But yeah, then takes Grahovic went 81st. So, and he's that guy too. Like I was saying, he's kind of the most surprising guy who was still on the board, just because there's so much talk that he was going to be like a sandwich pick, and like he's this guy who has traits that people like. I had Grahovic. I had him 50. I had him in the 50s, but like for him to be sitting there at 80 is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I didn't rank him.
Yeah, he was just kind of an interesting player there. Vogel's one of those guys who've been kind of sitting around, like I want to say, like this. Look here, like a 50 to 100, or no, 205 ranking on MLB. Wait, is this? Oh no, I'm sorry. He's a kid at Kansas. I got that wrong.
Well, he's not a Kansas player. He's
no, he is a Kansas player. Yeah, I for some reason I thought he was a prep guy, but he is not. Yeah, it's a little bit of a surpriser there. But a lot of, again, all known names so far. Oh, and there goes another one. Athletics took Jacob Dudden, the guy you and I.
Oh man, yeah, I really like him. I'll be curious to see what he signs for, considering he just had Tommy John. So
yeah, he might just be a reliever, but that's another player.
He's got some good traits. Like he throws hard. He's got nasty movement on his pitches. Like I love his delivery. I would send him out as a starter at first. That's a better pick for the A's. I was saying when you were gone in your last break, I was like, I wasn't really enjoying the A's draft. Like Mason Edwards was fine at 47. Gabe Bianco was fine at 73.
Burris was great.
Yeah, Burris was a great pick. And then I like I said, Edwards at that pick is fine. It's just I don't really love him in general. But Duden's another one that I think is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of like right around the range I had him at, which not everyone agrees with my value on those players, but super fun players. They're adding nice college pitching depth. Oh, there goes another one. And the Braves money savings there allowed them to get.
That's the opposite though for them. That's a 6'7" kid.
Yeah, that is a big kid, but that is another guy off my board. I had him at 65. He goes 84. We got to keep eliminating, changing, and moving.
Yeah.
There's just because they keep drafting every guy. Oh yeah, I didn't even get Grahovic off. He left yet. And there's Herkshorn. So let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and if you count, so I have 9 players, not counting James Clark, who is in that weird situation. So he took their name out.
So Guardians are still 11 picks away.
I mean,
he's got 4 walks through 6 innings, but he's thrown 6 shutout. They knocked Yuri Perez out.
Gavin Geese.
They hit Perez and Alcantara.
Hey, we finally got a guy that I don't have much to talk about with, and that's Gavin Geese here to Tampa. They do like their Canadians.
Oh, I liked him a little bit. He's got some bloodlines, I think.
His dad spent some years in the big leagues, and then was a scout and was the Yankees director of pro scouting at one point.
You know what? I asked one of our buddies about that because that is pretty close to where they live in California.
So that's an interesting one, by the way. I'm sorry, California, not Canada. Boy, I've had some big mistakes. You missed it. I thought someone had earlier. Let's see. I go back to the comments. I thought for a second when I read this message that this person had said, "Do you think your mom will get drafted?" instead of Ford. It's been a long day.
Yeah, we're almost at 5 hours in the stream. That's crazy to think.
Yeah.
I need to excuse myself again.
Fair enough. Oh, Caden Ferraro, right as Justin goes. St. Louis, it's another fun pick by the Cardinals. Ferraro's got a lot of Alec Burleson to him. So that's kind of interesting with this pick. Great batted ball data. So I don't know. I was another guy I was kind of hoping would stick around when the Guardians were picking. Really good hard hit and everything else. Just some things there that he's a DH. He's not even first base. He's a DH. I think that is why he is personally available right here. But I got to take another player off my list. Number 86, Caden Ferrero. My list is getting decimated here in the third round. Last players left. We're all flying off pretty quickly. So it's, you got to click what hide and edit. We're kind of getting close to that point where it's more of the guys that I just don't think are signable. Cam Cozell, that's a name a lot of people liked. You just went to the Florida Marlins. Had some exit velo, some positive traits. Someone that I think people definitely thought might go a bit higher than this when it was all said and done. Okay, and there's the best available list. So yeah, as I'm just going through my own best available list, Aiden Robbins stands out far and away. The best player on my list. Then after that is Archer Horn, also very highly rated. And then after that, you have to get down to those two players are my top 25. Then you have to get down to 57 to get to my next player, Brody Bamilla, who had the internal brace. Have that type of a situation there where he's had 2 arm surgeries now. So he's technically 3. James Clark, if we count him as 4, but he took his name out of the draft. He's not even draft eligible that way. 5 would be Blake Bowen, who, again, I think he's probably going to school at this point. Outfielder who's committed to Oregon State. 6 is D. Kennedy, Kansas State, who I like a lot. I would love to see him with the 3rd round pick. 7 is Will Brick, catcher, who, again, I think is headed to Mississippi State, it looks like. And 8 is Will Gasparino, the power hitting outfielder from UCLA, with 9 being Trey Broussard, the speed king, a younger, very young for the class player. So, yeah, when I say that's 8, I've only got 8 players left from the board. I can't even do a top 10 anymore. There's just not enough left. Braden Dowd just went to Texas Rangers from Florida State. Contact guy, lots of contact, not pretty poor exit velocities, but did a really good job of like getting on base this year, not expanding, not chasing, making contact. He's one of those high contact guys. Arizona takes him with the selection at 88. Cleveland picks 94, so we are essentially, 5 picks away at this point. There's still some great players. Like I said, looking at that list, if you can get me Aiden Robin or Archer Horn, I don't think you can get Horn at this point. But if you can give me either of those guys, I'm gonna attempt to do the backflips that we saw a player do earlier in the draft. I'm having some blank out moments to remember who that was. So yeah, it's a lot of fun names. Oh, Texas took Brody Bamilla. Let's get rid of. So Bamilla is needing arm surgery for the 2nd time. He is 6'9". The history of 6'9" outfielders is, the history of anyone over 6'7" is pretty horrific. Especially with arm issues. He's facing a really low level of competition where he is, and on top of that, he's a 1-pitch guy right now, like maybe a 1.5. He's a lot of fun. He's interesting. I mean, I liked him more than just about anyone else left on the board, so I think it's a good value overall. But yeah, I think he was my 3rd rated player. It's a good value for Texas. But he's just, you're never going to see anything. You don't see anything like him because there's just not a lot of guys, 6'9" pitchers and an extension monster. And yeah, it's very interesting to look at. So I did mark him on my sheet, right? No, I don't think I did. Now I think about it. So Brody Bamilla, he was going to slide after the 2nd arm surgery, and he goes here at 89. At 90, Peyton Bonds to San Francisco. Okay, so that's fun. It's his nephew. Boy, did he strike out a lot. Boy, did he whiff in the zone. Big time exit velocity. Also didn't play a ton of games this year because of health. He chases. He is a chase and expand like crazy type of guy. We talked about if you want to fail as a hitter, probably the number one thing to do is to chase a lot. But here, in the 3rd round, 90th overall pick, it's hard to fault that, though. I mean, Giants are the opposite of the Guardians when it comes to like taking the famous names and not worrying about the added pressure. I don't know if they're doing him any favors though, with his profile and putting him in that environment. When Justin comes back, I mean, my goodness, he likes Caden Ferraro, Brody Bamilla, something to talk about, Peyton Bonds. He is going to be. So, Justin, did you see all the picks you missed?
Okay, so Braden Dowd, love Braden Dowd. Oh, Caden Ferraro went to St. Louis.
Caden Ferraro, Braden Dowd, Brody Bamilla,
yeah, like Braden Dowd.
Peyton Bonds just went to the Giants of all places.
Yeah.
Max Yelp is another good value to the Royals. The Royals
are a great pick for the Royals.
Yeah.
I think he can pitch. Yeah.
You know, it's been interesting. When you left, it definitely heated up some more.
Koziel's interesting too. Like my problem with Koziel is that he's like all contact, but he's got some pop, but he also doesn't run, and he can only play second base. Like I didn't think he can be a utility infielder, so that's a weird pick from Marlins. But I'm surprised to see Brody Bamilla go.
I'm not.
You thought I thought maybe after the second Tommy John he maybe wouldn't get drafted.
No, he fell, but like he's still an interesting player, and like what's he gonna get going to school? Like it's better for him to go and rehab with a pro team, anyways.
Yeah. He's got to sign for sure. Got to take that money. I mean, that's a $870K slot. I don't know if he'll get the whole thing, but
I think he does. I think he gets over.
Yeah, he's got to take that money at this point. Excuse me. Sorry.
So yeah, Aiden Robbins. There we go. And Mets just popped one of my highest player left on the board.
Yeah,
by far. Now it's Archer Horn by far, but.
I wrote up Maxiel. Crossfire lefty, low angle, 6'6", better strike throwing this year coming off Tommy John, mid-90s, slider. I think Maxiel's probably a reliever, honestly, but
yeah.
Starter.
So how about the fact that the Mets, who didn't have a second-round pick and were rumored to like Aiden Robbins in the first round, took Wiggins, who they made, again, if you flip those two picks, I think no one's probably batting an eye. But what a value getting Aiden Robbins.
Aiden Robbins in the 90s, yeah.
I mean, that is one of those situations now where, again, I mean, I'm just running out of my top available. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys left. And I'm not counting James. Keon Johnson is interesting to Houston. He was a guy who had first-round value in the fall, super athletic kid from Mississippi. I thought he was going to go to college. I honestly thought he looked pretty poor at the combine, good athletic traits, no power at all, have an awkward swing. This is just a bet on athletic traits and potential. He is a player that had first-round talk. So, interesting player, I thought for sure. His combine really, I thought he hurt himself there. So, interesting. Yeah, I mean, at one point, like I said, he was maybe a top 20 projection in the summer/fall. He's in my way too early mock draft.
And said, 2 picks, by the way.
Said we're at 93. So as soon as the Reds make their pick, we'll be on the clock for the Guardians. But yeah, Robbins. I mean, what a great pick by the Mets. My desire here is Archer Horn or D Kennedy. I don't think you can get Horn, so it's D Kennedy is my realistic.
Yeah, I don't know how much. The slot here is 823, and you got to go over slot to get.
I mean, I think
last round.
Yeah,
so
no, I think Archer Horn's going to school, but yeah, D Kennedy is my number. Ty Horn, one of the Nebraska pitchers, just went to the Reds. A lot of people actually like Jaska, the bigger guy, more than him. Still some interest. That's the thing, right? Like Jaska's still out there. Beard, who you like, is out there. There's a lot of interesting arms still out there. There's a lot of college pitching you can get to. Guardians are on the clock. Curious to see what they do. Like I said, D Kennedy is the guy I would love to see them make the selection with right here. That is my number one player in terms of, because I don't think they can get Horn. I would be surprised by Blake Bowen. D Horn is the guy who kind of makes sense in this range. D Horn and William Gasparino, and then
you said D Kennedy makes sense here.
I would like his number one college player left for me.
Yeah, Colin Ritchie. I don't know if he's the right fit here. Dowd's gone. Alex Conover, probably too early for him.
I mean, this could also be an underslot. They can give more money for Schmidt too. So I'll just
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
what I'm saying. It's got to be a college player, I bet here. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a college player.
As I just sit here and watch the wheel spin, since they
Come on.
they never fixed their whole.
Because they're on the clock, that the pick's not in yet, but I don't know what's ahead, the website or the TV. Oh, that's going to be a hit. Darn it.
It'd be nice if they ever got the closed captioning to work on it.
Yeah, I never did either because it's on MLB Network. I don't know if MLB Network. Well, I have the closed captioning on the game, but
No, I can't get it on the website because I'm at MLB.com.
well, I'm streaming it from my TV. It's the same feed, so I couldn't get it to work either.
Yeah. You got a nice little pause here. Cleveland, a pick is in. It's like, are they trying to really work over James Clark? Come on. You share. Oh, pick is in. Let's see. Why are they making such a big deal out of it here? It feels like Trey Broussard, one of my top players left. Okay. Broussard this is their old model, super young for the class. He's not going to turn 21 until end of September. Probably already now the fastest guy in their organization. He's a speed contact player. Batted ball data is rather poor. He has performed at a high level. He has no exit velocity. He can miss in the zone and he can chase a bit. So it's all the kind of bad things, but he is a no doubt center fielder, defense and speed, maybe the fastest guy in the org. And again, doesn't turn 21 until late in September. I want to say one of the youngest players in the college class. So interesting selection. Hey, I had him as one of my best available. He was the 76th rated player on my board. I can't blame him too much for them taking them here. So it's another pick where he's a good value based on my board. Not my number one guy that I would have liked here. He did have some injury issues this year as well, but really no power at all. Let's just put that on Front Street. Speed, contact, and defense.
Much for a guy who doesn't have enough power either.
Yeah, it is very much a chase profile, but he might be the fastest guy in their org already, and he is one of the best available players on my board at this point. So I'm going to hide it again, edit, and take off 76. So
that's got to be an under slot there.
What?
I'm sure that's under slot.
Yeah, I think with the year he had, that could be a savings pick. But again, it's tools, right? No relation to Ben Broussard. If you look at any picture of them, you'll very quickly see.
No, definitely not.
The size difference is why.
I don't know who this next pick would just want. Who that was?
He's a top 100 guy. He's one of the kids from Wisconsin that some people liked.
Chase. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that last name.
Yeah, there's some talk about him. I was on checking his birthday. I think it's until September 21st.
Did Ryan Lynch? Yeah, Ryan Lynch just went to the Padres. I liked him a little bit too. North Carolina had some interesting dudes this year.
Okay. Yeah, he's. I mean, like I said, it's a very name-heavy draft so far.
Yeah.
Oh, Carson Jasta to the Cubs. Speaking of the other Nebraska arm. So, the college pitching is the depth of the class, but we are seeing it get picked over quick. A lot of college arms.
Yeah. Like you said, just high school. Just a lot of risk this year in the high school. I mean, it's always risky, but.
And the Marlins are on the board. Sean Armstrong going to do Sean Armstrong things.
Not really sure why that was their move, but
I mean, that's a refrain we say like 8 times a week anymore.
I know.
Like, it's in a critical situation. Listen. They left in Tanner. I tried to push him, and then he gets 2 outs.
Well, here's the thing: Cade Smith is unavailable today because he's pitched 4 days in a row, which I'm fine with them doing that. The fact they went out and won the game yesterday, but
and I know you're limited, and Sproulski probably isn't available, but like Liam Hicks struggles versus lefties, so
yeah. They said Slade Cicconi's in the bullpen. That makes sense because he won't start again since tomorrow's the last day of the first half. Oh, he's warming up right now? Well, that's wild.
I don't think he's a Lofton. Lofton was an awesome eye for the zone. Like an awesome eye for the zone. Like he did not chase.
Much better hitter. Yeah.
Broussard chases. Chases quite a bit. So it's, I mean, like I said, I like the pick. It's a solid pick. Would D. Kennedy have been better? Absolutely. Like I don't know why D. Kennedy's still there. I don't think we're going to see much of Alamon, except for spots here and there. Let's just say that I think they don't trust him right now in any of those leverage spots. What do we think they're going to do at the deadline? I think it depends what's available. I mean, as much as I like to say that they need, I'd like to see. Oh, there we go. Ruger Rios, one of your favorites, the Phillies, and Brennan Bach, who's a solid catcher type. But yeah, Rios, another guy I debated for this pick. I'm gonna do the now video, and then I will be right back.
All right. I am a little behind on what just happened in the game. Did Armstrong get out of that? I hope he did, but don't be surprised if he didn't, because, that's just the way things go. Oh, he did get out of it. Okay, well, there's that at least. Yeah, Ruger Riojas was one of my favorite senior signs in this class. He's a strike thrower, fun stuff, competitor, great mustache. That's always fun. He's shorter. I don't know. Maybe he's probably more of like a back end rotation type guy. Maybe it's possible he's a reliever too, just his size but he throws strikes. He competed really well at Texas, so I think that's a great pick. I like the pitch mix, so I think he's got the pitch mix to start. Just letting out the size and the velocity hold up long term. The Phillies are really good at that kind of thing, though. They don't really care about a lot of those traits. They just kind of take what they like, and they don't really I feel like they really don't have a type. They just are looking for specific talent. That's weird. Nathan Taylor. Jeff will probably know more about Nathan Taylor. He's from Cincinnati. I don't know much about him. Looks like he was in the Cincinnati rotation. That's the Mariners. Lefty. Oh, 6'5". That's fun. I want to go look and see what the Phillies have done so far because I feel like they've had a weird draft. Yeah, Armstrong has been a big disappointment. Cleveland's not had a lot of luck with free agent relievers. Nathan Taylor, by the way. Nathan Taylor, Amelia, Ohio. Let's go into the Mariners. The Mariners love Ohio-born kids, man. They have Dominic Canzone. They've got Luke Raley. Now they got this Nathan Taylor kid. They love their Ohio kids. Let's see. Amelia, Ohio looks like it is right outside of Cincinnati, so that makes sense that he went to UC to pitch. So good for him. The Mariners love Ohio kids. And I think there's somebody I'm missing from that team that has another Ohio ties, but that's at least 3 in the organization. Oh yeah, the Cole Emerson. Duh, Cole Emerson's from Ohio, so that's another one. They love their Ohio kids over in Seattle. Who knew? Who knew? And meanwhile, I don't think Cleveland's taken any Ohio kids in quite some time. Kyle Jones. Ooh, off the board of the Brewers. I like this. Kyle Jones came back from a shoulder surgery in 2025, or off of 2025. I think he can play. He's got, let's see, I wrote him up for my Guardians types because I was excited that I thought they could take him. Maybe he was just a personal favorite. Maybe I didn't put him on here. I thought I wrote him up for Cleveland, but maybe he's not their type. I don't know. But Kyle Jones, I think I took Kyle Jones off at the last minute, so I think maybe there's some chase in that profile. But he had surgery last year. Well, yeah, the exit velocities aren't really good. 18% chase rate, pretty good. 80% contact rate, pretty good. 102 exit velo, not very special. Numbers have been very good in college, though, so there is that. I like the swing from him, too. I'm not sure what your question means here, John, about Cleveland's draft strategy indicating an identity problem. I'm not really sure what that means. I don't think they have a problem. The kid from Midview, I think, is Dominic Canzone, or he was from Canton. So Luke Raley was the Midview kid.
I thought wasn't Luke Raley Highland?
Luke Raley was Highland, yeah. The Mariners took a kid from Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'm from Amelia, Ohio. Nathan Taylor. He performed well at
the Mariners. The Mariners love their Ohio area kids.
Yeah, they love him. Kyle Jones is an interesting pick. Some people,
I like him a little bit. He's got a nice swing.
Seeing the center fielders kind of come off the board with a lot of these recent selections. Hey, the Guardians have taken 3 of my top 76 in their picks. I can't really complain.
Nice,
and like I said, if I get a chance, I'm going to want to ask Paul Gillespie if Broussard is the fastest player they saw this year, because that is his game as well as his defense and center. He was 84th out of 92 players in terms of percentile data. I mean, this is kind of mean. I wrote speed and defense are not carrying tools; they're support tools.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I put them solidly in a platoon ceiling. I just Archer Horn's not getting drafted. Let's be honest. I had read and been told that he had Ben Davis is a nice pickup by the Rockies. They continue to make some smart selections. He's a fun pitcher to add to their mix. Ryan Cooney is interesting to Toronto, but yeah, Archer Horn is supposedly it had a pretty big ask in this class, and that is why he ends up going to UCLA. So I know you guys are talking about Midview. I don't really see another guy on here that I know outside of Lauer. That's it.
Oh, Ben Davis just went to the Rockies. One of my favorite relievers.
Oh, yeah.
In this class from Mississippi State. That's going to be a fun one for them.
No, I mean, the Rockies are doing a really nice job. I agree with you.
All college, by the way. They've not taken one high school player.
Nope, I don't. It's kind of like I said, it's kind of what I expected. Midview kids, according to Baseball Cube. Connor Bancic, I don't know. Cody Calloway, Jordan Cavanaugh. I don't think he reached the majors. Ryan Fierabend.
Ryan Fierabend was with the Mariners at once upon a time. He also came back to play for the Lake Erie Crushers for a little bit.
So that's Fierabend and Lauer, the 2 kids from Midview, who played the big league level. That's it. Those are the only 2. So in terms of that Midview question. Oh, Gabby, now's the time that you choose to not make contact. But I agree. I think Ben Davis is a really fun choice.
If you want to quote unquote, like not that these guys don't really exist anymore, but like if you wanted to get as close as you could for a fast moving reliever, it's Ben Davis because he actually does throw strikes already. So,
yeah. Well, here's the thing, he's, and I'm not sold on an outfield without power / old ball. And a high school, like they got value. Like you're not. It's the third round. Who you like? There's not. When Aiden Robbins went off the board, I didn't see. Oh, Cooper Harris. There you go, another favorite of yours. Just went to Washington.
Oh yeah.
You're just not going to find guys like Broussard is a huge athlete. Nationals for Cooper Harris, but he's from Texas. But and Schmidt was a first round value on every board. So yeah, I mean, I know people always want power and right-handed bats in that in particular, but the right-handed bats are not as valuable, especially when you're talking about like a chance for a player to be a platoon guy, which is what, like after the second round, most players, you're not projecting them to be starters. The organization
Nationals to pay him.
Yeah. The organization, Tommy Lapour, just went to Minnesota.
He had a decent year he had a lot more hype coming into the year. I think
he got hurt.
Oh, that's right.
He's another Tommy John guy. So
yeah.
They're betting on that. But yeah, so like, the first two rounds are your chance to really kind of more often than not find your impact. And then you go from there, finding traits. And I think they've done a good job throughout. It's not the most exciting one, but again, in last year's draft class, I think they could have done, if they had kept most of that class and just not overpaid for Chase Lavalette, that they could have been one for the ages. So you got to take what the board gives you. And last year there was depth with hitters. Exactly. This year the depth is clearly pitching, and this organization also needs more speed and defense internally. We talked about that with local kid Lucas Moore and Broussard. There's, like I said, his youth and just his dynamic traits. Like he also played at Houston. It's not like he has gone to a huge program. Like you can maybe hope to work with him on some things. There's probably some things and approaches maybe he hasn't seen. Andrew Giles he's pretty basic.
No relation to Brian or Marcus.
No. He's in. Oof, that was not good. Basic high schools, Andrew Giles, and it's a program that I believe that's where Crawford came from as well. And God, that was Halpin has just been awful today. Like,
I mean, he had a hit earlier.
I mean, last two at bats have been just atrocious. Like nothing was in the zone that whole at bat. He just expanded. Like they should have pinch hit for him. Honestly, it's like at least Gabby's doing something. Helping. I know he's got the defense, but boy, it's been.
Yeah,
it's an important.
Actually, had Schneemann right there.
Yeah, you should have had Schneemann out there for him. Like you need contact. Halpin's K'd way too much for his numbers. But yeah, no, it's Basic's a fun pick for the Phillies there. They've had some good value. They took a hitter. They took Trey Broussard with their last selection. So, and yeah, I mean, something we've talked about is this org needs to add speed. So they did go out and get speed.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of speed for sure.
So it's not a risk. There's already, we talk about this every year, but like they don't take a guy unless they have a deal in place. It's never a concern. You draft a guy knowing what he's going to cost. Broussard could be under slot. And
they only had one instance where they didn't sign two players because of one changing deal. Like that's the only instance in the last like 10 years. I think.
They haven't. The last guy in the top 10 who didn't sign, I believe, is still Ross Kivett, who's like now a coach.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost never an issue when it comes to signing guys because they all have agents. All of this is getting talked out. I mean, they were probably calling, Trey Broussard's agent in that 30-minute break and being like, hey, will he take this?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I think there's a decent chance he is an underslot signing. Maybe a little bit of going to Schmidt.
I got to think at this point too, as should probably Joseph Contreras is going to school too.
And then Captain Clutch at it again.
Oh, Patty Barrels. Yeah, way to go.
Okay, so some more fun picks while I was getting things together. Ryan Lujo from Georgia was just a solid performer for them this year. Kevin Roberts is another guy who had first round run at various points. Baltimore getting him is a good value. He was ahead of Eric Booth in the fall. Roman Martin. I mean, I know Keith Law had him as a top 30 player and said the only reason he didn't start short was because he was stuck with rock. He is a high contact guy, no power, can play on the infield, looks like kind of a utility player. So Martin and Roberts stood out. Like I said, Roberts is another guy I had in my first round in the fall, like another player with kind of a down junior year, and it caused him to slip. Like I said, I had him ahead of Eric Booth for Mississippi kids, and ahead of Cole Prosek, and ahead of Keon Johnson. But I think that's our fourth player from the Mississippi prep ranks.
Normally not a great area for talent, right?
I mean, it's getting better. I think we've seen. I mean, Cooper Pratt's another example. Everyone talks about Connor Griffin. It's definitely one there where the things have changed. It's slowly getting better. Nope. I sent you the wrong thing in a text. You can ignore that. I was going to send you a particularly funny tweet that amused me that I will now send you. That I think is worth a laugh, just because. Yeah. But I think overall you're looking at what Cleveland has done. Liam Peterson, I expected to be long gone. I expected him to be a player that's off the board. Logan Schmidt, I expected him to be gone. Trey Broussard, this is kind of, I mean, I had him at 76, so he ended up going 90. So expecting him to be gone as well, kind of in this range of picks. I almost feel like I'm missing picks. Things are moving so quickly right now. No, I comment on everyone I knew from this round, and this is the end of it here with the fourth round.
I just saw what you sent me. Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Yeah, isn't that hilarious?
So strange why that hasn't happened yet. So strange.
Colin Bland is an interesting kid who the Tampa just took. Tennessee kid.
Very bland.
Yeah, very bland. But sorry, I'm just trying to remember. This is the problem with failing at multitasking. Okay, yes, I did tweet out the Trey Broussard video. I was like, did I send that? I can't remember if I did or didn't. But yeah, it's just always fun. Like the thing with the draft that I always see and is there's just too many people who have agendas because of people they know, and then you get messages or comments about this guy or that guy, and it's just it's a brutal beast, the draft, and teams are looking for reasons to draft you and reasons not to draft you. And I'll say this, like, when you're playing at a Houston, you're playing at a higher level than, if you're playing at some of the smaller conferences, and you just gotta, because he wasn't good enough. He was not good enough to be the 19th pick in the draft.
And he had a deal. Again, he had a deal worked out with the team before the draft. Like, that's where he wanted to go. A lot of people at the draft, the misconception is that teams get to dictate where certain players go. Players have a lot of control of where they get drafted because of deals. Like, agents are calling around trying to get certain amounts of money, and they're saying, well, hey, this team is going to offer my client X amount of dollars for this pick. If you can't match it, don't take him because he's not going to sign. So players make their demands, and especially high school players. And if they have a deal in place, other teams know about this, so the agent's shopping it around. They don't sign. There goes D. Kennedy to the Cardinals.
No, because the Cardinals having a fun draft. And here's the thing: like, everyone's focused on who his dad. He's not his dad at all as a player. And I had him at 31, and that was about the highest anyone had. And again, as you said, players have a lot of leverage. Like, the plain and simple truth of the matter is,
I had him at 44. So
when you're looking at Tomey, he had more leverage than most. His family's wealthy. His dad made a lot of money. If he
his dad works for the team he went to,
and if you draft him, and it's not what he wants, then he goes back to school. And I know people are like, well, then fine, you just get the draft pick the next year. this is true, but you also then lose a year of development. You lose a year of a chance to move someone forward. But we get so many Tommy questions. It's like they were never going to draft him because, and rightfully so. I don't think they should have drafted Tommy. The same reason, rightfully, I don't think they should have drafted Miles Naylor. Like, we're not drafting guys for feels. You don't draft guys because it's good feels. You draft them because they're valuable where they went. Tommy was not worth the 19th overall pick, and he was too valuable to go at 59. It's just not happening. And then, you know, they don't want to put a player in a hard position. It's already hard enough. I'm not sure I even get your reference here, Walters. It was never going to work. So Alaman here in the 8th, they're giving it a try.
Yeah, I mean the thing is they don't have a whole lot of their options because I think Gaddis and Smith are down. At least I know Smith is down today. So,
but yeah, so players. The only time I can think of recently where I knew a player was drafted after he told the team no was Jude Fabian, and he ended up going back to school. And that was a big, ugly situation because here's the other problem. If you draft a player and they have said, no, I'm not going to take that money, or no, I want to go to another situation, you risk having a bad relationship with an agent, which could hurt you down the road. You also then get the reputation for, not listening to the players, which is not what you want. Because then guys, when you're calling around to like, okay, we have this much to offer, are you going to take it? Teams are going to be less likely to take your offer if all things are equal. And let's also be honest, Cleveland's not a destination spot. It's not. If you're not from the area, you don't want to go there. I've lived in like 5 different states, and every single time when I say like, oh, from the Cleveland area, people act like I just got out of a penal colony. Like, it's just not an area that's, I mean, I love it, but
Josh McDevitt from Missouri off the board, Arizona. I really liked him too.
Yeah.
He's another interesting one. I think he ends up, I might have written him up as a reliever.
But yeah, no. So I just think like Tommy got to pick where he's going to go. And most of these guys do pick where they got to go, and you got to keep positive relationships with agents and everything else. We got to stop being focused on names. Like, I don't know, it just gets annoying because we went through it with Miles Naylor, and then Miles Naylor is a terrible prospect. And I think Landon Tomey's a much better prospect than Miles Naylor ever was. But like, Landon Tomey was never going to happen. No. He didn't want to come to Cleveland.
I mean, people in the league like to play here because they know how well Cleveland treats its players, but that doesn't necessarily make them an attractive spot out of the draft.
Pitchers find it attractive because they want to be here.
Yeah.
But that's it.
McDevitt from Missouri. I said he kind of looked like Ben Blair. Like he kind of like not herky jerky, but kind of the same arm slot. He's been up to 97, but the problem is he hasn't held that velocity band. I don't think he has a ton of great secondaries, a lot of strikes, so might be a reliever. But that's Hudson Calhoun's another fun one too. Who I think I literally just wrote him up earlier today.
So handling some of our questions and chat. I think the issue with Alaman, honestly, is immaturity. I think there's just some immaturity, and that's leading to some lack of trust.
Yeah, I think that's the best you can say about it. Yeah.
Yep. Carson Bowman, it's just he's already had surgery. He's a solid pick. I had him about the 4th best arm among prep arms. I had Schmidt ahead of him. So yeah, I mean, I understand it. Like, there's a lot of people who really like him. Ended up being the 3rd arm off the board, and I definitely did not have him as the 3rd arm off the board amongst the group.
Yeah.
No, because Bourne walked a lot. That's not really Broussard either. Broussard's probably like a platoon part-time guy. I'm like, I got to think who are some of the fast guys right now who are more of a part-time player than anything else. I'm just not a I'm just trying to think who are like I'm just gonna go look at Steele's leaderboards. Like, he is legitimately like a 70 grade double fast speed, but let's see, MLB leaderboard 2025. I mean, I'm just gonna look at blank stolen bases just because I'm like, who are even speed demons anymore? Is that really true? Juan Soto had 38 last year, and I didn't realize it.
Yeah, he actually stole a lot of bases last year.
Because that's the thing. It's like almost like you have to figure out who's a fast part-time player.
We got to get from Hofstra, who just won. That's interesting.
Yeah. Carlos Martinez. That
Okay.
won't be confusing at all. I don't have a good comp for Trey Broussard. He's plus in defense. It's a third round. Everyone's a part-timer by the third round. Like that's the way of it. These are guys you're hoping you get lucky. Broussard's a better version of Halpin, I think.
I'd be more. I think Broussard's probably a better runner. For sure, similar defender.
No, he's 100% a better
might
runner.
Have a better arm.
No, he's got a pretty good arm. Broussard does.
Does he? Because
yes.
Petey's got a really good arm.
He's got a good arm. He's definitely faster. Like we're talking. I
think he makes a lot more contact than Petey too.
Yeah, so I think it's like and that's the thing. If he is, a plush version of Petey, that's like more of a platoon guy, and I do think that's kind of where he is.
Petey is a fifth outfielder.
Yeah,
he's a fourth, fifth outfielder. Broussard might be. He could be an everyday center fielder.
And again, he's
want to go with defense.
Super young for the class. His late September birthday. And they get out of it there. But yeah, he is. And I'm just kind of curious. Like I said, the metrics aren't great. Shane Sedao to the Mets. That's another interesting pick for them.
Tim.
He's about 38 years old, and
the Mets have gone all college too. By the way,
they have. Well, David Stern's Milwaukee was to go that way as well, but
I think that's just where the class is this year. I think high school was very unappealing this year in terms of talent.
Look at what's left on my big board. It's all high school kids at this point for the most part, and then Will Gasparino.
I know. You could get down here and try to overslot somebody if you really like them, but I just don't see a lot of guys at this point. We're like, I don't know.
I think Horn and Bowen and Brick are all going to school. I think those guys are all because like normal overslot at this point is like 1 to 1.5 million, and I don't think Straw. There could be some Straw on this. I don't know if he's quite that level of defender.
Straw did walk a lot when he was at Houston.
I'll ask her connect and see if he can give me any Broussard data. Just maybe get something under the hood.
Who are you talking to?
Our friend who gives us who has access to the TrackMan data.
Your data plug.
Yep. No, we didn't draft. We traded for Straw. Are you saying we drafted Miles Straw like this year? I don't think so. Because again, it's what's really hard with Trey Broussard is A, he's super young. B, he's not had the highest level of coaching. He's a huge athlete. He's
also left-handed, which I know people get mad about, but like Miles Straw was on the short side of the platoon too. He was a right-hander. I know people get mad about that, but when you're a left-handed hitter, you face more right-handed pitching, so you have more opportunities to play and have an impact. But honestly, if you can get a Miles Straw in the third round,
that's incredibly valuable.
That's valuable. I think a lot of people have. Oh, there goes Ethan Norby to the Reds. I like Norby for a couple of years now. He might be a reliever just because of his size, but that's Connor Norby's older. I think isn't he older than Connor Norby? I think he's
younger because Connor was a college kid as well. Pick. No, he was a college kid.
Where did Norby go?
Wasn't he ECU as well?
Was he?
He was a college kid.
Okay, I thought Connor was a high school kid.
No,
I think people don't realize that like in the third round, you're not drafting like a lot of stars, everyday players.
Yeah,
like,
he was ECU as well.
You're getting like college pitchers in like those rounds. You can get guys there like Tanner Bybee's a 5th round pick, and I'm trying to think who else.
And Broussard was solid in the Cape. Like he had a good batting average, good on base, just no slug. Like there was no power, but like he was very good about getting on base.
You didn't draft him for power.
No, you drafted him for his speed and his defense, and you're hoping to make him clean enough on the fringes.
Cade Lewis. I gotta be honest, I don't really love this pick.
I don't love this pick either. It kind of snuck up on me. I'm not a Cade Lewis guy.
This follows their trends of like the Anthony Martinez's and
Riley Nelson.
Riley Nelson. This is
the low ceiling first base.
Yeah, it's a corner bat that doesn't have.
He had a really poor year this year too. I will say this: like if you like MLB.com, they say 55 hit, 70 run, 60 field, 55 arm. Like what the tools that MLB is putting on Trey Broussard, those are starter tools.
Yeah, if he doesn't chase enough,
yeah. I'm not liking. This is my least favorite pick by a country mile.
Yeah, this is the hit over power corner bat that just does not work out for them. Like you're in Jake Bauers territory here, and CJ Kafis. It's the tweener profile.
Yeah,
not enough power for a corner. Not enough of a hitter to go anywhere else. He can't play another position. Like he's not going to play the outfield. This is a terror. It's my least favorite pick of the day for Cleveland. He was an all-star in the Cape Cod League for what it's worth. I'm trying to see what the data is. Do you have him?
I was checking that now.
I mean, he doesn't chase. He makes enough contact. The exit velocity is very middling. It's not special, but it's not terrible. It's not in the red. It's just, it's a very underwhelming, like, whatever.
Yeah. He doesn't hit enough for first base. I don't. Hey, Robbie. There's your other guy. One pick later is the guy you liked, Robbie LeVay.
Yeah, the catcher. Yeah, I thought for sure Cleveland was going to be on him, but he ended up going.
I mean, it's interesting. They say Cade Lewis is a third baseman. Like, I mean,
he was a Cape Cod League All-Star with 0 power. He hit 1 home run. He's a first baseman.
They announced him as a third baseman, but
maybe they'll send him out as a third baseman, but I think he's going to move to first. I think I don't know. They were better players on the board for me here at this point. Yeah. I would have gone Robbie Levy. I would have gotten the catcher there. Go for the defensive catcher. Dominic Pellegrin just went to the – oh, wait, no. I was thinking of the first baseman from your area.
Yeah. Is Rogio hurt?
He ran down to first. I think he ran over the bag weird or something. That was pick one. Was that pick 126?
I've forgotten. Let me look. 123
for Cleveland. No.
Yeah.
Oh, I got that wrong. Okay, 123. Okay, so that's their last pick of the day.
Yeah,
they're done. I don't know. He did something weird running, I guess. That's weird. Yeah, this is just I don't know. I really don't understand why they like these types. Like,
he also plays in one of the most hitter-friendly parks in the entire country, and
not
had
much
middling
power.
home runs.
Yeah.
Not much a fan of this one. Yeah, he doesn't chase. He has good contact, but he's a very limited profile, and I am just not seeing it with this pick. Like, I mean, I'll say this, like, again, he's 104 on MLB's list, so getting him where they got him is a decent value. Young for the class. They've been very age focused. He just turned 21 in May. This has been a very age focused class.
Yeah, that's right. Peterson's young for the class.
Yeah, everyone is. Everyone's young for the class. Broussard is still only 20. Schmidt's 17 as a reclassifier. Like I said, Peterson, they have gone heavily into age.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like that's not like you said, it's a very hitter friendly park, and he didn't hit a ton of home runs there, and he had zero power with the wood bat in the Cape League.
This is your friend's zone.
I don't know either. Who are you talking about? Oh, Devin Sheeran?
No, Lewis. I mean, it's in the Carolinas, Lake Forest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they took. Yeah. I mean, maybe they can do something with him. They improved Luke Hill's batted ball data. They improved Aaron Walton. Aaron Walton had a couple doubles this week that were like, I think 106 and 107 when I was there. So that's pretty good for him. He wasn't that strong.
I mean, that's the thing. Like Luke Hill and Aaron Walton are guys who they have helped add power, and it's easier to add exit velo than it is to stop guys from chasing. So he has the basic. I'm sure people are gonna be like, "Get off the copium." You're talking yourself into it, but you can't really change. A guy who chases is always going to chase. But
yep, that's one of the hardest things to change.
There are ways to help kids get to more exit velo, and they took 2 kids here who need to get to more exit velo. I mean, he's been an excellent performer. It's another high end Cape performer, as you mentioned. Though it was only a 702 OPS, but both Broussard and Lewis got on base a ton at the Cape Cod League, and then he's been a high-level performer at Wake these last 2 years. Just power wasn't as much of the game. Didn't strike out much, as one would expect with that data. I do think age is intentional. It used to be something they were huge on, like because models say you prefer guys who are young for the class, that there's more growth sometimes at ceiling, and also they're playing against guys who are more physically mature. So, Holderman coming out to get the save here. So it used to be, and it's one of those things that a lot of models really like, but we just haven't seen it as much in recent years. They started to kind of get away with it. Devin Shireen, I do like that pick for Philly. He big, huge velocity, mostly worked as a reliever. One of those players who's kind of rising late in the process. Trevor Lucas is kind of fun for UNC Wellington. I feel like if he's the one I think he was, he had pretty good numbers this year for a program that seems to always have a few guys get drafted every single year. And apparently I can't type his name right because I didn't get any data over here at my favorite site, Baseball Cube. There we go. I'm just going to double check to make sure that is correct. Julian Garcia is from St. John Bosco. We were expecting a player from John Bosco to get drafted today. That was James Clark and his brother. So this is a teammate of theirs. I didn't mention this earlier, but I should probably point out that Logan Schmitz High School nearly got themselves in some massively deep poop earlier this year. They got themselves in trouble because their coach runs a side baseball program that's a school for a travel baseball team where it's like online learning and then you work on baseball skills. So before the California State Championship, Ganesh High School, the coach and more than half the team, I don't think Schmidt was part of this, but because he actually goes to the high school, not the program, they were not going to show up. They'd said, well, we've already paid for money to go travel to this travel tournament. And there was such huge blowback for that high school that the coach and those players canceled their plans and ended up winning the state tournament. But doesn't reflect negatively on him at all. But I think it is kind of interesting that program. Hey, Will Brick, I was wrong. Take another guy off my board. Blue Jays. I guess they've saved enough money, or they're gonna sit there and I'll go update. But that means my top 100 is looking pretty. It's down to 3 guys if you don't count James Clark. or my top 76, I should say. So that's the list. Archer Horn, Blake Bowen, Will Gasparino is a little bit interesting that he's still there. But Will Brick is a pretty big name. Most people thought would go in the top 40. I think I mocked him to Toronto at 39. Does that count as half a pick? Is that what they decided earlier? But Will Brick's probably the biggest name to go in the round so far. And yeah, he's a fun player at this point for Toronto in this draft itself. I was not familiar with Paul Gutierrez Contreras, who was a Fullerton kid the Yankees took. But yeah, Will Brick, that's a shocker.
I mean, the Blue Jays have done that before, so
yeah. And the competition picks we're up to now. So we got Houston, San Diego, and Philadelphia are the next 3 picks. And then I think that's it, right? They expected this to take longer than it took, huh?
Yeah.
Just at the rate things are moving. I'm going to do very quickly the Cade Lewis short.
Okay. I'll text our friend and see if we can get some thoughts. That's the end of the day, though, isn't it?
No, you still got the 4C picks. I think the competition picks have to go. Houston
4C today too.
Yes, I believe so. It's because tomorrow starts with round 5. So.
Oh, okay.
4C. Oh man, my buddy Taylor, Elon capped his tweets, so everything went dark. He didn't know what was happening on draft day of all days because he was tweeting so much.
Oh, they're still doing that.
Yep, and the Guardians win 2 out of 3 from the surging Marlins, of course.
Yeah, look at that.
Out there. Oh, Bo Peterson. So here's a fun story. I had Bo Peterson at pick 17 in the first round. So this is my second, another one where I had him going to the Astros.
I wrote him up. Yeah, well built left-handed hitter. Another quick swing, long levers there. He's got pop already with decent exit velocities. Is really good at getting the ball in the air for now. He was also a pitcher in high school, so he's got the arm for the left side of the infield. I don't think Kansas is a really great area for high school baseball, but
it's one of those you see a few kids here and there.
Yeah,
that's a pretty interesting pick.
He is older. He's 19, and I projected him to be a 3rd rounder, so close enough. Houston's having a good day. Houston had a really good day.
Yeah. Person I messaged you about earlier just tweeted at me angrily about the picks.
Shocking.
Because their choice wasn't made.
I mean, not really shocked by that. Well, you can do that short, and I can do the game short.
Okay.
And then, yeah, media availability is 7:45.
Oh, Alex Conover. I like that pick to San Diego.
I like Conover a lot.
These are some nice picks here. Like, I mean, he might be Cooper Engel as an outfielder, but one who can play outfield. But I mean, Alex Conover is a nice pick here. So my just some behind the scenes stuff. I tweeted that Cade Lewis fits the trend of taking first baseman with hit over power. He doesn't chase, doesn't miss, but has below average and is likely at first base long term. I forgot the word power. I know he's listed as third base, but I don't see it. Burke Granger liked that tweet.
Well, Burke knows ball.
Yeah. That's why the only reason I'm reading it back is because it's kind of funny in that regard. And now we're 1 pick away, so I might as well wait for the final pick, and then I will do my final now of the day. I mean, I'm warming to the pick. Like I said, I know everyone's going to be like, you're on copium, but it's just...
Here's what I wrote about Conover. I said he cut down his strikeout rate this year from his freshman to sophomore year, so that's always a good thing. Didn't really chase. I like the data.
Jackson Jelkin to Philly.
Huh.
Massive red flags on Jackson Jelkin. Like I have heard the term cancerous used with Jackson Jelkin.
Yeah.
So That is a pick by Philly. I'm going to say that right now. That was a player that I'm pretty sure the Guardians had off their board. I can almost guarantee that without any inside info. Like that is and he's older because he's bounced around so much and he's had some issues. I mean, he was drafted 2 years ago as a college guy. So
Yeah. This is his third time being drafted?
it might be.
Yeah. That's his third time being drafted. 2024 and 2023.
That is. Yeah, he is. Ooh. So, I mean, what's interesting now is I've Horn, Bowen, and Will. It's kind of interesting that Gasparino hasn't gone yet. I mean, maybe he's going back to school.
I could see that. I
I
mean,
could see it.
he got off to a really hot start and then fell apart.
Yeah.
Should we go ahead and call it a day at 5.5 hours, Jeff?
What do you mean? It's almost 5:45. It's 5 3/4 hours.
Okay.
Um.
Media availability is going to start here soon. And
Oh, really? Is it? Okay.
yeah, they said conclusion of day one. They said they were expecting it to be 7:45, but we're about
Okay.
40
Well,
minutes.
hey, we're gonna come back and do this all again tomorrow. So
We sure are. Went by
Thank
very
you for-
fast today, I feel like, didn't it?
yeah, I mean, I felt like it moved pretty quickly. So, I'm gonna go do the Cade Lewis short, and then I'm gonna. God, do I have the link? I got to check and see if I have the link to the.
Did you
media
get the
available.
press release with the Austin Peterson pick? That's where
Austin
it is.
Peterson pick?
Oh, Liam Peterson pick.
Let me go to.
I'll forward it to you, but
Yeah,
yeah, I came.
I have game from Bart.
I just forwarded to you.
Okay. Sometimes their stuff ends up in weird places.
Man, what a day for Houston. Hughes, Riddell, Mendez, Bo Peterson, Keon Johnson was interesting early. I don't know anything about Cam Durnan, but had a fun day.
I was just looking at our Locked On Day One's newsletter, and they didn't include me in it.
Well, were you a day oneer?
I was. It was me, Stacy, and Jeff are the only ones left. But of course, I am not listed.
Well, were you here 10 years ago? They said it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but none of the MLB ones were here 10 years ago.
Oh, well, interesting. Of course,
Yep.
Shocking. Tomorrow is, oh God, what time is tomorrow? Is it 12:30 tomorrow?
We're starting at 12:30 tomorrow, your time.
Yeah, it's 12:30 Eastern tomorrow. No, it's 11:20 Eastern tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit
10:20 Eastern your time tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks everybody who tuned in
Yep.
for
Thank you all.
5 3/4 hours.
Yep. We will definitely tweet out it and make sure everyone's paying attention. But we'll come back and do it all again, but for 16 more picks.
Oof. Tomorrow will be a longer day.
Fast moving and longer. But thank you all again, and go Guardians, go.
Share with a friend.